Chapter 51. Sierra. The world feels disorienting as I'm carried through the estate, my heart racing with every step he takes. The familiar surroundings blur around me, but Onyxus's presence is grounding, a constant in the whirlwind of emotions I'm feeling. The moment the transport stopped, Onyxus was already by my side. Before I could even get my bearings, he was lifting me into his arms effortlessly, as if I weighed nothing. His strong arms around me make me feel secure, yet there's a vulnerability in being so close to him. He can feel everything, my heart, my breath, my trembling hands. Alpha. A voice calls from the foot of the stairs, pulling me back to reality. Onyxus pauses, his hold on me not loosening as he addresses the voice. My apologies for our late return, Misty, he greets calmly, his tone steady, though there's an undercurrent of urgency in it. You'll make sure no one disturbs me tonight, won't you? I press my hands over my face, hiding the warmth that rises on my cheeks. This moment is more intimate than I ever imagined it would be. I had hoped the late hour would mean no one would be around, but now every moment feels exposed, like we're in a bubble no one else can enter. Misty, flustered by the sight of us, bows her head quickly and hurries away, leaving us in the quiet of the hallway. I can't help but feel a flutter of embarrassment, but it's quickly replaced with something else as Onyxus's presence overwhelms me. You're impossible, I tease, my voice light despite the rapid beat of my heart. I can't help it, he murmurs, the warmth of his breath on my skin making my pulse quicken. You're mine now, Sierra. I intend to show you just how much. There's an intensity in his voice, a promise of something more profound. His words send a thrill through me, and even though we haven't done anything physical yet, I can feel the fire between us, igniting something that's been simmering beneath the surface for far too long. I like this side of you, I admit, my voice soft but filled with affection. He grins, and there's a softness in his expression that tells me how much this means to him, too. We reach the door to his room, and he doesn't hesitate. Instead, he pulls me closer, as if there's nowhere else he wants to be but with me. I reach out to close the door behind us, my heart beating in sync with his. There's a flicker of hesitation inside me, but it's quickly replaced by certainty. The certainty that, no matter what happens next, I'm ready for this. I'm prepared for him. As I turn to face him, I can feel the weight of his gaze on me. There's something different in his eyes now, something more profound than just desire. It's the promise of forever, the kind of love that doesn't come with conditions. He steps forward, his presence filling the space between us. You're mine now, he says softly, the words carrying more meaning than I ever thought they would. And I'm not letting you go. I swallow, the knot in my throat thick with emotion. There's no more hesitation, no more fear of what might happen. We've already come so far, and now we're here. I smile up at him, a mix of affection and nervousness in my eyes. Are you sure? He moves even closer, his hand reaching out to cup my cheek. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. You're everything I've ever wanted, Sierra. His hand slides down to rest on my waist, his touch warm and reassuring. I feel like everything around us disappears in that moment. There's only him and me. He brings me closer, pulling me into his embrace. The space between us narrows, and before I know it, his lips are on mine. The kiss starts soft and tender, a promise, a reassurance. But it deepens, and with it, so does the connection we share. I feel it in every beat of my heart, every breath I take. This is it. This is what I've been waiting for. When we finally pull away, my lips are tingling, my breath shallow. Onyxus's eyes meet mine, and in them, I see everything love, longing, need, but most of all, certainty. You're more than just my best friend, Sierra, he says, his voice thick with emotion. I need you. You're the other half of me. And I won't be whole without you. I blink, my eyes filling with tears I didn't know were there. I've always loved him, but hearing the words from him, feeling the weight of them, it's overwhelming. I've been running from this for so long, but now that it's here, I can't deny it anymore. I love you, I whisper, my voice trembling. I've always loved you, Onyxus. His smile is everything. It's a mixture of joy, relief, and something more profound, something more. He steps closer, lifting me off my feet as if the weight of my love makes him feel as light as air. I've spent too many years dreaming about this, he murmurs, his lips brushing against my ear. I never thought I'd have the privilege of marrying you. But now I can't imagine my life without you. I feel a lump in my throat, but this time, it's not because of fear or uncertainty. It's because I finally found the piece that's been missing all this time. It's him. It's always been him. I love you so much, I breathe, tears slipping down my cheeks. He kisses me gently, then pulls back to look at me with such tenderness, it takes my breath away. We've waited long enough. I'm never letting you go, Sierra. I'm yours, I say, my voice steady despite the emotions swirling inside me. And I'll always be yours. Onyxus's smile falters for just a second, and then he pulls me into his arms again, holding me close. This time, there's no more hesitation. There's only us together as we've always been meant to be. Chapter 52. Sierra. Onyxus doesn't hesitate. My vision stirs as he grasps my hips, flipping us so his back is against the bed and I'm straddling his hips. I look down at him, locking my gaze with his intense one at the exact moment he presses into me again. He fills me with ease, my body accepting that every inch of him is made entirely for me. Letting out a long breath, I bow my head back to the ceiling, unable to take the sensation before I have even started moving. Below me is my mate, my true equal. The man I've yearned for my entire life, the one with whom I've only ever dreamt of having such a spark. When I manage to look back down again, Onyxus's smile is soft, gentle. He knows exactly what I'm feeling, which only encourages me to start moving atop him. At this angle, he presses blissfully deep within me. He lets me move on him at my own pace, overwhelmed by the feeling of him. I feel him everywhere. Inside me, against my skin as he draws his hands up to my chest, to my ribs, and then down my waist. I feel him in my heart, where the sparks against my skin go to rest, urging me on. Look at you, Onyxus says softly. You're so beautiful. His voice urges me faster until his expression of perfect control shatters. He closes his eyes, pleasure dancing across every line, every ridge of his face. It feels too good, I force out, unable to withhold the symphony of moans that falls from my mouth. His hands, which were once ghosting lightly over my hips, now press against them, his fingers digging into my flesh hard enough to leave marks as he aids my movements. Just like that. Good girl, he praises with a strained voice, his dark hair sticking messily to his sweat-dampened forehead. I can feel the slowly building pressure of yet another release. It surges through my body, promising so much sensation I might collapse right atop my mate right now. Onyxus must see the expression contorting my face, must see my hurried movements and my hunger for more of him, to get him deeper, because he presses 2 fingers to my clit. He holds them still, making me chase my pleasure with eager movements to feel that glorious friction. It's too much. It takes everything in me not to grab his wrist, both too overwhelmed by the pleasure while wanting even more of it. No, it's not. Look at me as your release, my beautiful mate, he encourages breathlessly. His words, the way he stares up at me, it forces me over the edge into an endless sea of pleasure. Onyxus, I bow my head back, gasping his name over and over. He takes over, pressing me down onto him as he moves up into me. It urges me on until it feels like it will never end, so intense that I almost forget how to breathe. Just as it starts to subside, Onyxus flips me onto my back, holding position on top of me. I gasp, my eyes being fed as much pleasure as my body as I drag my gaze over him. Seeing his muscles flex, his abdomen tightening, covered in a light sheen of sweat, is mind-melting. His jaw is tight as he concentrates, his eyes wrought with desire. He adjusts, grabbing my hips between his hands. He lifts them before he presses into me again. I gasp at the sensation, at the depth. He gives me a moment to adjust before he starts moving again. There is nothing gentle about his movements. There is a dark heat in his eyes as he pulls me into every thrust. I lean my head back, aware that I'm screaming for him, begging him for more, but I can hardly hear myself. It feels too good. I feel too full, Too wrung out from my releases, and yet I want more. I crave more. Onyxus, don't stop, I beg helplessly as he leans over me. I reach up to dig my nails into his back, aware that I'm probably causing pain with my grasp as he hisses between his teeth, but it only seems to urge him on. The moment my eyes drift close, my head bowing back, he grabs my jaw, giving my head a little shake so I focus on him again. Don't you dare take your eyes off me, he growls before he presses his mouth to mine again, kissing me messily as his hips slam against mine in a perfect rhythm. When he pulls away from the kiss, I catch his gaze, using the fierce determination and desire in his eyes to urge me on, encouraging me to raise my hips back into his every thrust. He leans down, his mouth close to my ear. You're mine. My mate, my wife. Mine to love and mine to hold. Do you understand? Yes, Onyxus. Yes. I thread my fingers into his hair, groaning as the beautiful pressure builds up within me again, caused by Onyxus's deep movements reaching a spot of pure pleasure. That's my girl, he praises breathlessly. Now let me feel you release on me. His words send me hurtling over the edge into euphoric oblivion. My entire body becomes engulfed in pleasure that has me chanting Onyxus's name into the air over and over again. With a groan, his grip tightens on my hips, and he presses himself deep inside me as he reaches climax along with me. When he leans down, he presses his mouth to mine, breathing heavily against my lips. I've never known such pleasure. My release feels as though it lasts forever until it finally settles to a relaxed point that has my mind whirling. Onyxus pulls away slowly, my body aching at the loss. He collapses next to me on the bed, his chest heaving, his eyes fluttering closed from utter bliss. When he opens them again, he looks over at me, his brows drawing together slightly. What kind of tears are these? He reaches out, brushing my cheek with his knuckle. When he pulls back, I see there are, in fact, tears glistening against his skin. I hadn't even realized they had fallen. Those are the tears of someone who has just been thoroughly loved, I say, turning on my side to face him. He smiles warmly, the intense force of desire melting away, revealing a contented happiness. He pulls the blanket up over me gently before brushing my hair off my face. You did so well, he praises softly. That was even better than I fantasized about, I admit, not bothered that my cheeks are warm as I replay moments during the last hour that I especially enjoyed. Onyxus nods, shifting closer so he can pull me into his arms. I agree. And I spent a great deal of time thinking about the subject. Honestly, me too. I close my eyes, not minding the clammy feeling of his skin on mine at all, wanting to be so close I could meld into him. Instead, I must be satisfied with the pleasant feeling of sparks across my skin each time I touch him. When I imagined our time together, I didn't dare allow myself to go as far as to think about being mates. That felt too forbidden, too far away to ever become truth. Remember to take the powder in your tea in the morning. As much as an heir would please the world, I want to take it slow with you. He looks down at me, pressing a kiss to my forehead. I tuck that thought into the back of my mind, willing it to come to me by morning. I will, although I would rather die than have Diane make it for me, I admit, draping my hands over my eyes, mortified at the thought. She would launch into a speech about how she always knew Onyxus and I would come together, and that she could have sworn there was no chance that this was the first time we had been so close. So, to avoid such embarrassment, I'll see to making the tea myself in the morning when she is taking her break. Onyxus slides off the bed, giving me a nice view of his backside as he walks to the bathroom. When he returns, he's holding a damp cloth. I widen my legs a touch, letting him clean me up dutifully. I jump at the rough sensation of the cloth. Sensitive? He asks tentatively, softening each press of the cloth against me. I settle back, allowing myself to enjoy being cared for. Very. Once he's done, he sets the cloth down before settling next to me, letting me drape my legs over his as I lounge in the warm sheets. You have 20 minutes to recover before I'm taking you against that wall. He points to the wall on my side of the bed. I stiffen, gaping up at him. Wait again. That has stolen so much of my energy, I'm uncertain even a day will be enough to recover. The thought of being with him again is both thrilling and terrifying. Until you can't walk. His eyes are dark and sultry. We have to make up for a lot of lost time. I don't think I can stand for what you have planned, I note, nuzzling against his chest. The thought of standing against that wall while he's doing everything to make my legs weak seems an impossible notion. You won't have to, he assures me, gently raking his fingers through my hair. That's what I'm for. I suppose the thought of him holding me and pinning me up against the wall is quite tantalizing. Regardless, I give his chest a light, playful smack. You're insatiable. Hey, you chose to marry an alpha, he laughs slowly. The only reason I'm giving you this time to recover is so this doesn't explode. He reaches between my legs, pressing 2 fingers against my clit. I gasp at the jolt of sensation. Whoa, I breathe. First of all, I didn't choose to be mated to you, and second, well, I appreciate it, I suppose. Onyxus leans back, his head sinking into the pillow as he gazes up at the ceiling. He lets out a little laugh, fathoming something he can't quite believe is real. Mates. He gives his head a little shake, the most beautiful smile breaking out across his face. How absolutely wonderful. I sit up. Who do we tell? No one for now. We will take some time to enjoy our new bond, then we will announce our engagement to the public. I believe informing them that you are my mate will help them understand, he says, running his fingertips down my bare back. Good idea. I smile tentatively, even as nerves crawl lethargically around my stomach. How long will this enjoyment period be? He looks over me, his eyes heating. Well, I'm going to need enough time to learn every inch of your body first, at least. I need that. I need him to melt away all my other thoughts, so I don't concentrate on the secret I really need to tell him. It's the last step, and now we are mates. I'm hoping his anger is significantly reduced. For now, we have this blissful time where I can chase away my worries and bring up the threatening notes to him when it feels right. That sounds perfect, I muse. All right, relax while you can. He tucks his hands behind his head, winking. This is going to be a long night. Chapter 53. Onyxus. I stare at the ceiling, my smile now a permanent fixture on my face. Sierra sleeps soundly next to me, recovering from the night we shared. I glance over, the sheets barely covering her form, her skin bathed in morning light. Last night was more than I deserve. Getting all that I've ever wanted isn't what I saw for my future. Despite always knowing Sierra was my mate, having it confirmed has assured me that fate is truly on my side. Turning to face Sierra, I reach out to brush my knuckles against her cheek. Her skin is wondrously soft. I could gaze at her for the rest of the day and be content. Hearing those soft breaths through parted lips, seeing her lashes resting against her cheeks. It's surreal. I'll let her wake on her own. Although perhaps I'll settle closer to her and wake her up slowly and sweetly. Onyxus, wake up. I jolt up, only to see my mother standing at the threshold to my room. How she managed to open the door without me noticing is likely due to my intense focus on Sierra. Mother? What are you doing in my room? I hiss slowly, although my lowered tone does little in my favor. Sierra stirs regardless, blinking her eyes open blearily. Get dressed. Both of you, she snaps, still dressed in a bathrobe. Then come downstairs quickly. We can acknowledge whatever is going on here when this issue has been resolved. My mother rarely rushes me unless something is drastically urgent. She dashes from the room quickly, something disturbing her. A cold, uneasy feeling creeps across my skin. Something isn't right. What issue? Sierra asks warily, wrapping the sheets around her body. I don't know, but I think we need to hurry. I launch from the bed, scrambling for my clothing. That expression on my mother's face, it reminds me of the night my father died. She came to my room and broke the news to me without a single tear slipping down her cheek. Do you think it's about us sleeping together? Sierra joins me in dressing quickly, her breath coming in unsteady gasps. I doubt it. I hold my hand out to her. Come with me, sweetheart. Her hand is clammy in mine as we stride quickly down the hallway. She keeps looking between me and where we are going anxiously, her face a muddle of emotions. The moment we reach the top of my stairs, I pause. Zion stands in my foyer, stalking back and forth, his head bowed. My heart stutters, knowing this is the last person I expected to be in my home at this moment. The guards stand stiffly near the walls, unsure of how to conduct themselves. The maids have shrunk into the shadows, watching both frightfully and curiously. Zion looks up at me, an effortless smile passing across his face. "Onyxus, how wonderful to see you," he greets, spreading his arms out as if he were welcoming me into his home. "How did you get past my borders?" I demand, starting down the steps with Sierra in tow. She looks pale, and I can't blame her for such a reaction. "It's easy, really, when my visit is regarding legitimate business," he muses, looking at me, then at Sierra. His gaze lingers on her for a beat too long, stirring at a sincerely withheld anger inside me. She pulls her hand from mine, edging away slightly. I'm not sure if she is anticipating a confrontation between Zion and me, or if she doesn't want to pull his focus. If it's so legitimate, then why did I not receive prior notice? I demand. I glance at my mother, who stands to the side, a solemn look on her face. Why does it feel like everyone around me knows something that I don't? I was afraid you would hide away what I've come here for. The edge of Zion's mouth twitches up as he slides his hands into his pockets. And what is that? He bows his head toward my mate. I've come for Sierra. I look toward her. She's frozen in place, her eyes wide, looking about ready to flee or faint on the floor in front of her. What? I seethe. Sierra. She is to come home with me, Zion states casually, as if he hasn't just said something completely out of line. He's clearly doing this to torment me. He knows what Sierra means to me, and to weaken me, he wants to take her away. And yet, why would he come here, into my pack, into my private residence with such confidence when I'm seconds from confronting him? Have you lost all sense? I will not allow you to take my mate anywhere, I growl, taking a step toward him. He doesn't back away from my challenge. Instead, his smile only grows more sadistic. Well, before she is your mate, she is my daughter. My claim to her is far more legitimate, he says, looking towards Sierra. I frown. Daughter. Oh no, Sierra whispers. This isn't right. I mustn't have woken from my dream state, because there is no possible way Sierra is Zion's daughter. They barely look alike, and she wouldn't keep something like that from me. Has Sierra not told you? She is my daughter, and her mother took her from me when she was only 14. Zion's expression is edged with sick amusement, like this is all some kind of game to him. How dare you come into my house and lie about my mate? I snap, curling my fingers into fists, awaiting the moment I snap and remove him forcefully from my home. Zion angles his head, letting out a rough laugh. Lie? I'm not lying, am I, Sierra? I turn toward my mate, wanting to see utter confusion on her face. I need her to tell me Zion is fooling me, that this is a manipulation tactic, an act of war. Sierra is my mate. The universe cannot be so cruel as to pair me with my enemy's daughter. Instead, she looks startled, guilt and apprehension at war on her face. I was going to tell you, she breathes. It is at the moment that my entire reality becomes liquid, falling over me in a wave that nearly knocks me off my feet. I look frantically between Sierra and Zion, and I see it. Although subtle, their noses have the same curve, their jaws at the same angle. I can practically see the blood they share beneath Sierra's skin, like some sick joke at my expense. This can't be true. I dig my hands into my hair, tugging at the roots until I feel pain, anything to ground me to reality. He was hurting me, hurting my mother. She took me here because she had skills working for the noble families. She thought of all people, you and your mother would be able to protect us, Sierra insists, trying to edge closer to me, but I take a step back. I need space to think. My enemy is standing mere feet away from me, and I'm finding out his daughter is my mate, the woman I love. I don't understand. It's true, Onyxus, my mother says, pulling my attention. I draw in a sharp breath. I knew there was something in her grim expression. She probably let Zion in here, knowing the truth cannot be run from. You knew. I seethe. She doesn't look bothered by my anger. She straightens her shoulders and maintains that perfect semblance of control. Grace appeared at my door with extensive evidence that she worked for a very prominent alpha at one time in her life. I figured it was Zion, but she had a child with her who looked too young for her age, sickly and soaking wet from a storm. I took pity on her, she admits, her features softening. I blink, my head swimming with information, old memories rising to be reviewed. I mean, Grace can't have possibly been married to such a monster. She was such a kind and loving person, doting on Sierra and me, even in the short time I knew her. I knew how you would react if I told you. Later on, when Grace was close to passing, she confided in me, Mother admits, resting her hand on her chest, old grief tearing at her composure. She begged me to protect Sierra from her father, to never let him find her again. I failed. She gives Sierra a long look, trying to convey her apologies, but it's too late now. Zion is here, and everything has changed. You made her my mate, knowing he would find out? I snap, a fresh murderous rage overcoming me. In her defense, I've known for some time, Zion exclaims lightly, enjoying watching my family come apart before his eyes. There were many rumors going around about Onyxus' special prize, which he was keeping hidden away. The precious little best friend with caramel eyes and auburn hair. Just like her mother. I shake my head, unable to fathom this. I knew all along that keeping Sierra was too dangerous. I knew people would want to hurt her for who she is to me, and she is far too precious ever to be put at risk. All along, I was right for all the wrong reasons. I made her your mate because it was my last attempt to protect her before taking her from you forever. I thought it could, maybe it would have overridden Zion's claim to her, but I was wrong. She rests her palm against her forehead. It was my only choice. I suppose none of it matters now, Zion announces, finally tiring of our back and forth. I gave you many years with your lover, daughter. You should be thanking me. I stare at him, my jaw tight, a cold anger settling deep into my chest. I'm sorry, Onyxus. I was planning on telling you, but I was afraid after all he had done to you and your father. Sierra breaks off, frantically searching for an excuse for her actions, but coming up short. I focus on Zion. I won't let you take her. I'm afraid you don't have another choice, he muses, tucking his hands behind his back. Unless you're married to Sierra, then I am allowed to return her to her pack of birth. She is my mate dash. Legally, it means nothing. He waves his hand dismissively. Refer to the treaty. It binds all of our packs equally. Within it, a clause states that alphas may not harbor the relatives of another noble family. I press my hands to either side of my head, hoping the tension building between my temples will reveal a way out of this. I vaguely remember such a clause, but I never thought it would apply to me. All along, I thought Sierra was just an orphan girl with a tragic past. I thought she came from a humble family, not one that commands an entire pack. My enemy's pack, for that matter. I'm an adult. I can make decisions for myself, Sierra retorts. Not this time, Sierra. Age is not a factor, Zion states, his patience waning. If Onyxus breaches this treaty, then I have the right to declare war against him. None of his allies will be able to aid him without breaching the treaty themselves. Sierra looks at me, indecision clawing at her features. In a moment, it vanishes, a sense of knowing overcoming me. Fine, I'll go, she announces, striding toward him. I reach out, grabbing her wrist before she can get too far, pulling her back to me. No. Regardless of what has been revealed to me today, Sierra is still my mate. I'm not going to let her go with my enemy, even if it has consequences. This isn't your decision, Onyxus, she hisses lowly, pinning me with a look as she tugs her arm back from me. Who knows what he'll do to you, I remind her sharply. Her mother endured horrors because of this man, and although Sierra may not remember it, so did she. If she is in Zion's hands again, I may never see her again. This isn't about you, Onyxus. You have my word that no harm will come to her, Zion says lowly. She is my daughter, and it's time her and I deal with business that is a long time coming. I scan his face, looking for deceit, but I come up short. There is a reason Zion is calling Sierra back to him, and it's not just to hurt her for her attachment to me. I'm left with one plausible offer. I can demand she stay and breach the treaty. It would allow Zion to wage war against me, and without my allies being able to assist, he would claim my land with ease and cause massive amounts of bloodshed. There would be no place for me to take Sierra to, and inevitably, she would succumb to Zion's rule. Or I can let her go now. I can scour the treaty and look for a loophole, then fight to get Sierra back. I'll have time to figure out a plan and be rational. But I'll be without her, and such a thought is harrowing. You assure me she won't hurt her? I breathe, tightening my grip on Sierra, knowing it might be the last time I touch her. No harm shall befall Sierra while she is with me, he states, holding my stare. I have absolutely no reason to trust Zion, so I have no reason to believe he would be truthful. And yet, there is something in the way he looks at me that tells me I can trust him on this. I'll be back soon, I'm sure of it, Sierra murmurs decidedly, the fierce determination in her eyes admirable. I pull her into an embrace, practically crushing her in my arms. I love you, Sierra. I'll destroy everything in my path if it means finding and saving you, I whisper in her ear, trying to savor the last moments of her body pressed against mine. I know. Her voice sounds strained, as if she's holding back an onslaught of emotion. I love you too. She pulls away from me, giving me one last look before she turns, walking solemnly toward Zion. Don't come looking for her, Onyxus, he warns. You will not be welcome in my lands. I watch them go silently, completely numb. The moment the door closes and Sierra is gone, I fall to my knees. Chapter 54. Sierra. The transport rocks to a stop, signaling the end of our lengthy journey. The door pops open, Zion standing outside. He offers me a gloved hand, which I don't take. Instead, I clamber out on my own. You could look more pleased to see me, he says, stepping back. I huff out a breath. I'm not an actress. I should have expected this. Zion has a deeply narcissistic streak in him that guides many of his decisions. It's what made him so indifferent to the pain he caused me and my mother throughout my childhood. I am your father, after all, he reminds me, as if it makes any difference at all. Looking past him, my entire childhood slams back into me, nearly knocking me off my feet. Nothing has changed about this place. It's still the same square, tall building that I often related to a prison. Its magnificent lawn was one I could never play on, at risk of an outsider or spy catching sight of me. No one could know that Zion had a daughter. It meant I was captive in my own home. And now I'm stepping back into that reality once again. Panic unspools within me, causing me to stiffen. The courtyard, where my mother ran across with me in her arms, the wind and rain attempting to force us back into the arms of our captor, comes into view. Now it's bathed in sunlight, but in a blink, I'm back to that night, having endured seeing my mother being beaten by my father before his hand turned to me. My breath quickens, a burning sensation flaring up in my lungs. Suddenly, getting a deep enough breath seems near impossible as I teeter on the edge of hyperventilating. Sierra? What's going on? Zion asks, grabbing my arm. I wrench it away, stumbling back a few steps. I can't do this. All the years I endured beyond those walls have caught up to me after I thought I left them safely behind. The thought of having to be in that manner again is so nauseating that my stomach is threatening to empty itself on the ground in front of me. A shadow passes over Zion's face as he takes in my panic. There will be none of that here, he snaps. Guards, bring her inside. 2 guards appear behind me, grabbing both of my arms. They almost lift me from the ground, ignoring my protests as we cross the courtyard toward the house. My feet scramble and slip against the ground as I'm dragged through the entrance, only to be dumped unceremoniously on the foyer floor. I bow my head, squeezing my eyes shut. I don't want to confront my childhood, the life I've left behind. Seeing that almost nothing here has changed is jarring, sinking me deeper into the endless pit of despair I grew up in. Zion crouches in front of me, his expression sinister. Now, I understand this is all very sudden, but you must listen to me, he says lowly. If you want answers, you need to calm down. I will happily lock you in your room for the rest of the week until I'm satisfied you can listen. All right? I let out a long breath. I'm calm. If there is anything I remember about Zion, it is that he always carries out his threats. I really don't want to be trapped in my old childhood bedroom, stuck staring at the same cluster of trees I did when I was young. He holds his hand out to me, helping me to stand. There will be time for retaliation and escape when it's safe. For now, I need to concentrate on staying alive and not getting myself further entangled in this situation. Excellent. Shall we go to the sitting room and have some tea? He offers, his beaming smile making my skin prickle. I suppose. I walk behind him into the old sitting room. It hasn't changed at all, with the same dark blue seating and natural wood furnishings. The mullioned windows reveal the exterior of the house and the endless rolling hills I always dreamt of running over. We will have to get you measured for some better clothing than what you've been supplied at Alpha Onyxus's house, won't we? He comments as I sit awkwardly on the stiff couch. I look at a pale purple dress, gently touching the fabric. I made this myself. He looks startled at that, as if sewing was not always my passion after he stopped purchasing clothing for me. He can probably sense all the times Onyxus has complimented this dress and hates it for that. Well, as talented as you are, that is not my pack style, he mutters, sinking into a chair across from me. Clenching my jaw to withhold a retort, I look down at the teapot and teacups set out on the coffee table. The sight is so quaint it's revolting. What tea do you prefer? He asks, scooting forward so he can reach for the teapot. I'm fine, I mumble. Seeing him doing something he has never deigned to do for me before is off-putting. I'm unsure if he's trying to bond with me or perhaps sate any breakdowns. Either way, I've never seen him pour someone else tea. Any thoughts of goodwill are quelled as he gives me a sharp, awfully familiar look that has my fingers knotting tightly together on my lap. Jasmine. Thank you, I force out. His stiff expression melts into a smile as he pours my tea. You haven't changed, have you? You didn't know me, I remind him coldly. You never visited my wing. He sighs, leaning back in his seat. To be honest, I didn't have use for you then. Now I do. I take a sip of my tea, grimacing as the scalding liquid bites at my tongue. It feels fitting to be in pain when I'm around him. Nothing is ever just right. Why am I here? I am getting old, and it has come to my attention that I do not have an heir to take my place. He responds casually, gesturing over himself. I withhold the urge to snort. He does look older than I remember, with deep wrinkles scouring his face, the gray strands swallowing most of the black, and there's a bend to his shoulders and back. Will you not just train someone of your preference? I ask vaguely, remembering what Onyxus said to me one time. He would rather die than have someone of his own blood take his place in power. That was my initial plan until feelings toward me have soured within my pack, he says carefully. I can assure you that it was never my intention to even have a child, to have someone who could pressure me to step down from my post before I was ready. Now, I need someone of my own blood to take over my position. My mouth dries. Me? He laughs abruptly, as if the notion is so ridiculous it warrants humor. I stare blankly at him, not understanding. Not you, Sierra. Not unless I die earlier than expected. He sobers from his amusement. I will, however, be training you just in case, but you are not ideal for the position. Your connections and allegiance to Onyxus sully your leadership potential. Heaven forbid you make peace with his pack. I narrow my eyes. If I had an ounce of power here, that would be precisely what I would do. I would unify this pack with Onyxus and put this revenge business to rest. But I know nothing is ever simple in politics. Would that be such a bad thing? I question. I want his land, his power. Not his friendship, Zion responds, as if it's all so self-evident. His malice and lack of compunction are exactly why his pack is turning against him. He's too overcome by his own arrogance to notice. So if I'm not to rule, who is? Do you have another child? I ask, still struggling to piece together his logic. No. You must carry the next heir, he deadpants. My brain short-circuits for a moment, everything becoming fuzzy. What? You will marry next week to a man of my choosing. Then, you will work on falling with the child as quickly as possible, so I can assure my pack the line of succession is strong, he explains, sipping at his tea in a way that looks disturbingly out of character. I stare at him in mute horror, rolling his words through my brain over and over to make sense of them. They're so ridiculous, they struggle to stick. Standing, I ball my fingers into fists. You're a maniac. You can't force me to. I give you years of your life with Onyxus. I could have called you back, but I refrained, he insists. Granted, it took me a few years to determine where you were, but I always had the legal power to bring you back here. I shake my head, bewildered. You only brought me back now because you needed me. You never cared for me before, I hiss. You think I would have ever allowed you to marry Onyxus? His father has committed unthinkable acts in this pack. His line of succession cannot be forgiven, Zion snaps with asperity. I clutch either side of my head. This can't be real. I fell asleep that night next to Onyxus, and I haven't woken up. I've been punished with a nasty dream to keep me humble. But Zion really is sitting before me, his dark eyes cold and unfeeling. I'm marrying Onyxus. I'm leaving right now, I growl. Would you like to know the cost of your departure? His voice makes me stop. I eye him warily. What? I'll kill everyone you've ever cared about. If you take away my right to an heir, I'll have nothing to lose in doing so, he responds tersely. His threat is effective, causing me to sink back down onto the couch. There's a murderous fire burning in his eyes, warning me that he will carry out his promise with ferocity, leaving a path of destruction in his wake. You can't keep me prisoner, I say shakily. He shrugs. I prefer not to think of it that way. Looking down at my hands, a bout of realization hits me. It was you, wasn't it? I breathe. You were leaving me those notes? He frowns, staring at me as if I've sprouted another head. Notes? I was left notes that threatened me. I was told to tell Onyxus my secret, that you were my father, I state, my gaze condemning him. You killed all those girls to get me to ruin my relationship with him, and then you tried to have me killed at the meeting of the Alphas. He stares at me for a long moment, his confusion palpable. I did not do such a thing. How absurd, he growls. You have me prisoner here. You do not need to lie, I remind him. I played no part in any of that. He shakes his head. Whoever has been doing that has no connection to me. Here you shall be safe. He seems so earnest, and now that he has me under his control, and my secret has been revealed to Onyxus, he has no reason to continue lying. If it's not you, who is it then? I ask, less to him and more to myself. It seems you need some rest. Why don't you go upstairs to your rooms? Zion angles his head with faux concern. Tomorrow you meet your husband. I have little choice in the matter. His guards don't need to escort me as I make my way upstairs, my feet weighed down by melancholy. As I walk down the familiar halls, I scour my brain for more theories on who could be tormenting me, who could have been the one who almost killed me. Whoever they are, they will be appeased now. Onyxus knows my secret. He probably hates me. I reach the familiar door to my room. I'm dreading being confronted by it again, considering my last memory involved being torn from my bed in the middle of the night by my mother. And now she's gone. I pop open the door, opening it wide to reveal my room. And a man. I scream, shrinking back. He turns, and much to my horror, I realize I know exactly who he is. It's Alpha Alston, the man I met at the meeting of the Alphas, staring at me with that familiar wide smile and sultry eyes. He smirks at me. Quiet down, Miss Dramatic. It's only me. Chapter 55. Onyxus. I brace my forehead against my hand, my elbow resting on the table. The words before me start to blur, sentences becoming deformed and illegible. Rubbing the heels of my hands into my eyes, I refocus, trying to make sense of what I'm seeing. I'm not sure how long I've been sitting here. Long enough to feel as though the seat has become a part of me, to feel as though the books on the shelves around me are really in my head. It's late. I raise my head, seeing my mother emerge from the shadows of the library. She pulls out a chair at the table, and I sit out, sinking into it solemnly. I look down, unable to look at her. I know. At this point, she's a reflection of me. I'm sure I have the same bluish hollows under my eyes, the same streaks of crimson in them. It's time to settle in for bed, son, she said softly. You haven't slept since yesterday. She's speaking to me like I'm a wild fawn, seconds away from spooking. With any other issue, she tells me to be strong, to wear a mask, and keep my emotions smothered. But when it comes to Sierra, she knows there's no point in that. How can I sleep? Sierra has been taken from me, and I need to get her back, I remind her, returning my attention to the treaty sitting before me. It's long and complicated, and so painfully intricate it's hurting my brain. So far, I've only found that it reiterates what Zion conveyed to me. I'm sure Sierra is safe for now. Sleep will clear your mind, help you think better, she prompts. I shake my head. The thought of having to lie my head on a pillow in a dark room without Sierra sleeping beside me is so unpalatable that my stomach turns. Even if I am exhausted, there is no time to waste. I rub my temple. Zion abused Sierra and her mother before. It's only a matter of time before he does it again. The thought of him raising his hand to her fills me with a burning rage that I struggle to dampen. My foot is incessantly tapping beneath the table, my body wrought with unspent energy. Mother sighs, leaning over the table. What are you looking at? The treaty. I'm looking for a loophole, I admit. All I've managed to determine is that those who wrote this seem to want to make it as difficult to understand as possible with its cursive writing and extravagant wording. Even if you found one, you would have to make your case to all the alphas, and most wouldn't have an interest in incurring Zion's wrath, she brings up tentatively. I pin her with a stare. They would rather not have mine. And my wrath they would be faced with if they stood by while my mate was stolen from me, and something could be done about it. Even Imogen would feel inclined to side with me. Just don't make yourself insane looking for a loophole, she encourages gently. Take your time, get this right. I need her back, Mother. She nods solemnly. I know. I'm finding it increasingly more difficult to remain rational. My reasons for waiting to save Sierra from her father's grasp are becoming more diluted by the second. All I can think about is her in that house with him. Then I'm going to confront Zion. Once and for all, I mutter, rubbing circles against my temples. I'm going to enjoy every second of it, of extinguishing everything about him. I flex my fingers just imagining it, thinking about the power that would overcome me when I finally face him. I want to get rid of every obstacle in Sierra's life. I want her to live freely, knowing there is no threat to her. You know how I feel about your desire for revenge, Mother mutters, leaning back in her chair. He killed my father, I remind her bitterly. Your husband. I've never understood how my mother could be so passive. She saw him die with her own eyes and doesn't spend every waking moment fantasizing about ending the man who took her husband from her. I don't get it. Onyxus, you look back upon your past through the eyes of a child. A deep sadness settles into the depths of her eyes. You see your father as a great, strong man. But he could be cruel. I swallow thickly. I know. Do you? Do you truly believe you know? Her voice is sharp. He was cold and distant from us both. He ruled with a heavy hand and was defiant until his death. My father was an austere man, but I learned from a young age not to take it personally. I respected him, and that felt like a worthy bond, enough to satisfy me, even as a young child. He was a good alpha, I grit out. He was an alpha with a taste for war. He pushed and prodded Zion like it was a sport. He drove that man to fight, and fight he did. She taps her chin thoughtfully. Your father was not innocent, not even in his own death. He thought he was untouchable, and Zion taught him a final, cruel lesson. Something heavy settles in my stomach, more visceral than nausea. How could you speak of him like this? Her expression suddenly hardens as she lays her palms against the table, an unsettling edge to the way she stares at me. Don't be naive, boy. Your father loved us both, but he loved the title of heir the most. He threw himself into training you, and for that, you've always felt like you were indebted to him, she explains with a cold calm. I owe all my success to him. I stretch my arms wide, trying to encompass more than just this sprawling estate, but the land and powerful armies that protect it. He taught me everything. He left my mother with so little to do in mentoring me. He may not have sat by my bed and read bedtime stories to me, or hugged me when I accomplished something great, but our relationship transcended affection. Even if at times I would find myself yearning for it. How you are so tender, so capable of such genuine love with Sierra is beyond me. You didn't learn it from either of us. She laughs bitterly, shaking her head before her eyes settle on me. Yet there is darkness in you that your father fostered, that he encouraged. I know the darkness that she mentions, and sometimes it overcomes me. It's especially potent in moments like these, where my mate has been taken from me, and the temptation to destroy everything to get her back becomes almost unbearable. It was also bad after what Cain did to Sierra. I killed him, even when I promised her I wouldn't. He may have been cruel at times, but he loved me. He loved us. And he deserves to have his death avenged, I respond calmly. After your father died, I swore off such grand gestures of power. I saw how his anger and impulse got him killed, and I knew I could not let my son follow in his footsteps, she insists. I shake my head. I'm not. But you are. I don't encourage your thirst for revenge, because your fate will be the same as your father's, and I cannot bear that. Mother wraps her arms around herself, looking off to the side. It's in this moment that I see the quietness of her desperation. She doesn't want to command me to fall in line with her wants, but it's clear it tortures her that I don't. I'm fine, Mother. I will be fine, I assure her. I just don't understand how you could keep everything from me regarding Sierra and Grace. When Grace appeared at my doorstep that night, I saw myself in her. I saw a woman broken, having spent part of her life being married to an alpha. She rubs her face tensely. When I saw Sierra, sweet daring Sierra, I saw you in her. I knew I had to protect them both at all costs. I release a slow, long breath. In her position, I would have likely done the same thing. Knowing about Sierra's connection to Zion wouldn't have changed how I feel about her. It still hasn't, I insist. That was before I figured you two were mates, she deadpants. I knew you were taking the position as alpha, and I saw you kicking them both out. That hurt me. I would never have done that. I loved Grace, too, and I love Sierra. Wincing, I rub my forehead. A headache has gathered between my temples, the tension too much to bear. Mother sighs. I know that now, in retrospect. I have a great deal of regrets, Onyxus. For that, I cannot apologize enough. I don't harbor any resentment for what she has kept from me. She thought she was protecting Sierra, which only scares me. Some part of her thinks I could be callous enough to cast Sierra off. My head falls into my hands, the words of the treaty swimming in my vision. I don't know who I am without the need for revenge. It's something I've always wanted, I admit softly. An 8-year-old boy should not have been considering revenge. She reaches out, resting her hand on my arm. Who knows how that warped your mind? I look up at her, my entire being wavering. There is, however, one part of me that is steadfast. If Zion lays a single finger on Sierra, I will not be able to promise that revenge will not be sought, I tell her earnestly. She stands, knowing there is no point in arguing this. She knows I can be reasoned with when it comes to my mate, to the woman I'm going to marry. Just be careful, please. I bow my head. I will. Now get to sleep. You're worrying me half to death. She gives me a sharp look to let me know this isn't something I can avoid much longer. Fine. Just a few hours, I concede, leaving the treaty on the table, knowing I will resume this position first thing in the morning. I'll look through it for as long as it takes. I will find a way to get Sierra back. Chapter 56. Sierra. I am in utter disbelief. Of all people to be standing in my childhood bedroom, Alston would never have been on my list at all, let alone on the top of it. I'm so stunned, I rub my eyes. Sure, I'm hallucinating. But there he is with fluffy brown hair, glittering blue eyes, and a smirk that holds a myriad of dark and dangerous secrets. What are you doing here? I hiss, stalking closer to him. Keep it down, would you? He looks over my shoulder, grimacing. We're not supposed to interact until tomorrow. Tomorrow? I blink, trying to make sense of his words, until what Zion said comes back to me. Tomorrow I'm to meet the man he intends for me to marry. Taking a long step back, I press my hands to the side of my face. Oh no, shit. What? You're him, aren't you? The one I'm supposed to marry. I shake my head in utter disbelief. I can't marry Alston. I've only met him once at the meeting of the Alphas, and he was nothing but insufferable. He pinned me against a wall, whispered in my ear about how badly he wanted me, and paid the price of flirting with Onyxus' mistress. And yet, Onyxus always told me Alston was an ally of Zion. Why wouldn't he be chosen to marry me? It takes all my effort not to keel over. This feels like a cruel joke, one Alston is participating in to take pleasure in my mortification. He rubs the back of his neck. So he told you already, huh? You need to leave right now. Seriously, go, I snap, gesturing frantically to the door. I'd grab for him and drag him out myself were he not absurdly tall, broad, and holding back more strength than 10 of me could muster. He looks at me strangely. Back to my room? No, idiot. Go home. I don't want to marry you, I exasperate, digging my fingertips into my skull. This can't be happening. Alston sighs, an uncharacteristically stoic look forming on his face. Since I've met him, I've never been able to imagine him commanding a pack as an alpha, but in this moment, I see it. I know the capability to wield power as efficiently as Onyxus. All right, calm down, he instructs gently. Let me explain. I fold my arms across my chest, pinning him with a look. This better be the best explanation of your life. I understand this is shocking for you, but I'm not doing this maliciously, he insists earnestly. Your father came to me only a few days ago and made me this offer. Exhaling slowly, I resist the urge to collapse back onto the bed. The only thing keeping me standing is that I want to avoid touching anything in this room. And you didn't think to warn me? To ask me what the fuck was going on? I question wildly. I don't expect Alston to have any allegiance toward me or Onyxus. He and Onyxus have had strained relations due to Zion, and consequently, my mate's desire to withhold trade from him. And yet, he's standing before me with the urge to explain himself, to justify his actions. I'm choosing to believe he will be capable of freeing me from this. I sent correspondence to Onyxus as estate, but I received nothing back. He rubs his jaw. Well, shit, Alston. Onyxus has been visiting Imogen. Of course, he hasn't gotten to his correspondence yet, I exclaim, neglecting to mention that he has also been hunting me down after I ran from him. If only I had stayed put, waited for him instead of panicking, this could have all been avoided. I didn't know that, okay? He sighs roughly. Zion came to me, and I didn't believe him at first. When he told me you were his daughter, I was doubtful, then I remembered the illustration I had seen of you when you were younger, and the resemblance was uncanny. I wrap my arms around myself. You shouldn't have even known I existed. You wouldn't have if you weren't in Zion's pocket. He steps forward, a flash of anger streaking through those perfectly blue eyes, startling me for a moment. My pack is tiny compared to Zion and Onyxus, all right? All I've ever done as Alpha is to protect what little I have. He rests his hand against his chest, where all his pride resides. Onyxus has never trusted me. He made it clear that any political arrangement we ever had would always be strained and muddled with distrust. Zion was clear about our alliance. Zion is a monster. I realize quickly I'm yelling, and one of Zion's cronies will surely report this interaction to Zion if they overhear. I'm just so wound up with anger and confusion. The toll of being away from Onyxus is starting to catch up with me. It's been days since I saw him, since he got on one knee and promised his life to me. And now I'm standing in my childhood room, facing down another alpha entirely, whom Zion is going to force me to marry. We're all monsters, okay? Even your precious alpha, he snaps distastefully. Why are you here then? Why am I marrying you? I look over him, narrowing my eyes. Zion came to me and made me the offer, he says slowly. I produce an heir with his bloodline in exchange for merging our packs together. When he passes, I'll have control. My eyes widen. They're going to be merging packs? Fuck, this is worse than I thought. I twist around, starting to pace. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Alston's pack is small, but combined with Zion's, it would make it the largest in the land. Onyxus would be ousted from such an honor and would be at dire risk of facing a losing war. Zion would have stronger allies, armies, and resource allocation. This offer can't be passed up. Alston watches me pace warily back and forth. Food insecurity is a serious problem in my pack, as well as access to fresh water. We may have valuable minerals we mine and export, but all it takes is Zion cutting us off from his grain to kill my entire pack. Well, merging packs would make us the largest. Everyone would fear us, but most importantly, it would save my people, he insists desperately. I pause, eyeing him carefully. It's all a mask, I realize. That arrogant smirk, flirtatious way about him, it's hiding a deep insecurity. That desperation etched into his features is painfully honest, his burden becoming apparent. Alston is in more danger than I realize. He doesn't side with Zion because he wishes to spite Onyxus, or because he's inherently evil like my father. He sides with him because he has no other choice. Regardless, I cannot sit idly by while he makes a decision that takes everything from me. Am I supposed to believe this is purely altruistic? That this isn't just about power and control? I challenge. He bows his head back, the light tracing the sharp line of his jaw. His eyes flutter shut, and I see the extent of the dark stains under his eyes. It's part of it. Everything in politics is a mind game. It's about who can maintain the upper hand, he admits. Onyxus wouldn't be a threat to me anymore. I like the idea. You expect me to rule this pack in conflict with Onyxus? I'm hoping by having you as my wife, Onyxus will politically submit to me, he states carefully, taking a step back from me as if he expects physical retaliation. I stiffen. Is that a threat? By taking me as his wife, Onyxus won't be the only one forced to submit. I'll live my life in service to a man I hardly know, who isn't my mate and isn't the one I love. And Onyxus, he'll do anything to keep me safe, even if that means bending to Alston's desires. And unfortunately, Alston knows that. No. Forcing you isn't ideal, but I'm hoping you see how perfect this arrangement is for both of us. His face brightens. My brow crinkles. I'm missing how I benefit? You'll be the Luna of a much larger pack eventually. Zion will restrain our power until he is dead, but eventually we will have more land than we know what to do with. A smile curves at his lips. Then, our union can inspire peace between our pack and Onyxus. What makes you think this betrayal won't just enrage Onyxus more? I question, drawing in a shallow breath. I can't even imagine what Onyxus is going through right now. He'll be torturing himself, considering war and many other horrible options that I can only pray he holds off on. What is essential is that no one knows him and I are mates. If they did, they would use me against him in cruel and violent ways. I'm not a fool. He's deeply in love with you, Sierra, Alston murmurs. I sigh, finally shifting to sit on the bed. I give Alston a hard look, warning him against joining me. I clutch the soft plushness of the duvet and attempt to ground myself. There has to be a way out of this. There's a massive flaw in your plan, I start, gazing up at him. What's that? I want to rule beside Onyxus. I want to be the Luna of his pack, not this one. I love him, I say coldly, leveling a look. Alston swallows thickly, and I swear a douse of hurt or something similar flickers across his face. It's gone in an instant, but it leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. He can't possibly like me in any capacity. He hardly knows me. That's fine, he grinds out. You two can continue to love each other. You can spend time between here and his pack. I snort. Zion won't allow that. He'd much rather carve a hole in my heart and make Onyxus watch than let me into his arms again. If I weren't worth something to him, I'd be a pawn in a very demented game. Why don't we discuss this with Onyxus? I'll make an excuse for needing to return home, and I'll have you accompany me, he offers. Onyxus may join, and we can all discuss this. I scratch under my ear. I don't know. Alston is taking a significant risk by offering this. If Zion found out the deal would be over, and by providing Onyxus a visit to his pack, he's risking getting his neck snapped. What's your other option? I pull out of this arrangement, and you fall into cruel hands? Or we forget this agreement, and we are forced to marry anyway. Then, it's either hope you fall in love with me, or live your life alone. His reminder is cold, but it's realistic. He's right. He doesn't have to be gracious in offering me benefits from this agreement, but for some unspoken reason, he is. Fine. We go with your plan. For now, I breathe out. His face softens with relief. It's strange seeing him step beyond the role of the seductive alpha. Whoever this man standing before me is, he is a stranger, and one I much prefer to the alternative. I like you, Sierra. There's something about you that, I don't know, I like. He appraises me thoroughly, his gaze making my skin prickle with unease. I want this arrangement to work for both of us, okay? I look down at my hands on my lap. Yeah, okay. Act surprised tomorrow when I request that you return home with me for a few days before the wedding? I'll try to have the ceremony drawn back until we can figure something out with Onyxus. He slides his hands into his pockets. All right, I mumble. He gives me a long look, as if he wants to say more. Maybe he sees how dejected I am, how broken, because he withholds his words. Good night, Sierra. Night. I watch him slip from my room, the door closing firmly behind him. Curling into the soft embrace of the bed, I give in to the shiver in my jaw and cry. Chapter 57. Onyxus. I stalk back and forth, flexing my gloved fingers. The air in this room is stale and edged with the tang of blood. Grates near the walls and the grit of the floor are caked in the substance. I haven't come down here in many years. Not since I hired people to take on this task. But today, I'm looking forward to facing the man tied down to a chair before me. I need to release some tension, and he's the perfect subject to inflict it upon. He shifts, his eyes blinking open. His lip is already split, a bruise blooming on one half of his face from his apprehension. Once my private investigator alerted me to his location, my guards quickly brought him here. Duke. You're awake, I greet coldly. It's about time. He looks up at me, his eyes widening before they take in the small room. It's dim and fully enclosed, underground and beneath my manor. Someone has to be incredibly special to end up here. Where am I? It doesn't matter. I think you know why we are here together this evening, don't you? I pull my dagger from its sheath behind me, letting its weight settle in my hands. Since Sierra has been gone, I've kept it with me permanently. Duke swallows thickly at the sight, pulling against his binds. No. I wouldn't suggest lying, I growl, approaching him slowly, passing the dagger between each hand. I may consider having mercy if you start being honest with me. About what? I've done nothing wrong. He pleads, yanking so hard on his chains I can see red welts already starting to gather on his hand. Unfortunately for him, he has bigger things to worry about. Clutching the handle of the dagger, I drive it through the top of his hands, enjoying the gruesome sounds of bones crunching. His scream grinds at my ears as it echoes through the room. I step back, shifting my hands behind my back as I watch him writhe and pant pathetically, his hand now effectively pinned to the chair. Okay, I'll talk, he concedes desperately, rivets of blood flowing from his wound, tainting the precious silver surface of my dagger's blade, trailing down his skin in small streams. I thought so, I mutter. He lets out a few ragged breaths, bowing his head as he regains his composure. Not a single guilty thought passes across my mind as I watch him with relentless focus. This is about your mistress, isn't it? He looks up at me, bloodshot eyes now resigned to their fate. I angle my head. You tried to hurt her. My intention wasn't to kill her, but to scare her, he insists. You have to believe me. Endless, shadowy rage simmers below the surface of my skin as I maintain my calm demeanor. The man before me attacked Sierra at the meeting of the Alphas, and I need to know why. By putting a rope around her neck? I seethe. By striking her in the ribs? She attacked me. The last part was self-defense. Self-defense. I almost laugh bitterly at the absurdity. You lost the right to defend yourself the moment you held her head under the water. I realize I'm shouting, but down here, no one will hear me but him. He's cowering back now, trying to shrink further and further back into his chair. I didn't want to hurt her, okay? I didn't even want to be there. He sounds on the verge of breaking down into tears, which would be an amusing sight if I weren't imagining his hands holding Sierra beneath the surface of the water. Yet you were. He grimaces. I had no other choice. I was paid. Paid? No part of my exterior reveals my surprise at that revelation, but internally I'm reeling. I should have known it was someone powerful, someone with the resources who didn't want to get their own hands dirty. By who? I question, although I suspect I already know the answer. I don't know. He didn't tell me his name. Duke turns his head to look away, trembling as he anticipates me striking him. Was it Alpha Zion? I step closer, looming over him. Tell me the truth now. His face contorts in confusion, shaking his head fervently. Alpha Zion? No, of course not. It was some random guy. I rub my jaw. Someone is taking serious precautions, likely anticipating that I will capture their lackey. Duke really is just some man hired to hurt Sierra, to scare her. He wouldn't be capable of maintaining this front now. Did he mention Zion at all? Not once. He didn't tell me why he wanted this done. He just instructed me to make sure Sierra was scared. Duke risks a look down at his hand, which is now entirely covered in blood. He almost gags, squeezing his eyes shut. Grabbing his collar, I yank him up as much as the chains allow before striking a punch to his face. His head whips to the side, blood cascading from his mouth and onto the wall. You almost killed her. You left her for dead, I growl, shaking him enough to get him to look back at me. All because you were paid. He groans, blood coating his teeth. All I can see is Sierra curled up on the floor, terrified, cradling her ribs where she had been kicked. The rage is invigorating me, coursing potently through my veins. I need to avenge her. I need this man to suffer for what he did to my mate. My family desperately needed the money. This was the easiest option, he sobs, spit and blood eddying together on his chin as I step back to relish in his pain. Your easiest option was to hurt a girl? My mistress, no less. I didn't want to hurt her. I respect you greatly, sir. His words are starting to slur together. But I needed the money. It seemed a better option than working in the mines or on a farm. I shake my head, drawing in a slow breath. This man is a coward who failed his family, and Sierra paid the price. Listen, Duke. I've killed people over far less. People who have hurt Sierra, I tell him calmly. You deserve a slow and painful end. He shakes his head, hair clinging to the sweat on his forehead. Please no. What about my family? You put them at risk by taking this job instead of a more sustainable, ethical job, I hiss. Your cowardice has destroyed your family. I'm not sure if I would spare him, even if he was truly destitute and had tried every option to save his family. I'm not sure I'm a good enough man to see through my rage. No. I'm sorry. Please. His feet scramble against the floor, but the chair is nailed to the ground, unmoving. I pace back and forth before him, noting his blood dotting my knuckles. Any other day, I may have considered making this quick. But my mate is miles away from me in enemy hands. I really feel like making someone hurt. You're a monster. The horror in his eyes is palpable as I stand before him, readying myself for what I have planned. Only when I need to be, I murmur, pausing briefly. I'll ensure your family is taken care of. I mean it too. I'll lift them from poverty and free them from a man who would rather be a mercenary than a humble farmer. I'm not sure how long I spend in the depths of my manor, dealing with a man until his final breath. Time moves strangely underground, with no windows and only a single light. When I finally work my way upstairs, my body heavy with fatigue, I realize it's night. As I head toward the stairs, my mother appears at the top of them. Her eyes widen, and her hand comes to her mouth as she takes in the state of me. Onyxus. What the? She rushes down the stairs to meet me, but pauses a few steps away. I understand her apprehension about getting close as I peer down at myself. My clothing is stained with splatters of dark blood. It layers my skin, all up my arms, and probably on my face too. Tell the staff to avoid the basement cells. I'll deal with it so they don't have to see what I just did, I tell her blandly, starting up the stairs. She follows me. And what did you do? I dealt with Sierra's attacker. He was paid, I inform her, a fresh wave of anger overcoming me. I stamp it down tiredly. I have to remember my mate. If she saw what I just did, I don't think she would look at me the same again. You're becoming your father with every day that passes, Mother snaps, shuddering at the sight of me. Gah, that blood is repulsive. I do what I must. I needed to make sure he didn't know who paid him to hurt her, I explained calmly. He wasn't going to survive the injuries I left him with, so I ended it. The man he described as having paid him has no distinguishable features and doesn't sound familiar to me in the slightest. I'm assuming he's yet another middleman, and the true culprit remains in the shadows. I'll find him. This isn't you. It's exactly who I am, I tell her coldly, striding down the corridor. I need to bathe off this terrible night. Your father got into your head far too much as a child. He manipulated your sense of morality. She sounds desperate, even a little frightened. I pause so she doesn't trip over her absurdly tall heels. She still barely reaches my collarbone as she looks up at me, her eyes narrowed. I will cross every line possible to keep Sierra safe, I remind her softly. And how long will it be until Sierra decides she doesn't want murders on her hands? She quirks a brow. They aren't. They're on mine. I glance down at my hands, at the blood physically staining them. I'm doing this not because of Sierra, but for her. She should not harbor an ounce of guilt for the decisions I choose to make. They're inspired by her, the mother notes. Does she know for certain Cain is dead? I rub my jaw. No. Onyxus, son. She lets out a breath, her shoulders deflating. You're going to scare her away. The urge to remind her that Sierra isn't here to be scared away overcomes me, but I force it back. Ruminating on that reality isn't helping either of us. Let's just get her back here before anything else, I murmur. I can't think with her gone. That much is true. My head is a mess of tangled thoughts that aren't worth sorting through. I can't focus on anything, and the hours are slouching by at this point. She grimaces, pulling a pale envelope from her pocket. Well, this isn't an ideal time, but you should read this. I take it from her, seeing it's addressed to me. What is it? A letter from Alston. He sent this while you were in Alpha Imogen's pack, she states, her eyes darting between me and the letter apprehensively. Zion has arranged for him to be married to Sierra. The two packs will merge, becoming far larger than your own. My gaze snaps up to hers. What? I know this isn't ideal. Until Zion dies, he will maintain control over that large territory that will be a distinct threat to this one. Sierra is marrying Alston? I hiss, blood thumping against my temples, so loud it almost drowns out my thoughts. She huffs out a sigh. That's a secondary detail. Secondary? My mate is marrying Alston. I growl. I'm going to kill him. Just like that, my body is bound with violent tension. That arrogant bastard thinks he's going to get his hands on my mate. The moment I see him, he's dead. Looking down at the letter, I see it's short and written quickly. Dear Onyxus, I understand that our relationship is tense. However, I believe I owe it to you to issue a warning. I have been offered a lucrative deal that I am going to take, but you should know your mistress is a key part of it. I am to marry her and produce an heir that can rule over my pack and Zion's combined. Although I don't like you very much, I am aware she is your mistress, and there are feelings involved. I know what it is like to be in love, so I want to warn you. If Sierra is in Zion's custody by next week, I'll be marrying her. Alston. The letter reveals almost nothing beyond its most essential element. Alston intends to marry Sierra, and at this point, there is nothing that can be done about it. You need to remain calm, Mother insists. Alston has also requested your presence in his pack in a few days. He claims Sierra will be there, so the three of you can talk. However, this may be a trap. I'm leaving now. I start down the hallway toward my room. Onyxus. This could be another of Zion's ploys. He could be luring you into enemy territory before he strikes. Let him, I snap, not looking back at her. I'm not stopping until I bring Sierra home. Chapter 58. Sierra. I pace back and forth, wringing my hands anxiously. I've had no time to admire the natural beauty of Alston's pack as we traveled through it earlier. I've been lost in the depths of my mind, anticipating seeing Onyxus for the first time since I was taken away by my father. There's a swarm of guards lining the wall of the grand hall, all heavily armed. Tensions are high, Alston standing with his shoulders squared back, facing the door. He's tried to maintain his usual air of confidence, but I see it faltering. He should be terrified of facing Onyxus. He's going to confront you the moment he walks in, I note, wishing I could find amusement in the notion. Alston's jaw tightens as he glances between me and the door. Onyxus' transport has entered through his property gates, and at any moment, he's going to burst through the doors with his mindset on confronting Alston. If he does, my guards will handle it, Alston says, sweeping his arms out at those standing at attention. He is far smarter than that. He may not be reasonable right now, I mutter under my breath. As excited as I am to be reunited with my mate, I'm concerned he's driving himself insane having me in enemy hands. I'm sure someone has faced the consequences of his anger. I'm doing this as a favor to both of you. I could claim you as my wife and take the power for myself, Alston notes as I pause my pacing, raising a soft brown eyebrow. I level a look. Do you want me to say thank you? No. That wouldn't be the Sierra I like so much. He smirks, although it fades quickly. There isn't much to celebrate today, and we can already feel the weight of Onyxus' presence before he's even entered the residence. Onyxus is almost here. Maybe don't mention how much you like me, I warn tightly. Any hint that Alston is agreeing to marry for the sake of romance will send my mate over the edge. Alston fake pouts, his dimples deepening. That's no fun. Well, if he confronts you, it would help my situation. I fold my arms over my chest. Would it? Zion would marry you off to someone far less generous and far less impressive in authority. He winks and my stomach turns. Ugh, you're dash. The door slams open violently, making me jump. Onyxus strides in, flanked by two familiar guards. His gaze is trained on Alston as he stalks straight toward him. My heart launches into my throat, my legs weakening. My body calls to him, willing me into his arms, but I force myself to stay still, not wanting to step between two powerful alphas. He looks just as beautiful as always. I so desperately miss raking my hands through his dark, silken hair, brushing my fingers against the sharp angles of his face. I want to kiss him, to rip his clothes off, but mostly I want to feel his arms around me again, want to see him under the old light of the barn. Unfortunately, his attention is solely on the man standing beside me, raw fury dug deep into his expression. Alston. His voice cracks through the tension in the room. The guest of honor has finally arrived. Alston stretches his arms out in greeting. Onyxus doesn't hesitate. The moment he is in reach of Alston, he grabs him by the collar and pushes him back. I yelp, hopping back as Alston stumbles, his mouth bleeding. His guards flinch, but they don't engage just yet, as if they are too scared to face Onyxus down. Alston's head lolls for a moment before he pulls it straight, grinning at Onyxus with bloody teeth. Onyxus deals out another shove, this time pushing Alston down to his hands and knees. Onyxus, stop. He backs off a step, rolling his shoulders as he glances at me. He looks tired, no, exhausted. The hollowness in his eyes and the dark shadows beneath them make my heart ache. Sierra, he breathes softly, striding over to cradle my face with gentle hands that just forced an alpha down to his knees. Are you okay? I let his eyes search my body, his relief palpable when he finds my bare skin unmarred. I'm fine, I'm not hurt, I assure him, laying my hand over his. We're going home, he states decidedly, pulling away from me. He grabs my arm, intending to walk me out with him, but I balk, my feet sliding against the polished stone floor. Wait. I can't. Onyxus frowns, his hand falling from mine. Alston stands, leaning over to spit blood onto the floor, his face stained with it. Nice greeting, asshole, he grumbles. You deserve far worse, and you will get far worse in time, Onyxus snaps at him. Onyxus, don't. I look between the two, noting how my mate's body is coiled with need to hit him again. Just hears out. He physically flinches, hurt flashing across his features. I realize he's sensing a different dynamic between Alston and me, his confusion palpable. Us? There is no us between you two, he hisses, holding his hand out to me. Come on, Sierra, let me take you home. Let Zion wage war against me. No, I won't let that happen. Let me explain what is going on and what our plan is. There is no need for unnecessary violence, I insist. Alston circles his face with his finger. I agree. Onyxus sighs through his nose, visibly conflicted. Thankfully, he relents, trusting me like he has done since we became friends. Fine, he grinds out. Alston leads us deeper into his home, which is decorated with eccentric artwork and strange furniture. It suits his personality well, although the especially graphic portraits of naked bodies force me to avert my eyes. We wander into a formal sitting room that clearly doubles as a meeting room. Alston wipes his face with a cloth, muttering about how lucky Onyxus is that he heals quicker than most. I sit down stiffly on a couch. Alston attempts to sit next to me until Onyxus shoves at his shoulder, sending him stumbling back a few steps. I don't think so. The warning weighs heavily in the air as Onyxus sits next to me instead. I'm doing you a favor. You could try being nicer to me, Alston grumbles as he takes a seat opposite us, stretching his long legs out. You're marrying the woman I love. A woman I would cross any line for. Onyxus rests a possessive hand on my thigh, squeezing gently. I'm beyond being nice. Despite knowing these two could launch into a fight at any moment, I feel my body start to relax. It seems to do that naturally in my mate's presence, his warm and familiar scent flooding my senses. I twist my body so I can look at Alston and Onyxus in turn, ready to address this dire situation. Zion wants me to produce an heir that can rule in his place, I explain slowly, so he doesn't miss a word. He knows that he will likely not live long enough for my child to be ready to become alpha, so he's forcing me to marry someone who can maintain temporary power once he passes and produce a worthy heir. Which is me, Alston adds tentatively. Onyxus looks over him, disgust tugging at his face. You. I'm an alpha. Alston's expression hardens. Don't look at me like that, we are the same age. I may not command such a large pack, but I rule nonetheless. Onyxus shakes his head, dismissing him with a single look toward me. He has never taken Alston seriously and harbors a deep mistrust of him due to his connection with Zion. So what, you combine packs? That is the plan, Alston states. I cannot allow that to happen. Onyxus is very aware that by combining packs with Zion, he and Alston will have the largest. Currently, Onyxus holds that title, but only barely due to the land he claimed back in a small war a couple of years ago. I will have equal power to him in this pack, remember? I add quickly, trying to pull his focus to me so he remains calm. We can do a lot with that power. Your power will be smothered. He looks to Alston. You really think I'm going to allow you to marry Sierra? My mate's grip on me tightens, the heat from his palm warming my skin. Now that we are together again, it's like he can't stand not to be touching me at all times. It's a necessary evil. I will make sure you see her as often as you desire, Alston barters softly, the tense lines in his forehead only deepening. A muscle in Onyxus' jaw ticks. Sierra belongs in my pack as my Luna. I will settle for nothing less. I wish I could come back to you, Onyxus. I want nothing more than that. I reach out to brush my hand on his face, remembering the look on his face right before he asked me to marry him. But Zion has a legitimate claim to me, and Alston is my best option. At least he will let me see you. There has to be another way. We could eliminate Zion, I bring up weakly. How? Onyxus asks. I don't know, but we are on his estate, right near him. It would be hard, and we would have to turn his guards against him first, but it can be done, I say, my hope rising with every word. Alston and I lay claim to the land, but I live with you in your pack. We can broker deals and treaties. It could work. We could be the strongest allies. For a moment, there is silence. I expected a celebration. Eliminating Zion would eliminate the most significant problem before us. Onyxus' voice is grave. There's a problem with your plan, Sierra. What? Alston isn't going to eliminate Zion. I turn my attention to the man, whose head is bowed, perfectly sculpted curls draping over his forehead. What? Of course he would. Right, Alston? He won't because Zion is his only true ally. If this goes wrong, Alston will lose everything, won't you? Onyxus pins him with a stare that a lesser male would shrink under. It won't go wrong. We will plan it, make sure nothing can go wrong, I insist. I'll think about it. He sounds reluctant, unsure. So far, Alston has been merciful, giving me more free rein to make decisions than I wouldn't otherwise have in this situation. I got so caught up in his goodwill that I forgot he is also acting in his own self-interest, and his charitable actions only extend so far. Lying to her already? Onyxus murmurs. Give me time to think. Everything I am doing is for both your benefits, he snaps, his eyes darkening. Do you know how easy it would be to marry her regardless of her wants? How easy it would be to seduce her, to fill her with an heir, and have that land for myself. Onyxus stands swiftly, but I'm already up and standing between them, pinning them both with furious stares in turn. That is exactly why we need to be reasonable, Onyxus, I remind him slowly, pressing my hand against his chest so he can't advance. Let Alston think about it. Zion is having us get married in a week, so we will go through with that, then reconvene. A marriage can be broken, so it's not irreversible. That is the case in my pack, but marriages are permanent in Zion's pack. Especially between heirs to the throne, Onyxus states bitterly, still glaring at Alston. I falter. Wait, what? Alston holds his hands up defensively. I didn't know that. Shit. My head collapses into my hands as I sink back down onto the couch. Onyxus crouches down in front of me, taking my hands into his. As lovely as it is to feel his touch, I hate knowing my ring isn't on my finger upon Zion's instruction. Instead, it's hidden safely where he can't destroy it. Marry me instead, while I'm here. He smiles weakly, but it drops the moment he looks at Alston. If you let me marry her, you can go through the ceremony in front of Zion, but it will have no political meaning. If she marries you, you can bring her back to your pack. You will have more of a claim to her than Zion, Alston reminds him. That doesn't benefit me in the slightest. Onyxus sighs, straightening. I won't call upon that privilege. No one will know, not even my own pack. How am I supposed to trust that? Make a contract, a treaty. Allow it to bar me from ever announcing war against you. Make it in your favor, I don't care. It will force me to keep my word, he offers tightly. Suppose he intertwines himself in a complex agreement with Alston, who knows what could happen. We've already spiraled deep enough into this mess, and escape from it seems so far away. Onyxus, it's not worth it. It's more than worth it. If we are married, I know that if Zion turns against you, I can keep you safe. It is all I need to sate me for now, he assures me. Alston rubs his jaw thoughtfully. If you marry her, I have no political claim to Zion's pack. Draft an agreement for me. I'll sign in favor of giving you power equal to mine within the pack. No one in Zion's pack will know our marriage to be false, so you will have public support, I offer him. If I breach the agreement, well, you name the terms. Now it's Onyxus' turn to appear concerned. Sierra. It's okay. We have to sacrifice something if we want this to work. It's not the most romantic circumstance to marry my mate and the man I've loved for my entire adult life, but I'll take anything right now. All I know is that I want to be married to him, and not Alston. I'll consider those agreements, Alston concedes, loosening a breath. If I agree, we do the ceremony secretly. I'll draft the contracts tonight, and it will be done tomorrow. Thank you, Alston. I offer a smile and nothing more, not wanting to incur Onyxus' wrath toward him anymore. He sighs, a dejected slump to his shoulders as he points above him. There is a room for you to share upstairs, he tells us. The staff will guide you. Chapter 59. Onyxus. I'm feeling murderous. The room I'm in feels too small, too constricting. I want to be beyond its walls, ending this stupidity once and for all. Alston marrying Sierra. The thought is so preposterous I could laugh about it, were I not so infuriated. Zion chose him not just because he is an ally, but to get under my skin. If he can do something to make me suffer, he's going to do it. It hasn't been long since I was in his presence, and I'm already regretting not confronting him sooner. The only thing serving my nerves is my beautiful mate sitting on the edge of the bed. Having seen her after a week relieved an aching tension within me, easing my concerns for her safety. She's unhurt, she's determined, and I know she's strong enough to get through this. Still, I'm struggling to fight the urge to leave this room, Alston's estate, and his pack entirely with her in tow. I have a bad feeling about this, I mutter, pacing back and forth. I've probably worn footprints into the carpet by now. Alston has no reason to agree to our terms so far, to let us marry. He could take me and the power for himself, but he's choosing to be a good person, she reminds me, her warm eyes blinking up at me. We need to do our best to keep him happy. I flex my fingers, resisting the urge to roll them into fists. There has to be another reason why he's willing to negotiate with Sierra and me. There have to be other interests at play, but Sierra hasn't seemed to pick up on them yet. He's putting everything on the line by allowing us to marry tomorrow. Everything. The terms of the agreements will be onerous, I point out. I'm willing to lose everything to bring Sierra back to me. Alston doesn't know we are mates, but he can see how deeply I care for her. He will push to take as much from me as he can. He wants power, but more than anything, he wants to ensure his people are fed. She adjusts the skirts of a dress she definitely didn't make herself, considering it's plain and drab. Your pack has excellent grain production, right? I nod. It rivals Zion's. Alston is going to go for that. He's going to want to know his people will be safe if this turns, she murmurs, releasing a long, stressed breath. Alston is a complicated man and an even more complicated alpha. There is a reason why other alphas have been wary of trading with him, and it's because of his unpredictability. Marin avoids him, and Lennon will never take him seriously. But if a trade is what he wants in exchange for the privilege of being able to marry Sierra, I'll comply with his demands. I rub the back of my neck. We won't know what he has planned until tomorrow. Sierra looks down at her lap, twisting at her necklace tensely before she looks up at me, a shimmery veil of tears gathering in her eyes. "What if we never get to be together?" she whispers. I crouch down in front of her, taking her trembling hands into mine. Touching her soft skin is such a relief, remembering that the gentle flutter of sparks is real, knowing she truly is my mate. "Hey, of course we will," I soothe. "You will be the Luna of my pack. You may have power of your own now, but I know your soul is tied to my land." Our land. Seeing Sierra be a Luna beside me is all I have ever wanted. She has always been my equal, and the power of such a position has always belonged to her. "Zion will never allow me to be with you. We will find a way. We will kill Zion if we have to." I sit on the bed next to her, needing to be close, needing to put my arm around her to draw her close. Even if I gain power once he dies, Alston will be a problem. Combining all our packs would be a nightmare. She rubs her forehead, the weight of her burdens heavy. It would be impossible. My land is distant from theirs, I admit. Peace, however, is not impossible. It hurts to consider peace when all I've ever desired is to see Zion's pack burn. Knowing Sierra has a claim to it changes things, and peace could bring harmony across the land. I'm not sure it will be easy to attain. I really don't want to kill Alston. Not when he is making this sacrifice. Not when he is giving me options. She turns to look at me, pinning me with a look that is hard with a warning. She doesn't want me to kill Alston. She is fair and reasonable and the peacemaker out of the two of us. As tempted as I am to end him for so much as touching my mate, I want to honor her desires. "We won't hurt him," I say decidedly, albeit reluctantly. "If he cooperates as he is currently doing, I'll have no reason to kill him." She smiles, visibly relieved. "I really missed you, Onyxus." She inches closer to me, blinking back tears. I almost groan at the sentiment, feeling as though I've been parted from her for months. I cup the side of her face before delving my fingers into her hair, drawing her close. "I missed you too. You have no idea." The moment her mouth touches mine, the world goes dark around me. Nothing matters beyond this, beyond the insistent press of her lips. I slide my tongue into her mouth, claiming her, gripping a fistful of her hair between my fingers. She presses her body close to mine, her hands gliding over my shoulders and down my chest. I could rip her clothes off right now. I could forget that someone is trying to take her from me and have her right here. Instead, the mind melts, falling back into a familiar place of comfort. We're in the barn together, under the gentle lighting, a game of cards forgotten as we lie together in the hay. When she pulls away, her lips are swollen, and she's breathing harshly. I'm ready to pull her back in when she speaks suddenly. "I'm sorry about lying to you, about not telling you Zion was my father," she murmurs apprehensively. I lean back a touch, loosening a sigh. I knew this topic was coming, but amongst everything else, it's felt so insignificant. At first I was hurt, but I've been so desperate to get you back that I don't care, I explain, threading my fingers through hers. "Nothing can compromise how I feel about you. We are fated to be together. You kept this from me out of necessity, out of survival. I should be apologizing for making you think that you couldn't tell me. Part of me knew I could, but the other part of me was so scared." She bows her head, screwing her eyes shut. "I know, I understand. You lost your mother, you were alone," I murmur, brushing my thumb against the top of her hand tenderly. "But you have me now, always. I'll never give up on you." When she looks back up at me, her lashes are laden with tears. "I love you, Onyxus. So much. I love you too." I'll never get over how good it feels to be able to say that to her, completely uninhibited. Suddenly, she pauses, wiping her eyes. "Wait, I need to tell you something else." "What is it?" "I've been receiving notes for the past several months. Someone has been threatening me, telling me I need to tell you my secret before people get hurt, she says through a wince. It takes a moment to process what she's saying, but the moment it sinks in, so does my anger. The man I tied to the chair and tortured comes to mind, and how there is still someone out there who is a threat to my mate. Wait, what? You were being threatened and you never told me. If I had, you would have known who my father was, she reminds me tentatively, biting down on her lip. Do you know who has been sending these notes? She shakes her head. No. I think they are the person who murdered the girls, then tried to kill me at the Alpha's meeting. I stand, needing to move, to release some of the tension gathering like a storm in my limbs. The same urge to do something, to hurt someone who might be involved, has returned as quickly as the need had dissipated. Shit. I lace my fingers into my hair as I pace again. The person who attacked you was paid by someone else. Do you think it's the person threatening you? She wraps her arms around herself, a shadow cast over her face. It has to be. I'll find who is doing this. They won't hurt you, I promise, I assure her firmly. Someone has been terrorizing her, and like many elements of her life so far, she's had to shoulder the problems herself. She doesn't need to worry about that any longer. I'm going to find who is responsible for threatening her, for attempting to kill her, and I'm going to end them. They're why I ran from you. I thought I was protecting you, she explains before she lets out a breathy laugh. Perhaps I should thank them. You finally came to your senses and proposed. I shake my head, the worst of my temper eddying away as I take Sierra in. All that matters right now is that I'm here with her when I thought I had lost her forever. We may not have much time, but I'll take all I can get. I stride forward, leaning over her as I kiss her. She lets me pick her up, moving her further onto the bed. I've restrained myself for too long, and now I want her. Isn't it strange to think that all along you required a wife of noble birth? All along I was one. She smiles despite herself as I pull my mouth from hers, placing soft kisses along her jawline. The irony isn't lost on me. The one I wanted all along, who I was told I couldn't have, was more than qualified for the position. In fact, as the daughter of an alpha, she was always worlds above the others. Not that it mattered. I've only ever wanted Sierra because I'm in love with her. After all, she is everything good in my life and my best friend. If there was any reason to tell me about your birth father, it was that. I would have taken you as my wife right then, I murmur against her skin. I can feel her shake her head, her fingertips grazing against the bare skin of my arms. No, you wouldn't. Not when I'm the daughter of your enemy. I lean up, my breath coasting against her lips. You need to stop doubting how I feel about you. You will always come before everything else in my life. That's my new promise to you. I'm going to fight for you. Fight for us, she vows quietly. No amount of power will ever tempt me away from you. Running my thumb over her lips, I let the immense, almost crushing feeling of love press into me. I'm the luckiest man to have this woman underneath me, and I can't let her slip away. Sitting up, I glide my palms up her thighs, watching them disappear beneath the hem of her dress. I'm going to make love to you now, my precious, incredible mate. Right as I lean down to claim her mouth again, something moves in the corner of my vision. I glance over to see a large envelope slip underneath the door. Sierra follows my gaze. What was that? I leap from bed, stooping over to pick it up. Unsealing the envelope, I pull out 2 pieces of paper, checking them one by one. The contract has arrived, I note grimly. I wasn't expecting it to be drawn up so quickly. Austin clearly had something in mind before I even stepped into his pack, which only proves my theory that he is pulling strings from all different directions, luring us into his trap. Huh. I was expecting pages and pages of terms, Sierra exclaims with a frown, mirroring my thoughts. I hand her one of the pages. This one is yours. I read quickly, scanning the written text. There are a few terms related to grain, as Sierra suspected, and something about a trade and immigration treaty that I pass over. It's all preliminary, and seems conscionable until my eyes graze over a clause right at the bottom. Fuck, I breathe out. What? There. I turn to her page, figuring she has yet to read to the bottom. I press my finger under the clause written plainly. He has given us a choice between 2 terms. She squints. Read it to me. My stomach tumbles into a painful knot. The hope that Alston would strike a fair, simple deal has been utterly dashed. Option 1 is that you and I marry tomorrow. However, Alston demands an heir in return to ensure political leverage. Or, he marries you and I get the heir. Chapter 60. Sierra. If I could sink between the cushions of this stiff couch, I would. I'm not sure how Onyxus is staying so composed right now, but I get the feeling it won't last long. If his patience were a piece of string, it would be pulled taut and so frayed that only a thread was keeping it together. My terms are perfectly reasonable, Alston says from the other side of the table, his copy of the agreement pressed beneath his palms. Violent rage pulls at Onyxus's handsome features. Reasonable? Have you lost your mind, Alston? I ask, staring down at the agreement, hoping the words miraculously change before my eyes. How could he ever think I would agree to carry his baby for him? It makes perfect sense. I need to know I have a claim to that land, that my bloodline does. It's the only way to keep my land safe. If you give birth to my child, I will have that, he determines, passing a look between Onyxus and me. I've noticed he's increased the number of guards in the room since yesterday. He wants to make it clear to Onyxus that if he's attacked, he will be defended. Bowing my head into my hands, I let out a deep breath. No, this can't be happening. Or we marry and Onyxus loses his claim to you as his Luna forever. Alston leans back, a triumphant look gracing his features. A muscle in Onyxus's jaw ticks. I'm not letting you fuck her, the woman I love. It's just sex. It may only take a few times. His eyes soften as they meet mine. I would make it good for you. I can't seem to decide whether I should focus on my repulsion or Onyxus. I put my hand out, pinning him with a look as rage shifts in his eyes. Any second now, he's going to strike. Onyxus, stay calm, I warn quietly before shifting my attention from him when I'm satisfied he isn't going to lash out. Alston, you realize how insane this is. This is politics. Far more has been done for far less. He rubs the page of the agreement between his thumb and finger. We both get what we want. Once you've had my child, we can negotiate peace between our packs. We all have a reasonable amount of control. The rest is history. He says it like it's so easy, as if there's still not enough for me to give up, my own child being the primary issue. This isn't happening. I will not allow it, Onyxus exclaims sternly, his voice giving no room for argument, although Alston clearly has no qualms pressing the matter. Then I marry her. You will retain an heir. You won't have to take another lover. Your pack will be safe from certain demise, but you will lose your right to have her in your pack, to call upon her return at your will. You will be tied to when I can get her to this pack, get her away from Zion. It won't be often and it won't be easy. Onyxus and I exchange wary glances. The problem is that Alston is making fair and reasonable arguments, whereas what has been put on the table is not so life-altering. Sleeping with him, bearing his child, and contributing to this fucked-up situation is the last thing I want to do. The problem is, I'm scared he's right and that we don't have another choice. Onyxus doesn't care about continuing his reign. He cares about having me, his mate, with him in his own pack. If we marry now, I will be limited in seeing her regardless. At least until Zion is dead, Onyxus brings up. I could call upon the right to bring my wife back to my pack, but there is a chance Zion wages war against me and garners support by telling my enemies I stole his daughter from him. I'm willing to take that risk. No, he's not. There will be no war, I cut in, staring him down. I won't be the reason people die in a pointless war. They don't deserve to suffer because of a vendetta between two people, and I know Onyxus shares my view. Allow me my heir and I'll kill Zion myself, Alston promises. His words cause the temperature of the room to plummet. Even Onyxus falls quiet. I scan Alston's face, looking for amusement or perhaps a wariness that would suggest that he's saying anything to get us to agree. Strangely, I find a firm resolve, a determination that wasn't there yesterday. I need to think about this. I dig my fingers into my hair, forcing air into my lungs. We must return today. Zion is expecting us, Alston states. Either agree now, or we will have to reconvene in a month or so. A month? I can't be away from Sierra that long, Onyxus counters. Alston rolls his eyes, the unseriousness I've always associated with him returning for the briefest moment. "You can't possibly love her that much," he mutters. I sigh through my nose. If we are going to make this work, then Alston needs to know the truth. He'll never understand why it's imperative that Onyxus and I see each other often if we don't fess up. He's my mate, Alston. If we are away for too long, we will get sick. I will weaken, I might die, I admit cautiously, ignoring Onyxus' burning stare into the side of my face. "Mates? Are you fucking kidding me?" he exasperates, throwing his hands up. "If I weaken, Zion could easily kill me," Onyxus adds tentatively, seeming reluctant to bring that up, since he'll be woken up to everyone, including Alston. "Well, this complicates matters." Alston rubs his face. "Sierra will need her strength to carry my heir to full term." Onyxus shakes his head, remarkably restrained. Hopefully, he is satisfied with his internal fantasies, because I'm sure he's imagining killing Alston in various brutal ways in his head right now. "Want to rewrite the terms then?" he says after a few moments of silence. "I can agree on once every 2 weeks. I'll make it work, but it will be for only a couple of hours." Enough to satisfy the bond, Alston mutters reluctantly. Onyxus pushes the agreement away from him. "I can't agree to this. I refuse to make my mate a mere object to you. She does not exist just to carry either of our children for political advantage." Alston turns his attention to me. Something is chilling about the way he appraises me. "We all have to make sacrifices," he murmurs. "Don't forget that Alston is doing this for our benefit. He doesn't need to make this agreement," I say to Onyxus, offering a weak smile. As disturbing as this is, it's easy to forget that Alston is only doing this out of kindness. Everyone in this room knows how easy it would be to marry me and force me to carry his heir. "We will take the month. Ensure you can give us a night together in 30 days, and we will have made up our minds," Onyxus says finally, reaching over to take my hand. "Sierra, I'll see you in 2 weeks, and we can discuss which option we want to take, if any." I nod numbly. The thought of being away from him for another 2 weeks hurts so bad my stomach feels as though it's turning in on itself. But doing it this way is far better than losing Onyxus completely. He's here, fighting for me. I can't let it be for nothing. "What about Zion's plan to have Alston and me married?" I bring up. "Put it off. Do something," Onyxus instructs, the early morning light from the window dousing his skin with warmth. "Get sick, or pretend to need to negotiate. Make it a month." "I can do that," Alston relents. "It is time to go, Sierra." Every muscle aches, protests as I force myself to stand. We wander out into the foyer, all the emotion I've been fighting off catching up with me. At least I had last night with my mate. At least there have been these few fleeting moments. We turn to each other, so many unspent emotions passing over Onyxus' face as he looks over me. His grip on my hands tightens before he pulls me in close. "I love you, Onyxus. I hate being apart from you." I wrap my arms around him, unable to feel close enough to him. "We will be together soon, I promise. I won't stop until this has all been resolved." He nuzzles into my neck, pressing a kiss to my skin. "I love you." Yeah, all right. "Come on, Sierra." Alston tugs at my arm as I pull away from Onyxus. I don't take my eyes from him, my throat burning, eyes clouding with tears as he walks away. The moment he's out of my sight, I bow my head, a sob forcing itself from my throat. "Hey," Alston murmurs. "You don't need to cry. He's my mate, Alston." I swipe at the tears streaming down my cheeks, but fresh ones quickly replace them. This situation is hopeless. I'm back living with a man who abused me and my mother for the better part of our lives. I may either have to marry a man I don't know or carry his child. And to make matters worse, the man I've wanted my entire adult life and can finally have has been taken from me. My parents are mates. They hate each other, Alston admits with a shrug. Just because the universe has deemed you compatible doesn't mean you can make it work. I don't hate Onyxus, I snap, scowling at him. He was my friend before my lover. Alston only sighs. Lucky you. Why are you so bitter? You didn't have to say goodbye to someone you love. I wrap my arms around myself, wishing they were replaced by Onyxus instead. I'm sorry. I rub my fingers against my temples. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for making an agreement instead of being evil. Most people would be in your position. His gentle blue eyes soften. I don't want to be cruel. I believe him. He could be, and he's not. Most alphas in his position would be lured into darkness by the promise of power. Alston has so much on the line, too, and yet he's still choosing to be fair. Will you really kill Zion? I ask him tentatively. He takes a moment to respond before he nods slowly. I would, Sierra, he promises. I will. I smile, wiping the last tear from under my eye. I believe you. Chapter 61. Sierra. The mid-afternoon sun warms my skin as it shifts over the page in front of me. This is absolutely ridiculous. The words in front of me are nonsensical and frankly amusing. I'm hardly paying attention even though Zion insists it's crucial. Apparently, the fact that I grew up without a targeted education to raise me as a leader is beyond abhorrent. Despite Zion not wanting me to have absolute power, he has insisted that I be educated, just in case. The so-called education is ridiculous, but at least it's filled my week with something to do while I wait to see Onyxus again. How is your study going, Sierra? Zion asks, standing in the doorway of the quasi-classroom that has been set up. I don't look up at him, tapping my pencil against the table absently. Fine. Learning anything new? I roll my eyes. Oh, I'm learning plenty. Zion makes his presence known on occasion. I've seen him more since being here than I did in a whole month as a child. I know he wants me to feel trapped, to feel like I can't escape. Why would I even bother escaping? No matter where I go, he has the right to call me back to him. Good, it's important to keep your mind active, he states. Especially when we've had to push back your wedding. I glance over to see him glaring at Alston, who is sitting in the corner of the room, reading. With nothing better to do, Alston and I have been spending a lot of time in each other's presence. He's a strangely comforting presence, even if we don't talk most of the time. Just knowing I'm not alone here, in a place full of trauma, is helping a lot. I imagine Zion isn't blowing up at me like he used to because Alston is the buffer between us. Alston has been sick, I remind him bitterly, sweeping my gaze to Alston, who shifts uneasily. Zion was reluctant to accept Alston's excuse for pushing off the wedding, but he has no reason to believe Alston is doing this for my benefit, since he's the one who gains from our marriage. You seem a lot better today, Zion notes, looking over Alston skeptically. He clears his throat. I'm getting there. By next week, you'll be ready. I want to hold off another week, he says suddenly. There are people I want at my wedding. Special people. I watch Zion, surveying his reaction. We need this extra week so I can convene with Onyxus again and make our final decision about which option we're going to take. I've pored over other options that don't include marrying Alston or carrying his child, but I've come up empty-handed. Hopefully, Onyxus is having more luck. Don't tell me you're getting sentimental. It's not as if you're marrying for love, Zion mutters, rubbing his forehead. It will be the only time I marry, Alston insists. Whether it's for love or not, I want some family and friends attending that will need more than 1 week's notice. I stay quiet, tapping the end of my pencil against my lips. Alston is facing my father down with not a flicker of fear in his eyes. It's his weakness that appeals to my father, so I'm nervous. Fine, but remember that every day you wait is another day that Onyxus may find a way to come between our agreement. He hisses lowly, as if I can't hear. That is very unlikely. At least Alston is a good actor. He doesn't give a single thing away, which eases some of my tension. Still, at any moment, he could change his mind about our agreement, and I'll be doomed. I hate knowing I'm relying on his goodwill. Zion slides his hands into his pockets. Who knows? He seems to love my daughter. He doesn't seem to, he does, I grumble, shaking my head. He doesn't know what it's like to love someone truly, so he's taking it out on me. He's an alpha, daughter. If you do not think you will move on quickly now that you are gone, you're very mistaken. I almost laugh, shaking my head. I'm not the mistaken one. At least Alston has kept the fact that Onyxus and I are mates to himself. Part of me thought he would use it against me, but that remains to be seen. He has a world of choices, Zion comments. Why would he wait for you when he can pick another? Perhaps he will come to his senses and take that Violet girl as his wife again. Whatever. He's only saying this to cause doubts, to stop my desperation to get back to him. It won't work. Nothing he can say can take away my hope that Onyxus and I will come back together again. I get up, wanting some space from Zion, but he steps into the doorway, blocking me from exiting. Sit, Sierra. He motions back to my seat. I'm not done speaking to you. The backs of my teeth grind together as I consider him. Reluctantly, I sit down, a heavy weight bearing down on my chest. He's terrorized me, and now he wants to put the cherry on top. Now, I'm not a traditional man. What is important right now is producing an heir to continue on my reign once I'm gone, he starts. You do not need to be married to do this. Alston straightens. Zion, don't. Don't make me say this more than once. His eyes darken. Get to it. You can start tonight. I launch from my seat, my hands balling into fists. No, you can't make. I don't want to hear it, he snaps, his powerful voice filling the room. Go now. Or face the consequences. There is no challenging him. He has the power, and as much as I want to fight him, I can't. Any more pushing, and he would find other ways to retaliate against us. Yes, sir, Alston mutters, giving me a sidelong glance. We walk upstairs wordlessly. We opt to go to my room, passing by guards who will no doubt report back to Zion if we don't do as he instructed. The moment the door closes behind us, I whirl around, pointing my finger at him. Don't even think about it. Come on, I wouldn't do that. He holds his hands up defensively. I sit on the bed, dejected. My head falls into my hands, the reality of my situation collapsing on top of me. This is so messed up. I look up hopelessly. What are we going to do? You give me an heir and I kill Zion, Alston says with a shrug as if it's so easy. But that would mean... I break off, a wave of nausea rolling over me at the thought. For a second, I think I can fight it off, having become used to feeling ill when I think about the agreement I'm about to enter into, but it becomes too much to bear. Rushing into the adjoining bathroom, I barely make it to the toilet before I'm throwing up. My stomach aches and my throat burns, and at one point, I feel tears falling from my eyes. Once I'm done and the toilet is flushed, I lean back, sitting on the cool floor for a moment while I regain my breath. Good to know I repulse you. I look up to see Alston standing in the doorway, leaning against the frame. A smirk plays on his lips as he looks over me, concealing the briefest flicker of concern. The thought is so horrifying. I shiver. Not because you're not a good-looking man, but because I never want to be with anyone but Onyxus. He sighs. I get that. We'll figure it out. We have to. I stand, bracing my arms against the sink as I stare at myself in the mirror. I've been so depleted of energy since being away from Onyxus, my eyes dulling and my skin turning sallow. You have one more week, Sierra. It's all I can give you, Alston murmurs. I know. You can imagine how hard this is though, right? Of course, I feel terrible. You are a nice girl, Sierra. You have a lot of fire in you, and you'll do anything for those you are loyal to. I really admire that about you, he says, watching me wash my mouth out under the tap. But I need to protect my interests too. Turning to face him, I nod, patting my mouth with a cloth. I understand. And I do. The resentment for him being part of what's putting me in this decision has melted away. His people are going to starve if this goes wrong, and I know his intentions are in the right place. I know you do, because you're good like that. He follows me back into the bedroom, sitting next to me on the bed. I'm not good like you. You are. A bad person wouldn't be willing to do all this for someone he hardly knows, I remind him. He smiles. A real, earnest smile that he's not wearing to protect his true interests. I'm looking at the honest Alston, and it's nice. I feel like I know you so well already, you know that? More than most people. I know how to get along with alphas, I laugh softly. I quickly realized Onyxus wasn't anything to be afraid of, and although he's more special than most, he's as easy to get along with as anyone else. Alston is the same, although our relationship is strained. I don't think we'll ever be close friends, but maintaining a friendly relationship may ensure he doesn't turn against me. You're easy to talk to. He watches me with gentle eyes. You're making life here a lot easier. Let's just hope we don't have to do anything we'll both regret, huh? I joke, nudging him, pretending like my stomach isn't turning again. He smiles tightly. Yeah, I guess we'd better settle in for the rest of the night, I mutter. He's not going to believe something happened unless you're in here all night. He stands, stretching. I'll sleep on the floor. That would be ideal, I admit, rubbing the back of my neck. As bad as I feel for casting him to the ground, having him in my bed is only going to send mixed messages. I don't think he's actually interested in me, but just in case. Can we still talk, though? He asks after a few minutes of silence. I've been so lonely for so long. Of course we can. Chapter 62. Onyxus. I watched the pair before me, simmering in my anger. The only reason I came to this event was to see Sierra. Imogen hasn't hosted a ball in over a decade, so this feels like a special kind of torture. Every alpha is here, watching the spectacle curiously. Zion stood up before everyone earlier and announced that Sierra and Alston will be getting married soon, explaining that she is his daughter and thus connected to him. It's inconvenient. Rage-inducing, but mostly inconvenient. The moment it was announced, confused eyes swept to me. It took every ounce of self-control not to react, even if I wanted to scream at him that she isn't here of her own volition. Not that it would change anything. No one cares about what she wants, not when Zion exercises so much control. Now she and Alston dance in the center of the room, people watching from where they stand against the walls. They can't stop looking between me and her, waiting for me to strike. I could kill Alston. I should kill Alston. His hand rests on the small of Sierra's back, his hand clasping hers as he whirls her through people to the sultry beat of the music. He gazes down at her, his smile warm, his eyes never once leaving her face. I clutch my glass tighter, grinding my back teeth together in an effort to remain calm. She looks as beautiful as ever, although there's unease etched into her expression that has me on edge. Something seems off about her, and not just because she's dancing with a man she's being forced to marry. I need to speak to her. A person sidles up next to me, sipping from a slender wine flute. It's Alex, whom I brought to accompany me to this odd affair. This is so strange, she mutters, watching her friend dance with a sour look on her face. I straighten, lowering my voice. There's a lot to be done tonight. Tell me what you need me to do. Alex has been desperate to get involved the moment Sierra was taken away. I know it haunts her that her friend is so far away, with no guarantee she'll ever be able to return. Find me one of Zion's guards that I can bribe, but be careful about it. Ask around, but don't be too obvious, all right? She nods with pointed determination. I can do that. Good. I need more spies in his territory. Preferably, they work close to Sierra or Alston. I'll see what I can do. Thank you, Alex. She vanishes into the crowd, her gold dress blending in with the general splendor of the environment. Marin will be envious of this display. The crowd is twice as large as any I've seen at her balls, and no expense has been spared. It's almost revolting how much glitter and sparkle there is everywhere, although nothing draws the eye quite like my mate. Her smile is brighter than all the lights in here combined. She tips her head back and laughs at something Alston says, the sound light and magical, flowing past the music and right to my ears. Her neatly styled auburn hair is gilded beneath the light, and I can imagine running my fingers through it. Lennon suddenly appears through the crowd, his eyes conveying all I need to know about his thoughts. Well, isn't this an interesting turn of events? He joins me at my side, watching Sierra and Alston. Don't even start, I mutter, enjoying the biting sting of alcohol as I take another sip. I thought I had finally lost my senses when Alston walked in with her on his arm. He laughs roughly. Apparently, they're getting married. I pin him with a look. They aren't. Hearing him say that makes it so much harder to maintain my calm. People believe this union is real, that I've lost Sierra to Alston. Yet he's flaunting her around with Zion's approval. No one can stop talking about it, Lennon points out, pointing at a few people whose heads lean close, their eyes on us, as they mutter between themselves. My misery is amusing, apparently, I mutter. What's going on, he asks. You can't tell me she's fallen in love with Alston. She hasn't. She's been forced, because Zion is her father, and he called her back to his pack, I snap. If Sierra and Alston marry, Zion and his pack will combine. It will be far larger than mine, than any of ours. Lennon winces. Fuck. Yeah, so ready your pack for a political shift across the land, I warn. I'm going to have Zion killed. Lennon's eyes flare wide as he faces me, glancing to where Zion lounges with a beautiful woman on his arm. He's too focused on watching Sierra and Alston to notice Lennon and me conversing. You could be starting a war, Lennon murmurs beneath his breath. I'm doing this right, Lennon. I'm not taking risks, I assure him. But I'm getting Sierra back, whatever the cost. She's paused her dancing now, having been handed a drink to sip at while the music lulls. Alston leans close to her, murmuring something in her ear that she giggles at. Her smile drops when her eyes venture to mine. You have my support. Marin will side with you if you make it lucrative to her, Lennon says. And you can strong-arm Rode. Imogen likely won't engage, but I'm on good terms with her. Lennon pats my back. You're in a good position, Alpha. Don't fuck this up by turning this night on its head. I frown. What do you mean? You're wound up, you need to let off some steam, he states. But if you want this to work, don't instigate a war in front of the Alphas, or you lose all your support. I roll my shoulders, trying to loosen the tension building in my muscles. He's right, I'm seconds away from snapping. The key is to remain calm tonight, bide my time. I won't. Even if I don't like where Alston is resting his hand, I mutter, watching as he pulls Sierra into yet another dance, both hands resting on her waist. You'll get your revenge. Play this carefully. Lennon departs toward the exit, no doubt to dote on his wife. He doesn't know how lucky he is to be able to return home with her tonight. As I watch him approach his wife, leaning over to press a kiss to her cheek, I feel the presence of someone else beside me. Glancing over, it's Zion, who rests his back against the wall, looking out onto the dance floor. They're a good-looking couple, aren't they? He murmurs, swirling his drink around his glass, the ice clinking rhythmically. I follow his gaze, knowing that if I look at him too long, I'll damn the consequences and kill him right here. I could too. I have an even placement of guards, and he's physically weaker than I am. But if I strike, I lose every bit of political leverage I have. Sierra doesn't belong to you, I grind out. She is my daughter after all, he muses. With Alston, she can have power, have a good life. I watch Alston brush stray hair from her face, a look in his eyes that is painfully familiar. It mirrors a look I've given her many times before. I look away, pain biting into my ribs. She is in love with me. She will never submit to you or your lackey. I'll have her whipped into shape. Zion's smirk leaves a bitter taste on the back of my tongue. Whatever it will take. My fingers tighten on my glass until I fear it will fracture and shatter against my skin. Regardless, I remain quiet. Are you struggling, Onyxus? Are you fighting the urge to lash out? He asks slowly. Your father couldn't restrain himself either, although look where he ended up. The longer I hold back, the sweeter my revenge will be, I respond calmly. Stay away from her tonight. I don't need you getting ahead of yourself tonight and getting her pregnant, he growls. Unless you want to watch her carry your heir to full term before I end its life, before it can take its first breath? My vision mists blood red. I can envision myself around his throat, watching him struggle and gasp for breath while the life seeps from him. When I don't respond, he loosens a sigh. You're no fun tonight. He waves his hand dismissively. Enjoy the party, Onyxus. I watch him go. He only came here to antagonize me, hoping I would retaliate so he could seal his triumph. Unfortunately for him, he's going to have to sleep tonight knowing my own plan is in motion. Pushing off the wall, I decide I need air, only to find I bump straight into Marin, a seductive smile prowling her face. Sad yet angry. She adjusts the lapels of my jacket as she pulls in close. A shockingly attractive look on you. Go away, Marin. It seems no one wants to give me space tonight. They want to revel in my misery and watch the threads of my patience slowly snap, one by one. She snags my sleeve before I can walk past her, her smile dropping. I watch your eyes. They soften when they see Sierra, the longing so raw and palpable you're making me envious of her, she murmurs. And then I see the volatility in your eyes when they see Alston, and I realize I want in. My brows draw together. In on what? Whatever you're plotting against him. What's your problem with Alston? I question skeptically. All I'll divulge is that he and I have a sordid past, she states, her tone dropping to an unfamiliar seriousness that makes me bristle. He nearly started a war because of me. He almost killed me, but because he's an alpha in his own right, I had to draw back on my plans of revenge. I angle my head confused. I didn't realize the pair were ever romantic. It seems like a strange notion, and yet it makes perfect sense at the same time. He hurt you. Alston is an obsessive man. Behind that charming exterior is a monster buried beneath. She presses a finger to my chest. At first, he does the right thing, but once he becomes obsessed with someone, that's it for them. I follow her gaze to my mate. You think he would hurt Sierra? Probably not. She's too important. She focuses on me. But if you think the seeds aren't being sown, you're a fool. This will be only the beginning of his obsession. I figured there was something off about the way Alston gazes at Sierra. He's been fair to her, but he always wants to put an air inside her, whatever the cost. Right now I need him on my side. I can't help you, Marin, I tell her tightly, needing to reflect on what I've just learned. You and I both know you can't see him touching Sierra like that forever, seeing the claim he's laid to her without needing to do something, she purrs. If you're going to hurt him, now or in the future, I want in. I study her face, looking for a flicker of doubt or deception. Instead, I see fierce determination that I recognize in myself. Whatever Alston did to Marin, it's enough for her to want revenge. I need you to distract Zion so I can have some time with Sierra, I tell her. She grins. Oh, it would be my pleasure. As she approaches the man, I start through the throngs of people toward my mate. Chapter 63. Sierra. This night is unbearable. The shoes on my feet are too tight, and the fabric of my dress scratches against my skin, making me feel more trapped with each passing moment. The weight of the situation presses on me. The public humiliation of being announced as Alston's future wife is more than I ever thought I would endure. I can feel every pair of eyes on me, every whisper, every curious glance. I feel exposed, as if everyone knows I was once Onyxus' mistress, and now I'm being paraded around as Zion's daughter, soon to marry Alston. But none of it hurts as much as the ache in my chest, the one that pulls me in every direction when I think about Onyxus. His presence looms over me, even when I can't look at him. The tension in his posture, the storm in his eyes every time they meet mine, tells me everything I need to know. He's struggling, holding back a fury he can't contain. I feel it too. A part of me wants to scream, to break free of the constraints of this ball, of Zion's plans, and run to him. But I can't. I'm trapped, just like he is. I feel the weight of Alston's hand on my waist. His fingers feel too tight, as if he's trying to keep me in place. His touch is a constant reminder of everything I don't want. I want to push away from him, but I can't. Not here. Not with so many eyes on us. I glance at Onyxus, and he's staring at me. His gaze is intense, burning with something I can't quite decipher, but I feel the heat of it. I know he's struggling, too. I know he's trying to hold on to control, but his eyes betray him. The way they flicker with anger, with pain, it's all too much. When he starts walking toward us, I know what's about to happen. His steps are sure, but there's a storm behind them. He's angry, and I can feel it in the air around him. Alston notices him coming and stiffens, but he doesn't move. His grip on me tightens. Excuse me, Onyxus says, his voice low, barely audible above the music, but it carries a weight that makes the air around us shift. Alston doesn't let go of me immediately. We're dancing, he says sharply, his voice a challenge, one that Onyxus doesn't even flinch at. There's a brief standoff, but Onyxus isn't here to play games. He's here for one thing, and I know it's me. Alston shifts, trying to maintain control over the situation. We're dancing, he repeats, a little more firmly. But Onyxus doesn't respond. He brushes past Alston with ease, his shoulder bumping into him, and his attention is now entirely on me. The intensity in his eyes makes my heart race. It's all-consuming. Can I speak with you? Onyxus' voice is soft, but there's a firmness behind it that brooks no argument. I don't even think. I move instinctively, my feet breaking away from Alston's grasp. Alston tries to stop me, but I don't look back. I need this. I need to feel something real, something that isn't driven by force or obligation. Onyxus doesn't wait for me to speak. He steps forward, guiding me gently but firmly to the side of the room, away from the prying eyes. Once we're alone, I finally breathe. The tension in my chest eases a little, but the weight of everything else still presses down on me. The fear, the anxiety, the helplessness. But with Onyxus here, I feel a sliver of peace. The coolness of the hallway feels like a balm to my frayed nerves. I look up at him, and for a moment, I forget about the world around us. I forgot about Alston, Zion, and the wedding. Onyxus, I say, my voice barely above a whisper, but the emotion behind it is clear. He doesn't speak right away. Instead, he reaches out and gently cups my face in his hands. His touch is a lifeline, something I hold on to as though I'm afraid he might slip away. "I've missed you," he says, his voice thick with emotion. His words hit me like a tidal wave. It's everything I've been feeling, everything I've been dying to say, and he says it without hesitation, as if there's no need for more words between us. "I've missed you, too," I reply, my voice trembling slightly. He leans in, resting his forehead against mine. I close my eyes, trying to savor this moment, this brief connection, because I know it won't last long. "I never thought I'd see you again, not like this," Onyxus murmurs, his breath warm against my skin. "Zion's going to ruin everything." "I don't care about Zion right now," I reply, my voice more steady than I feel. "I care about you. I need you." "I know," he breathes, his voice low, almost pained. "But this isn't how it's supposed to be. We're not supposed to be here, Sierra. You shouldn't be with him. You should be with me." I step back, looking into his eyes, feeling the weight of his words settle over me like a heavy cloak. "I don't want to be with him," I admit, my voice faltering slightly. "But I don't have a choice." "You do have a choice," Onyxus says, his voice firm now. "I'll make sure you do. We'll get out of here. I'll fight for you." I swallow, my throat tight. "I don't know what to do, Onyxus." "You don't have to know right now," he says, his voice softening. "We'll figure it out together." I nod, my heart swelling in my chest. The weight of everything, the fear, the uncertainty, all seem to fade into the background. It's just me and him for this moment. And that's enough. But the peace is fleeting. The sound of footsteps approaching jolts me out of my thoughts, and I look up to see Alston coming toward us. His eyes narrow when he sees me with Onyxus, but he doesn't say anything. He doesn't need to. "I should go back," I say reluctantly, pulling away from Onyxus' embrace. "I'll be here," he replies quietly, his gaze intense and unwavering. "I'll always be here." I nod, swallowing the lump in my throat as I turn back toward Alston. The weight of everything settles back into place, but for just a moment, I was free. Chapter 64. Onyxus. I release a long, tired breath, rolling my shoulders. The front of Imogen's house is as austere as the interior. It sweeps upward toward the clear night sky, music and voices singing out into the cool air. Sierra is still inside, having returned to the dance floor. Marin was successful in distracting Zion, which was a relief since I really needed some time alone with my mate. Being near her and not being able to touch her, to tell her how I'm feeling, brings me back to when we were just friends. That, coupled with Alston's smug face and Zion's triumphant look, is too much to bear. Leaning my head back, I look up toward the sky. The moon is sharp and thin tonight, and the air has a pleasant chill that cuts through the fabric of my jacket. I needed to get away from the crowd and the press. I'm barely clinging to my sanity. "You're lucky Zion didn't see you." I turn toward the door from where Alston emerges. His hands are seated in his pockets, and he looks far too pleased with himself. I turn back around, facing the myriad of transports littering the driveway. I had it covered. He comes to stand beside me, stiffening. I watch him from the corner of my eye, sensing a shift in him. "You slept with her, didn't you?" His voice turns soft, dark. "She's my mate. I can do whatever I want with her," I mutter, shaking my head. "If we want to be together, we will." "That's none of your business." I should have known he'd bring this up. "I've done a lot more for far less. You may be her mate, but you don't have the same claim to her as you did." He faces me, a cold sneer twisting at his face. "If you get her pregnant, the deal will be made on your behalf. I rub my jaw, swallowing my displeasure. He has no idea what he's talking about. I'm not going to get her pregnant, and even if I did, things would change, I say, tension rising in my chest. Matters are already tense. Any other variable will crumble my plans into nothingness, and I'll step where it may not be smart to do so. I already need Sierra back. I'm entertaining this agreement with Alston because it would make things smoother, but the moment anything changes, I'll revert to my original plan. Alston eyes me warily. How so? I crush both your packs without mercy. I don't break my gaze from his. I'll stop at nothing to get her back. I'm growing tired of Alston and Zion thinking there is a limit to what I'll do for Sierra. If I, even for a second, think any harm will come to her, they will be on their knees before me, begging for their life. You may have Lennon's support, but you won't get the others. I wouldn't be so sure, I cut in. I think with a little persuasion, Marin will side against you. Rhode can be intimidated into working with me, and Imogen will fall into line when she sees how the scales are tipping. If you're so confident, why haven't you waged war already? He questions, his voice quietening a touch. If I can avoid the deaths of countless people, I will, I muse. But if this agreement doesn't work, all bets are off. He stares off into the darkness for a long moment, deep in thought. Somewhere behind us, people cheer inside, overcome by mirth and far too much alcohol. And how will Sierra fit back into your pack now that she has power to rival your own? He asks suddenly. She'll be my Luna. My equal in every way. Alston and Zion believe I fear Sierra having power and land of her own. She deserves as much, even more. I know our love has never been contingent on her position in my pack, nor on the power she wields. Alston may doubt our mate bond, but there was such deep, world-ending love before the bond was ever established that would drive me to do anything to protect Sierra. And what about her land? Once Zion is dead, she'll have a rightful claim to it. He shrugs loosely, a challenge gleaming in his arctic blue eyes. Being Luna may not be enough for her. I almost laugh. You don't know Sierra at all, clearly. I'm learning that this experience is changing her. She's scared, but she's overcoming the obstacles in her path and she's getting stronger. His voice hardens. She may want to rule over her land, not yours. I shake my head, a deep irritation starting to rise to the surface, heating my skin. And where do you fit into this, Alston? He squares his shoulders back. If we come to an agreement, I'll have nothing to worry about, will I? I can't let you marry her. Then she bears my child. I turn to face him, cracking my knuckles absently. He doesn't step back, but I note the faint grimace between his brows. You're brave, you know? I murmur. Saying it to my face like that. I've fantasized about beating Alston until he's unrecognizable, and tonight, my thin tether of control is about to snap. His continuing to speak about Sierra as if she were a chattel he owns is going to cost him. You don't scare me, he growls, his jaw tightening as he regards me coldly. It doesn't matter how hard he balls his fingers into fists, how much he puffs his chest out, his voice betrays him. He's scared, and he has every right to be. I angle my head. I don't. You are utterly powerless right now, he spits out. My entire life, your pack has dominated others. You've always been the most powerful alpha, the one who has the most political sway and control. Everyone wants to be your ally, wants even a slice of your power. Now you're nothing. My army, poised and ready to flatten his pack at my command, would beg to differ, but he doesn't need to be confronted by that yet. You may think you have the upper hand, but how long is that going to last? I ask. As long as I have Sierra, it can last forever. What happened to peace? He's always advertised that as his true intentions, but I know the second he can turn against me without consequence, he will. I'll get peace when I have my heir. He steps closer. When I get your mate into my bed and hear her scream my name. That small, weak tether snaps suddenly and violently. My vision blackens as I crack the side of his face with my fist, sending him stumbling across the gravel, almost falling to the ground. My knuckles sting momentarily, but the seething anger smothers and numbs the pain. I want this man dead. I want him begging for his life like Cain did, pleading for forgiveness. I want to stand over his body while death takes him slowly and painfully. Ah, fuck. He cradles his face, stretching his jaw. That fucking hurt. Oh, I'm not done yet. I can hardly see, hardly feel anything that isn't violent, relentless fury as I grab him by the collar of his shirt and force him to the ground with another punch. He doesn't fight back, taking every hit until he's bent over in the gravel, coughing and curling his body away from me. Slender hands grab at me, yanking at me with strength that can only belong to an alpha. Onyxus. Marin's muffled voice cuts through my haze. Onyxus, stop, it's not worth it. I blink, realizing I'm holding Alston down by his throat, his face tinged blue as he claws helplessly at my hand. There's no regret. I crave inflicting more pain, wanting to see death looming over him. I should kill you, I growl. Alston stares at me, a sick triumph crawling across his face as he smiles, showing his bloodied teeth. Come on, before someone sees, Marin insists desperately, pulling at my arm. The sound of clapping sounds from a few feet away. Turning my head, I see Zion standing there, air-spangled gold spilling out from behind him. Sierra is beside him, arms wrapped around herself, looking at me and Alston in mute horror. Well, what a show. His voice cleaves through the shadows, proud and booming. Flanking him are all the other alphas, faces stoic. I drop Alston, stepping back. He coughs, spitting a gruesome splatter of blood onto the stones. Cold horror seizes me as I look at Marin. A quivering hand covers her mouth as she looks between us. The other alphas are wordless, but it's clear what they see in me. They see my father. Look at him, daughter. Zion looks down at Sierra. Look at the man you claim to love. She blinks up at me, her lower lip trembling. What happened? I look down at my hands, the lines in my palms licked with blood, bluish bruises already starting to bloom over my knuckles. I can't gather the words. He. Unfortunately, Sierra has chosen to lay her claim to her land, taking Alston as her husband, and Onyxus cannot handle it, Zion states to all the onlookers now crowding in a dense huddle. How pathetic. She has not chosen anything. I snap. It's too late. This was a picture to be painted, and I'm the unwitting artist. Zion orchestrated this, forcing Alston to come out here and instigate a fight so he can paint me as his villain. So he can erode the precious, frail allyship I have garnered here. You never could handle your emotions, could you? Zion's laugh is brittle and cruel. Unstable. Just like your father. I feel weak, foolish. Sierra is staring at me with a furrowed brow and cautious apprehension that has my heart aching. She isn't supposed to see this side of me. Go, Onyxus. This can't be salvaged, Marin grits out, her eyes starting between me and Zion. She's right. Anything I say will only make me seem more delusional and desperate. Alston is the charismatic, harmless alpha they never took seriously. They can see Sierra falling in love with him over me. Bowing my head, I turn toward my transport, only to hear Zion's voice floating over to wish me farewell. See, Sierra? He mutters lowly. All Onyxus will ever do is hurt you. Chapter 65. Sierra. Stifling a yawn into my hand, I stare vacantly out the window. Time slips by so slowly here. There's nothing to fill the long, endless hours with other than the ridiculous studies Zion forces me to do. All I can think about is Onyxus. At every moment, I'm wondering what he's doing, what he's thinking. Has he gotten close to finding a way to get me out of this situation? Or is he losing his mind like I'm starting to do? Seeing him the other day, standing over Alston, made my stomach churn. His hands were red from the tension, and his eyes were distant, unrecognizable. He confronted Alston without hesitation, as if he had no regard for what others would think. His fury was palpable, and everyone important witnessed it. Lennon will understand, but Imogen, I'm afraid his fragile alliance with her has been shattered. Personally, I know he hasn't lost his mind, even if Zion prefers I think that way. He's losing his mate, the person he loves. I'm also struggling, and I felt hopeless when he married Violet. Still studying? I jump, looking over my shoulder. Alston leans against the doorframe, a soft smile playing on his lips. The swelling in his face has subsided, and the light has returned to his crystal blue eyes. Still, a violent gash splits the skin over his cheekbone and jawline, and bruising covers the right side of his face. He's restricted me from reading real books, so this is all I got as entertainment, I admit blandly, gesturing down to the endless stack of papers on rudimentary pack politics. Zion is keeping all the essential information just out of my reach. Even he is worried I'm going to get back to Onyxus's pack. Why don't we go on a walk? Alston offers. That would actually be very nice. I stand, grabbing a coat off the hook on the wall. If I go with you, the guards might not follow me everywhere. They trail me like I'm a criminal, watching my every move like hawks. Being in this room is my only escape from them unless I'm with Alston. It is suffocating here. Even for me. He rubs the back of his neck, his brows furrowing. I can't imagine what you're going through. We leave my room, falling into step with each other as we walk down the hallway. Mercifully, the guards cast him one look and remained at their post. The worst part is I'm living in my own personal nightmare, I admit quietly. He scans the side of my face. What do you mean? I wait until we are outside before I feel the confidence to speak. The cool air flushes against my cheeks, and I'm able to release a deep breath burdened by the horror of having to live within the suffocating walls of my childhood home. Zion was cruel to me growing up, and even worse to my mother, I tell him tensely. She died only a couple of years after she smuggled me out of here. He looks out at the forest, at the dull light forming shadows within its depths. Clouds hug the sky, smothering the sun, suiting my mood. I was wondering how you got away from him, he murmurs. She sacrificed everything to get me free. Emotion chokes in my throat, forcing me to clear it uneasily. If he caught us trying to escape, he would have killed her. He almost did that night. He may have grabbed me that night with a grip that bruised my skin and yelled at me with a voice that sounded otherworldly. He hurt my mother beyond compare. How she managed to get us out is beyond me, but I'm glad she did. She sounds brave. He slides his hands into his pockets. Vacantly, I know I shouldn't be telling him this story, that it's just another thing he can use against me if he chooses to. I haven't even been able to tell Onyxus the full story of what happened to me, but right now, it feels good to get it off my chest. She got sick and died quite quickly. Tears prickle the back of my eyes, and my throat aches from the effort of not crying. It was traumatizing. I try not to think about it. She was a shell of herself when we left here, and died so swiftly I didn't get a proper goodbye. Thinking about it only hurts. I can imagine. I'm sorry you had to go through that, he offers gently. I want him dead, Alston. I pin him with a look, knowing that he knows exactly who I'm talking about. I need him to die. His eyes trace over my face, soft but intense. Everything will be sorted when I can get you to Onyxus tomorrow, he says after a long moment of silence. I sigh, looking down at my shoes, which pad through soft grass. Alston knows what a monster Zion is, but still doesn't want to act against him. I would feel resentment toward him if I did not understand the potential cost of not protecting his interests. I'm anxious to see him. I rub my hands together, the cold nipping at my fingertips. He falls silent for a whole tense minute, deep in thought. I wait with bated breath for his response, still trying to keep on his good side. Is he really your mate? He asks suddenly. Yes. I frown. Why would I lie about that? Maybe to get more time with him, I don't know. He curses under his breath, shaking his head as he looks up at the sky. You two just don't seem so well matched is all. I almost laugh. Alston has only seen glimpses of me with Onyxus, yet he feels like he can make that assumption. We're perfectly matched. You don't know the Onyxus I do. I rub my arm, a chill deeper than my skin settling in. He's the perfect man for me. No one gets to see the real Onyxus. No one sees him beyond his role as an alpha. I see the Onyxus, who comforted me for long nights after my mother died, who plays cards with me in the barn, and who knows me better than I even know myself. I guess so. There is no questioning he's my mate, anyway. I feel so weak and unwell being away from him, I mutter. I'm figuring that's what I've been feeling so off about myself recently. I feel sick and fatigued, and I can't get him out of my head, more than usual anyway. You'll feel better by tomorrow then. He looks away, something clearly bothering him. I'm not in any mood to ask, especially when he's acting like Onyxus isn't my mate. I wonder what option Onyxus is going to want to choose, I bring up vacantly. I'm leaning toward one option, but the decision is still impossible to make. The choice ultimately comes down to you, he reminds me cautiously. You're the one who has to live it. I know that. I'm still unsure of what I want. Being married to me wouldn't be all that bad. He smiles wryly, pushing away that strange darkness that encroached on him a moment ago. I promise that. I try to laugh, but a hollow ache splits through my ribs instead. Maybe I could laugh about it if that were not a very possible option for me to choose. The problem with marrying him is that he would have a claim to me forever, and I'm not sure I can risk that. Is that the option you want me to choose? I stare at him sidelong. He considers that for a moment. An heir would be more of a sure thing, but if we were to. He looks down at me, his eyes having gone from a soft cornflower blue to dark and tumultuous. I stiffen, having to force myself to put one foot in front of the other as the implication settles over me. Yeah. I would want you to be willing, completely, he states firmly. I would never want to force you. I suppress a shiver, not wanting my repulsion to be so evident, at risk of hurting his feelings. Being forced to produce an heir with Alston would destroy something inside of me, but at least that way I could guarantee Zion's death and ensure I would see Onyxus again. It truly is an impossible decision. Don't tell me you actually want to have sex with me? I pull a face to make sure he knows I'm joking, but he stares at me. Would it be such a bad thing if I did? Of course it would be. I stop short, facing him. Please tell me you don't have feelings for me. Onyxus alludes to something, but I hope he's wrong about that. If Alston were to develop any feelings toward me, it would ruin my plans. His pretty face contorts into a tense grimace. I just think you're beautiful. You said yourself you like what belongs to others. I think you just like that I'm Onyxus' mate, I bring up, planting my hands on my hips. He seems taken aback. After these 2 weeks, do you really think that? I think I hardly know you at all, I snap before quickly lowering my voice. Any of Zion's lackeys overhearing us would break the facade we've been maintaining. You'll learn more about me. He steps forward a touch, offering a tense smile. And I think you'll like me. I open my mouth to bite back something harsh, but he's moving quickly. My mouth barely presses closed before his lips are on mine, his hands grabbing either side of my face. I'm momentarily stunned. There's something insistent, something possessive in the way he kisses me. It feels like he's taking something from me rather than giving me his affection, wanting to prove something to himself. Pressing my hands to his chest, I unceremoniously shove him off me with all my might, stumbling back a few steps. Alston. He presses his palms to either side of his face, a flash of mortification appearing. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. No shit. I wipe my mouth with the back of my hand, still tasting him on my lips. You don't have feelings for me, Alston. I'm just someone here, when you're away from your pack and the life you knew. I'm someone you might have to marry, or may have to spend a lot of your life with. You only want to like me. You don't know that. His expression is devastated, torn, and ravaged by rejection, by misunderstanding. I do. I back up. That's the only explanation that will suffice. You have no idea what I'm feeling. His jaw hardens as he wipes his hand down his face, shaking his head. I don't know what to say, left grasping for words that fall through my fingers like sand. He doesn't wait for my reply, storming back to the manor. I'm done for. Chapter 66. Onyxus. I stand with my hands behind my back, surveying the area. Sierra and Alston are set to arrive at this rundown in shortly, bringing with them the burden of needing to make a decision. There is no more running from this. Tonight, the decision will be made. Either Sierra marries me, or she marries Alston. Either way, it will be her decision. A transport suddenly appears at the end of the long road. This place only has a scattering of patrons, being that it is in the middle of nowhere. It's at the border of Marin and Zion's pack, which is the most neutral place we could find to meet. I slide my hands in my pockets, trying to calm my anxious fidgeting as the transport pulls to the side of the road. It's adorned with Zion's pack colors, setting my nerves on edge. Alston steps out first before turning, offering his hand to Sierra, who hops down onto the packed dirt driveway. Seeing her never fails to cause my breath to catch in my throat. I miss her. My entire body yearns for her, but most of all, I miss her company. I love her with every ounce of my being, and I need to work harder to get her back. I don't care if it's running me ragged. I need her. A flurry of emotions passes over her face before she manages a weak smile. She's so beautiful it hurts. Her auburn hair is braided today, the intricate style draping over the shoulder of her dress. Her eyes betray her calm, and her fingertips tremble, only increasing the urge to draw her into my arms. The pair approached, Alston's expression grimly satisfied. He knows he is gaining something from this meeting, while I'm on the verge of losing everything. Thank you for meeting us here. He extends his hand, but I don't take it, looking instead to my mate. She doesn't reach out to hug me, but her eyes reassure me. Where else would I be? I mutter. You think this isn't important to me? He knows that. Let's just get inside. Alston gestures tensely at the inn. Begrudgingly, I lead the way inside, ignoring the musty smell and low door frames that require me to bend my head to get under. I pass through the reception and into the connecting tavern, feeling the pressing stares of the few patrons. And you need to stop saying that, I say as we seat ourselves in a booth in a dim corner of the room, Alston sitting opposite Sierra and me. Alston's brows press together. What? Referring to you and Sierra as us. There is no us between you two, I mutter, glaring at him. Alston may think he has Sierra now, but things will change, and quickly. When our situation turns, he doesn't want to be against me. Whatever you say, he mumbles. I turn my body toward Sierra, who looks silently mortified. Her shoulders relax as she looks up at me, taking my hand under the table. I missed you, I murmur, offering a tentative smile. I want to draw her close and embrace her, but with Alston so close and watching, I keep my hands to myself. There will be time for affection and intimacy later tonight once this is resolved. You have no idea how much We should get to this, Alston cuts in abruptly. There's a lot to discuss. Sierra shrinks back a touch, but doesn't release my hand. All right. So this is your final chance to make your decision on how we are going to proceed. Zion wants Sierra and me to be married next week, and he's going to get his wish unless you decide now. Alston leans back against the stained seat, folding his arms over his chest. We need time alone to discuss this, I exclaim sternly. It's ultimately Sierra's decision. I've already determined that whatever Sierra decides is the one we go with. I trust her judgment and her willingness to get through this. She and I both know the only way out of this is Zion dying, which limits our options severely. You'll have only tonight, Alston mutters irritably. We'll make our decision. Don't worry, Sierra says decidedly. She's more determined than I've seen her yet. A lot is going on behind those beautiful eyes, and I'm anxious to get her alone to talk. Is Zion treating you okay? You're well. I ask her softly, searching every inch of bare skin I can for bruises or scratches or any hint she's being mistreated. If I get a single inclination she's not being taken care of, I'll kill Alston right now and damn the consequences. It's been fine for the most part. Aside from him teaching me how to be a good Luna. That's tedious. She rolls her eyes, smiling despite herself. No one is better suited for the position than you are now, Sierra, I assure her. She doesn't need to be taught how to be a good Luna. I've never met someone who is so naturally suited for the position. I hope she can be Luna in my pack, and not her father's or Alston's. Very true, Alston adds with a soft smile, gazing at Sierra. My jaw tightens as I force myself to look away. I can't allow myself to be overcome with anger. Not now, not tonight. Let's just hope we can figure out how to deal with Zion, I comment. Which will only happen if you give me an heir, by the way, Alston adds. Otherwise, I wash my hands of this. We don't need to discuss that now, Sierra says quickly, glancing up at me. I scan my face, realizing something is going on that I'm missing. It's just dawning on me, but Sierra has barely looked at Alston since the pair arrived, and every word he says seems to cause her to grimace. What happened between you two? I questioned suddenly. The two seemed like friends the last time I was near them, and now Sierra can't hold his gaze. What do you mean? She tucks her hair behind her ear, her smile watery and anxious. Something has happened. I look between them warily, noting how they wear their guilt. Your dynamic has changed. Don't be silly, Onyxus. Everything is the same, she stutters. You're nervous around him. Uncomfortable. Unease crawls over my skin, alerting my senses. Before, you seemed to have a growing friendship, and now you can't put enough of a gap between you two. I just want to be near you. We kissed, Alston admits suddenly. My blood chills, an unsettling feeling draping over me. Undesired images flash through my mind of Alston getting too close to my mate, his intentions becoming all too clear. You what? Quiet fury builds slowly and methodically beneath my skin. We kissed, he reiterates. He kissed me, Sierra bites out, her brows furrowing as she glares at Alston. I blink. You what? It was barely a kiss. Seriously, it was nothing, Sierra assures me softly, pulling at my hand to draw my attention back to her. Her warm eyes and frantic look are enough to dampen the initial explosion of anger that begs to be released. It wants me to reach over this table to wrap my hand around Alston's throat until he apologizes for what he's done. I look back at Alston. You kissed my mate? Oh, please. You're hardly her mate, he mutters dismissively, as if the entire notion disgusts him. Alston, what are you doing? Sierra hisses. Stop causing problems when we're so close to getting through this. There's always going to be something between you. Alston gestures between us. Whether it be me or Zion, how are you going to truly be there for her? I stare at him in an effort to contain my rising anger. I refuse to make the same mistake I did at Imogen's ball, especially when I'm uncertain whether Sierra fully trusts me after that. He can spew empty words in an attempt to rile me up, but I already know everything. Alston has feelings for my mate. Reacting to that, however, is not going to win me any favors. Stop. Sierra has her own land now, her own power, he continues. She was only with you because she needed you. She doesn't anymore. He's my mate, Alston. I love him, Sierra insists, her face tinting pink in her desperation. My parents were mates, and they hated each other. Totally incompatible, he responds sharply. Sometimes it can be wrong. It's not wrong with Onyxus and me. Why are you even saying this? I look at my poor makeup, scrambling to patch this mess together. Alston truly believes Sierra and my mate's bond is a sham. He's always been a fool, but this is another level. You and I make far more sense, Sierra. Things can be easy for us. His voice softens, his eyes desperate. He looks like he wants to reach out to her, but rightly keeps his hands on the table. Do you want to die or something? Sierra nods her head at me, trying to warn him to stop. He won't kill me. Alston finally meets my gaze, a smug smile playing at his mouth. It will change nothing about his situation. You're making this so much harder for me. I just want to be free from this. Sierra's frustration is rising, so I lay my hand on her knee, trying to soothe her. Unfortunately, all these weeks are compiling, and she's about to hit her breaking point too. You shouldn't run from your bloodline. You should be grateful for what power you now possess, he insists. I possess nothing. If Zion isn't claiming it, you are, she snaps, her voice echoing through the small tavern, drawing curious eyes. I can't believe you would do this. I pin everyone who stares with a hard look until they look away sheepishly. I need to get Sierra out of here before more comes out. Alston is picking at her, looking for a reaction that she's unwittingly giving. Come, Sierra, let's go upstairs and get a room. I take her hand, pulling her from the booth. We have much to discuss. My own guards swarm this place and its surrounding area. Alston snaps. Try to smuggle her away, they'll stop you. I don't respond, giving him a lasting look before I guide Sierra from the room. Chapter 67. Sierra. As our room door closes behind us, I feel the tension slowly melt from my muscles. The room, small and filled with dust, isn't the ideal place to spend time, but it's private. Right now, that's all that matters. After everything that's happened, after the strain of the night and the weight of the decisions, we need a moment alone. Alston's strange behavior is starting to make more sense. I knew there were underlying tensions with Onyxus, but since the kiss, it's as if he's been consumed by some obsession with pushing Onyxus away. It feels like he's trying to make Onyxus lose control, to make him doubt everything. "Thank you for staying so calm," I say softly, turning to face Onyxus. I watch him rub his face, his expression tense. I've never seen him so controlled in the midst of everything. Onyxus has always been reactive, quick to anger when it comes to me, but tonight, he's holding it together in a way I didn't think he could. I know it's because he's thinking of the bigger picture, of what comes after. "I don't know how much longer I can stay calm," Onyxus mutters, running his fingers through his hair. His frustration is barely contained, and I can see it in the clench of his jaw, the tightness in his shoulders. "Alston is baiting me. He's trying to turn you against me, just like Zion did." I nod slowly. He tried, but it didn't work. I can feel the heaviness in my chest, the weight of the decisions we've been forced to make. I think back to that night at Imogen's ball, the way Alston pushed every button he could, the way he tried to provoke Onyxus. Alston still hasn't fully recovered from the beating Onyxus gave him, and I know that the bruises on his face are a constant reminder of what he tried to do. But right now, I can't think about Alston. My thoughts are with Onyxus. With us. "He really wants you," Onyxus says, his voice low, laced with something I can't quite read. I quickly shake my head, trying to brush off the implication. "He doesn't. He just thinks he does," I say. "Once we sign the agreement and get rid of Zion, I'll have the distance I need from him." Onyxus' gaze softens, but there's a flicker of something in his eyes, something raw and vulnerable that makes me want to reach out to him, to comfort him, but I know there's nothing I can say to make this better. "So, you've made your decision," he says quietly. I sit down on the edge of the bed, the dust rising from the mattress as I shift. It's hard to breathe here, but it's the only place we can speak without interruption. I need to tell him. I need him to know that this is the only way forward, no matter how much it tears me apart inside. It's not an easy decision, I begin carefully, but I think it's the only way to end this. We need to go with the second option. Onyxus' brows furrow, confusion and concern flashing across his face. "So, he gets an heir and we get to be together?" I nod, my heart heavy in my chest. "Yes." Onyxus rubs his jaw, clearly battling with his emotions. "I don't like this, Sierra." "I know. But if I marry him, he will have a claim over me forever," I explain softly. "If we do it this way, he can have his heir, and we can be free of him." The weight of the decision weighs heavily on me. It's not what I want, but it's what I have to do. I can't stay in this mess with Alston forever. I can't keep living this double life. This is the only way I'll ever get to be with Onyxus. "Then, this is what we have to do," Onyxus says quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. But I'll never be okay with it. I feel my stomach churn at his words, the pain in his voice cutting deeper than I ever thought it would. I want to tell him that we'll find another way, that will make this right, but I know it's not that simple. "It's just sex," I say, my voice soft, almost as if I'm trying to convince myself. "I can do this. I'll do this for us." Onyxus' eyes darken. "Sex with my mate," he says, the words harsh. "He shouldn't even be looking at you, let alone touching you." "I'll try to put it off," I say quickly, the words tumbling from my mouth. "Maybe we can find another way around this. But for now, we have to go through with it." Onyxus stares at me for a long time, his anger and frustration barely concealed beneath the surface. I know it's killing him to think of me with Alston, but I need him to stay calm. We have to stay focused on the bigger picture. If we can get through this, then we can move on. "Maybe," Onyxus mutters. "But don't expect me to just sit back and watch." "I won't let you," I say, my voice firm. "I'm not going to let him win." Onyxus sits down beside me, his hands clasped in front of him. He looks at me for a long moment, as if weighing something in his mind. "I'm not letting you go, Sierra. I'm not going to lose you." I smile weakly at him, feeling the weight of the world pressing down on both of us. "You won't." We sit in silence for a while, the air thick with unspoken words. Finally, I stand and walk toward the door. I know what I have to do, but it doesn't make it any easier. "I'm going to tell Alston about our decision," I say, my voice steady despite the chaos in my mind. "I'll be back soon." Onyxus doesn't say anything as I leave the room, but I can feel his eyes on my back. I don't know what the future holds, but I know that I have to make this choice, even if it means hurting the person I love most in the world. When I reach Alston's room, I find the door slightly ajar. I knock, but he calls out for me to come in immediately. I push the door open and stop dead in my tracks at the state of his room. It's a mess, far worse than I imagined. What happened? I ask, my voice laced with concern. Alston looks up at me, his face disheveled, his eyes wild. Nothing. It's nothing. I can tell he's lying. This room looks like it's been ransacked, like he's been unraveling for some time now. But I don't have time to ask further questions. The decision's been made, I say, my voice firm. I'll marry you, but I'll need you to find someone to marry us tomorrow morning. After that, we'll figure out the next steps. Alston blinks in surprise. You really want to go through with this? I nod, my resolve firm. Yes, we'll do this. For Zion's sake, and for mine. He studies me for a long moment, then sighs, pulling out the contract from his bag. Here's the contract. We'll need to sign it. I take it from him, forcing myself to act as if nothing's wrong. I need to get back to Onyxus, to the one person who truly matters in all of this. I'll be back in a few minutes, I say softly. I'll tell Onyxus we've made our decision. As I leave his room, I know that I have a long road ahead of me. The choice may have been made, but it's not over yet. Not by a long shot. When I return to Onyxus' room, he's sitting on the bed, waiting for me. The moment I step inside, he stands up, his expression softening when he sees the papers in my hand. We've made our decision, I say, my voice trembling. Tomorrow, we'll marry. Onyxus stands, his expression hardening. Good. Let's get this over with. As I hand him the papers, I know that our battle is far from over. But at least we've taken the first step. And that's all I can ask for right now. Chapter 68. Sierra. I did end up falling asleep, eventually. Not until Onyxus exhausted me completely. I was so exhausted, my body weak and thoroughly spent, that I couldn't help the fitful sleep I've tumbled into. Only to stumble headfirst into an old memory in the form of a dream. I can feel the pain, the grief. It's all over my body, but especially in my stomach, in my heart. The loss grapples with the loneliness as I sit with my back against a kitchen counter, the polished stone floor cold beneath me. My mother's funeral was today. She died so quickly, so unexpectedly, that it still doesn't feel real. Unfortunately, the numbness has melted into grief and the feeling that I'm truly alone. We escaped my father, and now the only person I have is gone. My throat is thick and sore, and no matter how much I blot at my cheeks, they're immediately soaked again by falling tears. It's late, past midnight at least. A strip of moonlight illuminates me through the kitchen window, and an empty plate of muffins Diane made. Footsteps wander into the kitchen behind me, near silent behind the sounds of my sobbing. I freeze, pausing my crying as I glance up to see that Onyxus has circled the counter. He stares down at me, hair tousled, eyes tired. He's wearing loose sleeping pants and a charcoal shirt, clearly having come down to get something to drink. I barely know Onyxus. He's just been announced as Alpha, but other than living in the same house as him, we have nothing in common, as far as I know. Despite being similar in age, he shows no indication that he wants anything to do with me. Ever since my mother and I arrived at his doorstep begging for a job, he's avoided me. He's so beautiful and tall and forbidden. He's only a young alpha, still being mentored by his mother, but he's born for that position. He enjoys solitude and long, intense stares that make my skin warm. I wish he would talk to me. Right now, he stares at me blankly, dragging his gaze over my tear-streaked face, rumpled clothing, and splotchy red cheeks. I expect him to turn and walk away, to pretend he never saw me. Instead, his brows draw together, and he crouches down to my level. Sierra, is everything all right? He asks, his voice as soft as silk. No, nothing is all right. A fresh wave of sobs overcame me. I bow my head, letting my hair drape in a curtain around my face, not wanting him to see my shame. The funeral was. He rubs a hand through his hair tensely. Well, I'm sorry. Sniffing, I risk a glance up at him. He's blurry beneath a sheen of tears. This is the most attention he's paid me since I arrived, beyond a few sentences in passing. The funeral was perfect. Your mother did well, I murmur. Onyxus offers a smile, but it doesn't reach his eyes. She did. The effort put into it made my heart melt. Lucinda loved my mother, too, and so did Onyxus. They're grieving too. It hurts, Onyxus. I clutch my hand over my chest, wishing my heart below would stop aching so much. I know you couldn't care less, but it hurts. He flinches. You don't think I care? Why would you? You're becoming alpha, you've got so much going on and, well, you avoid me. I shrug helplessly. I would never have the courage to admit that on any other day, but I'm too overcome by emotion to care. Being that Onyxus is only just stepping up into his new role, there is so much for him to do in a day. He's rarely home anymore, tied to duties I don't dare inquire into. Oh, Sierra, of course I care. I just didn't know if any words would be good enough. Devastation and frustration at himself stain his expression. And I do not hate you. You avoid me at all costs. It's like I annoy you or something, I mumble, wiping under my eyes. Look at me. He takes my chin in his hand, tilting my head so our gazes meet. I do not hate you. I only avoid you because I feel as though everything I say to you is wrong. I find myself losing my train of thought when you're near, and I can't explain it. Oh, I've been faced with the same quandary. I wouldn't know how to speak to someone like him, with so much power and youth. His whole life is in front of him, while mine has felt as though it's been ripped away from me. I don't know how to relate to him. Perhaps that is my problem. I cannot fathom a world where Onyxus would struggle to speak to me, but perhaps we are different people who face loneliness and isolation in the same way. I've never had a sister before, he admits coarsely. I worry I cannot eloquently communicate how I feel to you. A chasm opens up in my chest. You see me as your sister? I would be lying if I didn't say I had a crush on him. How could I not? Beyond his looks, I see the way he conversed with my mother and his own, and how fairly he treats his people. He's going to be a good husband, and I envy the woman who will be his wife one day. No, nothing like that, he dismisses quickly. Not that you aren't welcome here forever. Your mother's passing and my becoming alpha have changed nothing here. I can stay. I straighten. Forever, if you please. That bedroom is always yours. He smiles gently, smoothing my hair back away from my face with a touch so tender it presses back the most jagged edges of my grief. Even when you marry? Something shifts in his eyes. Even then. I press my head back against the kitchen counter as he settles next to me, his arm brushing against mine. We both face the kitchen window, seeing the pale snow falling against the night. Minutes pass in silence. Not awkward or tense silence, but blissful, accompanied silence. Onyxus doesn't hate me. I have a place here as long as I need it. So much has been lifted from my shoulders in mere minutes, and yet I'm facing this new future without my mother. Without someone I love so dearly. I'm crying again. I'm surprised I have any tears left, and yet they continue to fall and drip down onto my lap. I'm sorry. I don't know how to handle this, I choke out. Onyxus guides his arm around me, pulling me close until my head rests against his chest. Never apologize for your grief. I'm here as long as you need me. His deep voice reverberates through him, matching the steady thump of his heartbeat. I curl my fingers into the fabric of his shirt, which my tears will no doubt dampen, craving his warmth and comfort. I'm all alone now. No, you will never be alone again, Sierra. His grip around me tightens. I will be with you every step of the way. Do you understand? You will get through this phase of grief whether I have to drag you from it or not. I peek up at him. Then what? He gazes down at me in intense silence for a moment, contemplating his intentions. I can almost feel the press of his gaze as it travels over the lines of my face, lingering on the tears drenching my face. I'm going to take care of you. Forever, he vows softly. I believe him. For the first time since I escaped my father, I feel safe, protected. Thank you, Onyxus, I breathe. I wish I could convey my gratefulness more, but no way seems enough. Let me take you up to your room. He helps me stand, my legs wavering from sitting on the kitchen floor for so long. I let him steady me, wanting more excuses to touch him. I'm not ready to be out of his arms yet, to feel the cold grip of loneliness once more. Can I sleep in your bed tonight? I can't bear to be alone another night, I ask quickly, anticipating an abrupt rejection. Sleeping in the newly appointed Alpha's room would cause scandal, but no one would have to know. It could be an innocent, one-night thing. Of course, sweetheart, he murmurs, lacing his fingers through mine. Of course. I'm pulled slowly and painfully away from the memory. I want to reach out and grasp it, to go back to the prominent memories of my mother and the night Onyxus stayed awake to hear all about them. Instead, my eyes blink open, and I'm staring at a stained ceiling, dregs of morning light pouring through a crack in the curtains. I'm back in the inn, back in reality. I sit up suddenly, resting a hand over my fluttering heart. Onyxus stirs beside me, a frown pressing between his brows as he notices me sitting up. Hey, everything okay? He smooths his palm up and down my back in an effort to comfort me, leaning up so he can examine my face. I had a dream, I whisper, my voice hoarse. But it was more of a flashback. About what? The night after my mother's funeral, when I was crying on the kitchen floor in the middle of the night. I lean into him, resting my head against his shoulder. You came and comforted me. Onyxus releases a breath, relieved that nothing else is haunting me. Everything changed that night, he says. I nod slowly. It truly has. I went from a grieving girl to one pushing through into a new, uncertain life. I went from pining for a man I couldn't have to being in love with him, all the barriers between us shattering only for them to be erected again. I fell in love with you that night, I admit, turning my body to face him, the sheets sighing as I move. You made sure I never felt alone for another moment after that. I fell in love with you too. Over and over again after that, but especially that night. His smile is tender, if not a little sad. I realized we could never be just friends, that at some point we would become lovers. At the time, I would never have guessed he felt that way. Years after that, we became close friends, but he was always so respectful and never indicated he was also in love with me. I'm glad we gave in to that. I laugh under my breath. His eyes warm. Me too. Because today I get to marry you. We both look down at my hand. When I'm away from Zion's prying eyes, I wear his grandmother's ring, wishing I never had to remove it. Married. Wow. I shake my head in disbelief. But no one can know, not even your own pack. If they do, Zion will realize Alston and my marriage will be a sham. It will remain a secret for now. He sighs begrudgingly. Then once Zion is dealt with and Alston has his heir, I'm taking you on a long honeymoon. I perk up at the thought. Where will you take me? In a bed over and over again. Amusement dances in his eyes as I give him a playful slap on the arm. Oh, you mean destination? I was thinking of a seaside village at the northern border of my pack. I can finally see the sea, I murmur dreamily. To think, I nearly ran away to see the sea before Onyxus asked me to be his mistress. After that, I couldn't, but I haven't stopped wishing I could. Now visiting the sea feels like a tangible plan I can grasp onto to motivate me to get back to my mate. He leans forward, pressing the softest kiss to my lips. Like you've always dreamed. I love you. I'm so ready to marry you. I can feel the excitement overwhelming me. I've waited for this day since that moment in the kitchen, and it's finally coming to fruition. I love you too. He brushes his thumb along my cheek. I've wanted this since I met you. Let's dress and sign this contract then. I kiss him again before scrambling from the bed, looking everywhere for the clothing Onyxus practically tore off me last night. I cannot wait a moment longer. Chapter 69. Onyxus. Sierra's hands are warm and soft in my grasp. Most of the ceremony so far has been a beautiful blur. Not once have I been able to lift my eyes from Sierra's, wanting to imagine that we aren't in the basement of an old inn, that there are pews flooded with people we love and care about, and not a single person staring us down with their arms folded and a scowl on their face. Thankfully, one of my personal guards was able to step in and officiate this ceremony. I wish I could give Sierra the wedding she truly deserves. She tightens her grip on my hands, seeming to read my expression as the guard instructs us to finish our vows. I vow to dedicate myself to you, to always consider your needs before my own. I vow to love you through everything, to fight for you every day, and to give myself selflessly to you for the rest of our lives. I promise softly. Her smile is watery, emotion flooding her eyes. I vow to fight for you, to fight for this mate bond. I vow to take on your problems, to weather any storm that may come, and to love you until my last breath. I break out into a smile that has become increasingly rare since she left. I'm so in love with her, it's hard to imagine there is any room for other emotions. Go on, kiss her then, Alston mutters. Cradling the side of my face, I draw her closer. Her eyes drift closed, and a serene look passes over her face right before my lips brush against her. The moment my mouth meets hers, everything vanishes from around me. The inn, Alston, our problems, they all disappear. Loving you is the easiest, most natural thing I've ever done, I whisper against her mouth, wanting my words to be for her ears only. Something that sounds an awful lot like a sob mixed with a giggle spills past her lips. I can't wait for the rest of our lives, Onyxus. Slow clapping sounds from before us. Alston's expression is blank, no joy or amusement to be found. Wow, very sweet, very cute, he comments. Now sign this marriage document and seal this doomed relationship once and for all. You don't need to be a dick about it. Sierra lets go of my hand, snatching the papers from him. We signed our contract with him last night, barring me from rightfully claiming Sierra as my pack member and wife, lest I want to bring war to my doorstep. At this point, I'm more than willing to take the risk, but I'm deferring to Sierra on this. She wants to fight her way out, and I'm honoring that. For now, it won't be you getting the last laugh. Alston, I warn, watching Sierra sign her name before handing the pen to me. We'll see. That familiar, trademark smirk returns to his lips. Our child is going to be beautiful, Sierra. I wonder if they'll have your eyes. As I'm signing, he reaches out and brushes Sierra's hair off her face in a movement so tender I know he's not just doing it to aggravate me. He truly cares about her, but for now, it's what is keeping her safe from Zion. She shoulders him off, leaning closer to me. Stop it. That's not fair. I'm trying not to think about what Sierra is giving Alston in exchange for our marriage. She's devised a few ways to put off their union until we can come up with another plan, but he isn't going to help us kill Zion until he has his heir. His smile drops, and he rubs his face. Genuine regret becomes apparent on his face. Sorry, he mutters tiredly. I didn't get any sleep last night. You two should go before suspicion is roused, I muse regretfully. I'll never get used to watching Sierra leave with him, knowing there is always a chance I won't see her again if Alston chooses not to honor our agreement. Sierra's eyes welled with sadness. I wish it wasn't like this. It won't be for long, I promise gently. Alston will get his heir and we'll kill Zion, and you can come back home with me. Alston steps close, his sudden proximity to me loosening a growl from my throat. You may have a claim to bring her back to you, but know I will launch a war against you with Zion and everyone else who will support me when they see our contract. He seethes low, each word dripping with warning. I shove his shoulder, sending him stumbling back a step. I signed it for a reason. We have an agreement. He should count himself lucky. Once this is over and I've secured Sierra and gathered my forces, there won't be much keeping me from flattening his pack. Good. Come along then, Sierra. He slides his hand into my mate's, leading her toward the stairs. I watch them solemnly. I'll see you back in here in 2 weeks, won't I? Alston waves over his shoulder dismissively. Of course. We have an agreement. Sierra watches me over her shoulder with each step she makes up the stairs, a stark longing in her eyes that speaks to something deep within me. I need to save her. I need to end this. Sierra. The carriage shifts and undulates along the long, dark road as we return to Zion's estate. We have passed from immune land to his, random outposts of guards becoming far more common as we get closer. I'm sorry for the way I've been acting, Alston brings up softly. You have to understand this is hard for me. I shift my gaze from where I've been intently staring out the window. Alston looks meek, his shoulders drawn in, the first few buttons of his shirt undone. My jaw settles into a hard line as I regard him. Hard for you? You've got to be kidding. Alston is an entirely different man away from Onyxus. I don't know what it is about my mate, but the posturing that Alston does in his proximity should be studied. He clearly sees Onyxus as competition, which is a pill that is becoming increasingly harder to swallow. Sierra, I have feelings for you, he admits softly, looking down at where his fingers are laced together on his lap. It might not be love, but I'm very attracted to you, and seeing you with Onyxus hurts. I exhale through my nose, willing calm and patience to overcome me. How do you think Onyxus feels? My actual mate. He looks up, a darkness clouding his bright blue eyes in shadow. To be honest, I don't care. He's not good for you. I shake my head slowly. Alston and I may have become closer over these weeks, relying on each other to get through this tumultuous time, but he has no idea what is right for me. If he genuinely cared, he would release me from this cruel bargain. You're supposed to be my friend, Alston, I remind him sharply. You're making this harder than it needs to be. He presses the heel of his palms into his eyes. I know, I'm sorry. We fall into a tense silence for a while longer, listening to the familiar creaks and rattles of the carriage as it rolls over the gravel road. Eventually, my mind spirals into a dark chasm that tempts me to bring up a conversation I've been trying to avoid. When do we, I bite down hard on my lower lip, hoping the sting of pain will distract me from his answer. His brows raise. Start trying. Yeah, soon. Once we complete this fake wedding in a couple days, he murmurs. For this to work, Zion has to believe Alston and I are actually married. So, all of Alston's essential pack members will be in attendance, and so will Zion's. It's made the perfect excuse to get away, as Alston has claimed he wanted to bring me back to his pack to parade me around for a day. All right, I break off, wincing at the thought. It will be okay, I promise. He leans forward, bracing his elbows on his thighs. I'll make it good for you. I repress the urge to shudder. Maybe in another life I could have fallen for Alston. He's a handsome man, and seems to have a good heart. But in this life, I am in love with Onyxus, and he is the only man I ever want to be with. You need to stop saying that, I grumble. But I mean it. I'd never do anything to hurt you, he insists softly. A sudden onslaught of emotion chokes in my throat. I try to swallow it down, but it's almost impossible. I know it's likely from a lack of sleep and having to part with Onyxus, but I can barely contain it. I'm already hurt. I just had to walk away from my husband and mate. I wipe at a tear that dares to fall, silently cursing myself. Do you even know how hard that is for me? It's as if my heart is being torn from my chest. Onyxus takes a part of me with him every time he leaves, and I want to follow, to reunite myself with the parts of me I fear are gone forever. Alston's expression crumbles as his gaze follows a tear's path down my cheek. You're right, you don't deserve that. I couldn't care less about power over Zion's pack. I just want to be free of this. You will be, he affirms. I have some ideas on how we can get Zion alone to kill him so his guards don't intervene. Wiping away the last of my tears, I focus on that. A plan, a way out of this. Killing Zion will solve not just my problems, but Onyxus'. It gives me something to fight for. It won't be easy. That guard of his is permanently fixed to his side, I note, thinking about the hideously tall, muscular man that follows my father everywhere, weapons permanently strapped to his sides. The moment my father is cut down, he will descend upon us without mercy, targeting us before any of Alston's guards. Although Zion doesn't seem to be suspicious of Alston, he has ensured his own guards far outnumber the ones of Alston's that he allows in the manor. We'll manage it, he promises. After that, and after, well, I hold my hand up. You don't need to say it. After all of this you'll be free. I promise. He smiles softly, and although my entire body aches, I offer one back. At the end of the day, I've been paired with someone willing to help me, and I should be grateful for that. Even if he likes to make snide comments at my mate and claims to harbor feelings for me. Thank you for helping me, I murmur. I know you didn't need to do any of this, so it means it a lot. He nods. You deserve happiness. Truly. I settle back into my seat, looking down at my hand, at my bare finger where Onyxus' grandmother's ring should sit. I am now married to my mate. No one can take that from me. Chapter 70. Sierra. This is the worst wedding I've ever been present at, and unfortunately, it is mine. Zion transformed his entire property into a wedding paradise. His gaudy, out-of-touch purchases make my nose turn up, although his carefully selected guests seem to enjoy it. I've been paraded around in my too small dress, forced to smile and act as though I'm enamored by Alston, who doesn't seem nearly as unimpressed with this circus as I am. We drawl through our vows, and at our kiss, I try not to hesitate. The way his hand slid behind my neck, his other secured around my waist, made me want to set my dress on fire. It's not that he repulses me, I can't stand another man touching me who isn't my mate. Pretending to marry Alston feels so strange, so wrong. I know my union with Onyxus renders this void, but an uncomfortable feeling still crawls over my skin nonetheless. I shouldn't be in this situation. I know not a single person in attendance, and yet I'm forced to shake each of their hands as they depart the venue late at night. It gets to the point that my cheeks ache from my fake smile, and my feet are almost bleeding from being wedged into these heels. With every hand I shake and compliment I'm given, I see Zion watching me. The smug twist of his lips hasn't diminished since the ceremony started. He thinks he's winning, and yet he has no idea what Alston and I are planning. Another person appears before me, wearing a white dress with ruffles and a smile so large it nearly swallows half her face. "Congratulations," she sings, shaking my hand gently. "Thank you for coming," I respond blandly. What must be her husband sidles up next to her, taking my hand next. His eyes travel over me blatantly, the bottle of wine I've consumed on my own curling in my stomach. "Congratulations, you make a beautiful couple." I smile tightly. "Thank you." Alston has been pulled off to converse with his brother, who seemed wholly uninterested when introduced to me. Other than that, and a few cousins, he doesn't have much family. It's good. The fewer people that rely on this faux union, the better. "I can't wait to see the gorgeous babies you two have," the man claims, looking at my stomach. It takes every ounce of effort not to cover it with my hands. "I wouldn't count on it," I grumble under my breath. I've heard that exact sentiment at least 100 times tonight. It's tempting me to rip all the pins from my hair and collapse onto the floor in a fluffy puddle of gauze. He frowns. "Oh, bye now." Mercifully, he and his partner move on, heading for someone who is allegedly my uncle. Anyone connected or allied to Zion is not a friend of mine, even if we share blood relation. A hand suddenly slips into mine, strong as it grips me. I look up, meeting the heavy-browed gaze of Alpha Imogen. A gasp catches in my throat, my first instinct being to pull my hand away, but I refrain. I don't know much about this Alpha. I know she has always been wary of Onyxus due to his recent elevation as Alpha and her tense relationship with his father in the past. She and Zion share a tentative understanding that I know so little about, but clearly, he trusts her to be here. She intimidates me. Someone assertive and decisive cannot be underestimated, and she stands for values that are still unclear to me. "Sierra," she says smoothly, her nose scrunching up a bit at my dress and frilly lace gloves. "I would congratulate you, but I'm not sure it's what you want to hear." At least she's perceptive. "Imogen." "Thank you for coming," I muse politely, hoping she will continue on her way. "You couldn't look more disinterested in the ceremony," she continues. "I figured what was going on between you and Onyxus was just some private fun. I see now that you truly are in love with him." My throat tightens at the mention of his name. I'm not sure what her angle is regarding this conversation, but knowing someone seems to be behind this facade is comforting. "How can you tell?" I whisper. "You're a different person when you're far from him." Her deep brown eyes crinkle at the edges. "I can notice the bond between two people well." "You can?" "I had a mate. I lost her in an accident years ago." She sighs with her whole chest. "If this isn't what you want, fight for what you do." I blink up at her in surprise, not expecting those words to come from her mouth. For as long as I've known Onyxus and in relation, all other alphas, I've never particularly liked Imogen. As the oldest alpha, she is the wisest, but she's secretive and often harsh. I understand her doubts about Onyxus, but I never understood her allegiance to my father, even if it is weak. "I'm sorry about what happened to your mate." Overcoming that has clearly made you the strongest person I've ever met, I admit softly, trying to stop myself from imagining falling victim to a similar fate. I'm hoping I can count on you if matters start to shift around here. She doesn't break eye contact, but falls silent for a moment. I'm taking a risk hinting at something so blatantly when in Zion's territory. Imogen must know war may come if matters change with Onyxus and me, but which side she will fall on is still uncertain. She and Onyxus came to some agreement, but that was before she witnessed him turning on Alston. I hope now she understands why he did. You can rely on me, she finally relents. Stay safe, Sierra. She finally releases my hand, bowing her head before she pulls away. I watch her go, my heart thumping in my ears. It seems we have a majority if this comes down to a war. The relief is so palpable my legs tremble. That is, until Zion approaches. That was a beautiful ceremony, daughter, he muses, turning to stand beside me so he can watch the last of the people filtering out of the grand ballroom. Leave me alone, I growl. I'm not in the mood to deal with him tonight. You are fulfilling a worthwhile destiny. He doesn't bother to dial down the triumph in his tone. You should be proud. I'm a prisoner here. You should thank me. I paired you with a man around your age whose looks are nothing to sneer at. He gestures toward Alston. Your other options, not to work, are not so favorable. I glance at Alston. He laughs animatedly, clapping his brother on his back as they talk. People seem to gravitate toward him, seduced by his charisma. As beautiful as he is, he's not who I want, and no amount of prompting from Zion is going to change that. Leave me alone, I snap. I don't wait for his response, charging toward the exit. People watch, stepping out of my way. I'm sure I must seem ridiculous, visibly angry while clutching the fluffy skirts of my dress. A hand grabs my arm, but doesn't stop me. Alston falls into step next to me, worry pinching his brows together. Hey, everything okay? It's just Zion. I twist through the corridor, nearly barging wedding-goers to the side as I mercilessly stomp toward the stairs. He will not be missed once we kill him. Alston visibly winces, murmuring apologies to people as we walk past. I'm so upset, I hardly care. Let them think their alpha's life is going to be cut short. Once we are heading up the stairs, he leans closer. I'm starting to devise a plan that I think will genuinely work, he says lowly, eyeing guards that stand post at the top of the stairwell. We'll discuss it with Onyxus when we next see him. I'm looking forward to that. I pause, bracing my hand on the wall as I yank my shoes off, nearly catching my heel on the hem of the dress. I barely note the blood spotting the insole, or the tenderness of my feet as I start walking on the carpet again. Was the ceremony okay? Alston asks softly, trying to keep up with me. It was bearable, I sigh. But only because it wasn't real. We make it to my room. Alston pauses in the doorway, rubbing his hand through his curls awkwardly. Can I come in? I whirl around to face him, his question hanging in the air. We both know what that means. He's trying to school his face into something calm, but the grimace breaks through. Even he knows this is unbearably uncomfortable, but that's not stopping him from pursuing his heir. I'm kind of tired, I stammer. I just can't. I just want to make sure you're really okay after that. I imagine it was hard, he murmurs in an attempt to save the situation. He steps tentatively into the room when I don't protest, venturing closer as I sit down on the edge of the bed, giving my aching feet a rest. Despite being afraid of Alston's intentions, I like that I can talk to him freely. It was hard, I admit, feeling the chasm of unbearable darkness and misery open back up again. But I've experienced worse. I had to watch Onyxus marry before. That nearly killed me. I thought that man I had been in love with for years was slipping from my grasp right as I could have had him. I should have just told him the truth. We could have overcome everything together. Ah, yes. Violet, he says knowingly, sliding his hands into his pockets. Beautiful girl. I nod weakly. They were well suited, he admits with a half shrug. And they could have been happy together if he wasn't in love with me? I look up at him, my voice cracking. Neither of them would have been happy. Alston may think that an arranged marriage can work in our case, but I'm not going to fall in love with him. My heart has made its decision, and so has the bond of mates. It doesn't matter now, he shakes his head. I was wondering about something. What? I think we should start trying tonight. He says it so quickly, he practically stumbles over his words, his cheeks reddening. For my air. Oh, I don't want to pressure you, he adds quickly. But the sooner we start, the sooner it will be done. My heart plummets into my stomach, and once again I feel the overwhelming urge to be sick. I know I'm going to be continuously harassed until I either come up with an alternative plan or give in to his wants, and that haunts me. I know, I whisper. He steps forward, kneeling to one knee in front of me as if he's not in one of the most expensive suits I've ever seen. He reaches for my face, his eyes dropping down to my lips as his intentions become clear. Alston. I bulk, pressing back on his shoulders. I can't tonight. His eyes darken. Why not? I'm on my period, I blurt out, grabbing the first excuse that comes to mind. This week just won't work. His expression falls, and he quickly stands back up again, smoothing a hand down the front of his suit jacket. The excuse may not be original, but it works. Oh, that's all right. Next week then, right? I smile tightly. Yeah, of course. I know I shouldn't say this, but I'm looking forward to it. He winces. I mean, I'm looking forward to connecting with you. We're never going to be lovers, Alston. You know that, right? I remind him sternly, giving him a hard look. Whatever he thinks he feels for me isn't real. We are forced into an uncanny situation, and it's doing something strange to his mind. He rubs the back of his neck. I don't know. I guess we'll see. I think you should go, I stand, gesturing at the door. If he stays much longer, I fear I'll say something I'll regret, and he'll turn against me. He hesitates, but eventually nods, backing up a few steps. Right. Good night, Alvera. I wait until he's closed the door behind him before I release a long breath. I escaped his advances tonight, but how long will I be successful in doing that? Venturing across the room, I pull at the sleeves of the dress, needing to be rid of this hideous monstrosity. My eye catches a folded piece of paper on my bedside table. I can feel my heartbeat pulsing in my throat as I stare at it for a few long moments. No, it can't be. I wander toward it slowly, my fingers quivering as I pick it up and reveal the familiar handwriting printed on the paper. Sierra. Onyxus may know the truth, but I am not satisfied. Reproduce with Alston, and I kill him. Kill Alpha Zion, and I will kill you. Make something work. Your brother. Chapter 71. Sierra. Mercifully, I managed to evade Alston's advances for 2 weeks. Once my metaphorical period could reasonably have been seen to end, he came to my door again, and after that came endless excuses regarding all manner of things, headaches, nausea, and even a sore back, anything to swerve around his desires. As the days drew near, the closer we were to seeing Onyxus again, the more pushy he became. Still, once I said no, he backed off entirely, but his suspicions hang heavy in the air. He knows I'm putting this off. I know the deal I made, and I know that if I don't come up with an alternative idea, I'm going to have to succumb to the clauses in the contract. Thankfully, as agreed, Alston drums up a vague excuse to tell Zion about wanting to take me home to see one of his cousins get married. Instead, we detour to the same in that all our future meetings will be conducted at, and I'm reunited with Onyxus. The relief of seeing him after the 2 weeks I've endured is almost too much to bear. We collapse into each other's arms, and he immediately takes me upstairs to our room, barely sparing Alston a glance. I let him carry me, let him shower my face in kisses while he murmurs all the different ways he loves me against my skin. During the journey over, I compiled everything I wanted to tell Onyxus, but the moment I'm in his arms, all my thoughts vanish. We don't make it to the bed before Onyxus is pulling my clothes off, his mouth on mine. Before I can even glimpse the room, I'm pressed against the door. I let my worries sink to the back of my mind, allowing him to take over my thoughts. Just being in his presence melts reality away, letting me give myself to him completely. Onyxus leaves me exhausted and sated, carrying me back to the bed where he lays me down gently. The moment is so perfect, so familiar that I don't dare break it with what is burdening me. We bathe together, and I let him tell me about his plans for me when I return to his pack. He promises me a proper wedding, a honeymoon, and plenty of card games in the old barn. Eventually, he tucks me into bed and slides under the covers next to me. I lay as close to him as possible, my head resting on his chest. I don't want to fall asleep. I want to spend every moment I have with him fully conscious, but instead, exhaustion pulls me into sleep with no escape. I'm startled awake, what feels like seconds later, but what must be hours. Onyxus isn't in bed, but across the room, fussing with something. Darkness swabbles the room, making it so I can only decipher his figure as he wanders about. Onyxus, I murmur blearily, rubbing my eyes. He turns, leaning over to ignite a lamp at my bedside. It takes a few wary blinks to make him out again, sleep still clouding my vision. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to wake you. He ambles closer. It's okay. I sit up on my elbows, waiting for my perception of time to glide back into place. What time is it? Nearly dawn. He sits down on the bed next to me. I wanted to get you some flowers, but there weren't many. My eyes drop to the small bouquet he holds in his hands. It's a haphazardly clumped together mess of yellow and white flowers that grow on the backside of the inn. The stems of differing lengths and thickness are bound together by fraying yarn that he must have acquired downstairs. My heart melts as I gently take the flowers, which are already starting to wilt. Regardless of their quality, they are beautiful. These are perfect. Thank you. I lean down to smell their rich scents, a pleasant tickle gathering in my nose. Onyxus smiles warmly, although his smile is dim. You look so tired, I breathe, reaching up to rest my hand against his face. The lines around his eyes seem to have deepened, along with twin shadows beneath them. This is killing him as much as it's killing me, and I don't know what to do about it. I haven't been sleeping. He holds my hand, kissing it before lowering it to the bed. I close my eyes and I think of what he could be doing to you. A jolting pain strikes my stomach as I sit up until my back is against the weathered headboard. I knew he was thinking about it, that it had been bothering him more than he had let on. I don't know what to do, I admit painfully. I can't be with him, Onyxus. I just can't. Each time the thought comes to mind, the urge to throw up is palpable. You don't have to. Let me get you out of this, he insists, urgency straining his voice. He'll wage war on you, I remind him sharply. Imogen may have indicated her support, but with a contract involved, she may be forced to take that back. Right after we finished having sex, I told him what Imogen said to me. I thought we both needed to enjoy some optimistic news for once. Imogen confirming that she would side with us if Zion waged war is a positive development, the first we have had in a while. It gives me hope that, were Alston to turn against me, we would have other options. We can make it work. Onyxus runs his fingers down my bare arm gently, leaving traces of sparks in his wake. I'll do anything for you, Sierra. I can't be the one who forces you into a war. Were I to say the word, Onyxus would happily turn his army on Zion. He would use it as an excuse to conquer land and to finally get the revenge he's been fighting for. It won't be you doing it. It will be Zion and Alston for making you compromise yourself. His eyes darken at the thought. I want to protect you. I shake my head. I can't lean into that option, not yet. I need to kill Zion, I say decisively. Alston is never going to agree to kill him until he gets his heir. He reminds me tightly, grimacing. If I want to avoid carrying Alston's heir, I need another plan. I've been considering ways to kill Zion on my own, but if I do, it will be almost impossible. Zion is never not in the presence of his personal guard. The man stands many inches above me and carries an entire armory on him at all times. Plus, he's chronically suspicious of me and wouldn't let me or Alston within feet of Zion without being near himself. If I'm going to kill my father, I need to figure out the guard first. I stand no chance otherwise. Onyxus stands, wandering over the window. He pulls the threadbare curtains back, revealing a strip of light gilding the distant horizon. Somewhere in that direction lies his pack, my salvation. I got another note, I bring up suddenly. The muscles of Onyxus back tense beneath his shirt before he turns. The violent unleashing of his anger is visible in the dark depths of his eyes. From the person who has been threatening you? Yeah, they say they are my brother. I wince, wringing my hands anxiously. The thought has been haunting me. It makes no sense. My entire life, I've been an only child. hidden from the public eye by Zion until my escape. I have no memory of a brother growing up, and I cannot conceive of why one would be terrorizing me now. There has to be another explanation. Brother? How's that possible? Onyxus stalks closer. I don't know. I shrug helplessly. Zion would much rather choose my brother to be heir over me if he knew he existed. So he doesn't know then. Onyxus rubs his jaw thoughtfully, although the tension coiled in his muscles makes it clear this news bothers him. But why and how? I question into the air. There is no way my mother had another kid. She wouldn't have abandoned them. My mother sacrificed everything for me. It can't be possible that she would abandon a child or give them up to someone else. She was too kind, too maternal. And she wouldn't have kept that from me. She kept nothing from me the entire time I've known her, aside from the times Zion hurt her, no doubt. Perhaps she sent them off to live with someone else to save them from Zion, Onyxus theorizes. Why not send me then? I bite into the tip of my nail anxiously. I could envision my mother realizing the environment she would be subjecting her children to if she didn't hand them off for a better life, but she wouldn't have kept me and saved my brother. Onyxus sighs roughly, his inky strands gliding through his fingers as he runs both hands across his scalp. Maybe whoever is writing these notes is lying to deceive you. I just don't see why they would do that. I press my eyelids together until sparks of color dance in my vision. They have nothing to gain. Whoever is sending these notes must be behind the murders, which means they are volatile if I don't adhere to what they are saying. Who knows what they will do? I wonder if he has a different mother than I. Maybe he was a bastard child that Zion never knew about, I murmur. If that's true, everything could change. That's a possibility. A muscle in his jaw ticks. What did they threaten you with? He says the word threaten like it's poison, like he can barely manage to get it out. They told me they would kill Alston if I had his baby, and that if I killed Zion, they would kill me, I exclaim, the words having burned themselves into the forefront of my mind. You can't let that stop you. Onyxus sinks back down onto the bed, taking my hands into his. I'll do some looking into this for you. He wouldn't put me at risk if he thought the threat was credible. Still, he didn't see the urgency of the notes left to me before he knew. Whoever this is has nothing to lose and isn't afraid to act against me. I wouldn't be surprised if they were the ones who alerted Zion to my existence in the first place. Just don't alert Zion. If he knows he has a son out there, wait, I drift off, a thought coming to mind. Wait, what? I spring from the bed, needing to pace, to consolidate my thoughts. Maybe if we find out who my brother is, he can be the heir. He shakes his head, his gaze tracking me. Alston would never allow that to happen. It wouldn't be my problem anymore. Is that what you want? To forego your right to that land? He asks gently, his voice wavering. I pause, considering his words and the subtle vulnerability entwined within them. He worries about that, clearly. He worries that Alston will take control of the land owed to me by birthright while I become Luna in Onyxus' pack. I know he worries I will resent him for the power shift when I could have had all the land to myself. In reality, I hardly care for my father's territory, for what will belong to me when he dies. I want Onyxus, not land, not title. Onyxus could be a farmer or a trader, not an alpha, and I would love him as ardently as I do now. All I want is for the pack to fall into capable and fair hands. Even if they aren't mine. It would never be mine anyway, I say softly. Unless you want me to stay and get Alston to kill Zion. I would never want you to put yourself in harm's way for my benefit, he says quickly. I want you home, and if finding your brother would do that, then fine. No, I should stay. I'll figure the Alston matter out, and I'll kill Zion myself, I exclaim decidedly, releasing a long breath. The thought of staying hurts me, especially when Alston's intentions are chasing me down relentlessly. But Zion can't be killed from a distance. We may never get this close to him again. Onyxus' expression cracks. Sierra. I want to. For my mother, and for your father. I step closer, standing between his legs as he sits on the bed. His hands rest on my waist. I would rather see you free. I smile weakly, an unfamiliar feeling blooming in my stomach. He's putting me before his desire for revenge. That's not surprising, but just hearing it affirms my love for him. There is no way we can know if I even have a brother. Even so, if he does exist, Why hasn't he come forward to claim his right as heir? I shrug with one shoulder. I get the feeling he would want it as much as I do. I'll do some investigating, and you continue what you're doing for another 2 weeks. By then, I'll have a plan, I promise, he vows gently. I nod affirmatively. And while you do that, I'll figure out how to kill my father. And evade Alston. At this point, I'm not sure which one will be easier. Chapter 72. Sierra. I lean my head back against the edge of the bath, releasing a long sigh. This is my only moment of peace. Sitting in a bath where the water is a bit too hot, reddening my skin, and staring up at a pale ceiling, my vision warped by the steam. A lot has happened since I last saw Onyxus 3 days ago. On a whim, when Alston and I had spent the day together, I felt confident enough to broach the question of trust with him. Zion has been especially suspicious of Alston recently, which has put him on edge, giving me the perfect opportunity to bring up killing him preemptively. I figured he would shut it down, would tell me he needs his heir first. But the doubt has gotten under his skin, and he eventually agreed to start devising a plan to kill Zion. My eyes close, the tension in my limbs uncoiling. Despite everything Alston is doing for me, I can't find it in myself to feel bad. He genuinely believes, after all this time, that I will stay and give him his heir. He has truly deluded himself into believing that Onyxus and my relationship isn't real, isn't meaningful. I appreciate Alston, but I'm concerned he actually believes he is in love with me. The sound of clothing stirring a few feet from me has my eyes opening again. Alston is standing in the doorway of the bathroom, gazing down at me. Alston! I scream, lurching upward as I band an arm over my chest. Thankfully, the bubbles cover everything else, but the surge of mortification stains my skin regardless. I'm sorry. How long were you standing there? I hiss, the water rolling about the tub, some having slipped over the edge and onto the floor. He looks away, his jaw tense. Not long, he admits. I was just about to say something. You could have knocked. The thought of him watching me from the doorway is beyond unsettling, leaving a sour feeling swirling in my stomach. I did. Multiple times, he states. I was coming in to check on you. I huff out a breath. Was I really that deep in my head that I didn't even hear him knocking? I wish he had taken the hint and left instead of entering my bedroom. What? Ugh, never mind. I motion for him to turn around. What do you want? Stepping out of the bath, I try not to slip on the slick floor. As I towel off, I keep an eye on Alston, but he doesn't turn back around. I thought we could go over the plan one more time. He scratches the back of his neck, his back tense. Tomorrow is the day we kill Zion. It's all we've been talking about, but I understand his apprehension. Everything is riding on this going right. If it doesn't, Zion will know Alston and me are working together, and he will ensure I remarry someone who won't be so merciful. Are you finally going to tell me where this exit is? I question, slipping a bathrobe on before brushing past Alston on my way into my room. We plan to kill Zion and escape through a service tunnel beneath the estate that emerges near an old road that was decommissioned decades ago. From there, Alston's guards will escort us quickly to the border and to his pack, where we can seek refuge before reclaiming our right to the pack. Well, that's his plan. Mine is to flee back to Onyxus the moment the opportunity presents itself. And if Alston dares wage war against my mate, his small pack in comparison will be crushed beneath the weight of Onyxus' power. Without Zion's alliance, Alston has nothing. It's not ideal. I don't want to betray Alston, but anything is preferable to having to sleep with him and carry his child. I can guide you to it tomorrow, he assures me, his gaze tracking me as I sit down on my bed. We'll need to get to it as soon as Zion is dead, as once his guard finds him, the property, hell, the whole pack will be shut down. And you're sure this tunnel isn't used anymore? I ask, folding my arms across my chest. It's a service tunnel that comes out near the old well. Water used to be brought through that way, but that's not necessary anymore, he assures me. He looks beyond tired, he looks shattered, exhausted. He mustn't be sleeping, for the dark shadows under his eyes have deepened in color, and vivid red lines streak through the whites of his eyes. I wonder what else has been plaguing him. His eyes are usually an electric blue, and now they appear dull and muted like the life once in them is draining out. I can't worry about that tonight. Nothing can alter tomorrow's plan. All right, so Zion has definitely agreed to your idea? I ask. Yes, he's having all his guards do an integration drill with my guards first thing in the morning while he takes his breakfast in his chambers, he explains, beginning to pace before me. Which I will bring him after you intercept his maid. Bring it in under the guise that you want to talk, he states. Make your reasoning believable as not to rouse suspicion, something about how you and I aren't getting along, or maybe try to act as though you're appealing to his good nature by asking to see Onyxus once more. I nod. This is a solid plan. By now, Zion must be wondering why I've stopped resisting his ideas, why I haven't uttered Onyxus' name recently. That sounds good. I can't help but smile. Then you come in. I come in once his guard is gone and we kill him, he says softly, swallowing thickly. I frown a touch, trying to meet his gaze. He's stopped pacing now, but he's staring at my bedroom window, which only shows his reflection right back. His maid is his taster, so by intercepting her we can poison the food, I add. I assume he takes an antidote though, just in case. Which is why you can take a knife, just in case, he murmurs. I stand, tightening the robe's band around my middle. Can I have it now? He hesitates long enough for the temperature in the room to cool. He still doesn't trust me, which is all this plan hinges on. He doesn't want to give me the knife in case I turn on him too. I'll give it to you first thing, he assures me, rubbing his jaw. Better I have it in case of a search. I exhale slowly. True, I suppose. Guards have been known to search me from time to time, and I would hate to understand the consequences if they found a knife on me. Right. Now tell me where the entrance to the service tunnel is, I challenge, eyeing him warily. This needs to go perfectly. I hate that I don't know where it is, that I can't sneak out tonight, being sure of where it is, without putting myself at immense risk. I'll tell you tomorrow. I want to know now, I snap. I'm pushing him. I can feel this is too much pressure, and yet I can't help myself. He sighs roughly, shaking his head. Sierra. Alston. Fuck. He throws his hands up, his voice booming through the room. I wince, cowering back a step. He's not just frustrated, he's angry. Not at me, but at something else, possibly at himself. It's enough to make me wary of him. What? I venture tentatively. Shit, he hisses, turning his back on me, digging his fingers into his dark brown curls. I'm really going to do it. He's breathing harshly through his teeth, his shoulders heaving with the effort. My mouth dries, a terrible sense that he's at his breaking point bearing down on me. Do what? I whisper after a long moment. Alston, you're scaring me. He whirls back around to stare at me. His pupils are dilated and his face is tinged red. There's a feral, almost unrecognizable look about him that has me glancing apprehensively at the door. As if the guards outside would do anything to save me. Let's have sex. I want my air. His voice sounds strangled, his hair a rampant mess from his hands. Whoa, I thought you trusted me. I back up, but the backs of my knees hit the edge of the bed. I agreed to give you the air once it was safe, once Zion was gone. Fuck. This was what I was worried about. He's turning on me. I can see the string is frayed, and now it's unraveling bit by bit until it cannot be rewound. He shakes his head, almost looking regretful. I can't trust that. You said you trusted me. You said you felt sorry for me. I snap, panic crawling up my throat, making my voice shaky and uneven. Things have changed, he states decidedly. Alston, no. I'm ready to beg, ready to plead. Something has changed about him tonight. I sensed it the moment he walked in. The man I bartered with yesterday is gone. He either doesn't trust me or is choosing not to for his own benefit. Either way, he's snuffing my hope out as effectively as a bucket of water on a fire pit. The deal is off. But the whole deal, he growls, his voice otherworldly. Fuck the contract, I don't care. No. No. What? I can't breathe, and I can barely even see the man in front of me. My biggest fear, since we agreed, is coming true, and I feel as though my heart is about to give out. His serious expression melts, and a watery smile greets his mouth as he takes another step toward me. There's nowhere for me to run to, nowhere for me to escape. You're mine, Sierra. I'll take my heir, and I'm going to take you as my wife. He murmurs like he's trying to soothe me, like this is good news. I'm married to Onyxus, I choke out. I can get it annulled. He laughs bitterly, the sound searing against my skin. I'll claim you didn't consummate quickly enough after, I'll find a loophole. Why? Why do this to me? I question hopelessly, feeling a traitorous tear fall from my eyes. You're supposed to be my friend, Alston. This can't be happening. I want you, he breathes, reaching for my face. You're the perfect girl, the perfect wife. You'll lead both our packs with me, and we will be happy, eventually, when you come around. His fingers are ice cold as they glide up my cheeks, cradling either side of my face. I want to jerk away, to put space between us, but there isn't anywhere to run. Eventually? I'll never want you. I insist desperately, grimacing as he wipes away a tear with his thumb. He even has the nerve to look sorry for me. You'll fall in love with me. I'll spend every day after today making it happen, he vows. But I can't kill Zion. Not until I've thwarted your mate and destroyed that bond of yours. A hot surge of fury erupts from within me, and I shove at his chest, pushing him back a few steps. You promised me. I yell, my hands balling into fists. He's lost his mind. Something has gotten to him, deluded him. He needs to snap out of this, to realize he doesn't love me. And Onyxus, Alston is signing his death sentence, speaking like this, turning on us like this. The moment we fail to show up in 2 weeks to meet him, he'll assume the worst and wage war against Zion. That was until I fell in love with you. Until I realized I much prefer you over my heir. He smiles. But I suppose now I can have both. No, Alston, please don't do this. Onyxus will wage war against you, I remind him coarsely. I'll fight him off, then I'll kill him. He squares his shoulders back. Stay with me willingly, and I'll spare him. I gape at him, my mind whirling. He just dismantled our agreement in favor of another, knowing he's limiting my options. You've lost your mind. You're not getting away from me, Sierra. His smile drops. Tomorrow we will have a long talk with Zion, and we'll admit our crimes to him together. He'll forgive us. I plaster my hands to either side of my face, silently hoping this is a nightmare that I'll wake from soon. Alston wouldn't turn on me like this, not when we've come so far with trust. If I can get him to trust me once and reason with me, I can do it again. I step forward, opting for a softer tone, like I'm speaking to a wounded animal. Come on, we can talk about this, come to another agreement. No more. He holds his hand out, cutting me off. Zion and I will prepare for war and finally be rid of Onyxus for good. Then you and I can get to our life together. Alston, I'll even take you back to my pack and show you off. He rubs his hands together, contemplating the thought gleefully. People believe we are in love, it's great. Soon enough, what they see will be our truth. My hands rake through my hair as I turn away. No, this can't be happening. Sleep well, my love. He strides over, presses a kiss to the side of my head before I can push him off, and then heads to the door. Tomorrow is the start of our new life. I watch him go, utterly speechless. The door closes behind him, the lock clicking into place, sealing my fate. I need to get out of here. I need to get back to Onyxus. Chapter 73. Onyxus. I twist a piece of straw in my fingers, a heavy ache settling in my chest. I don't know why I came out here. It only hurts. This barn used to be a place where I would come with Sierra to be alone with her, where we could talk and connect. Now it's a place of bleak loneliness and a harsh reminder of her absence. Yet, at the same time, it's the only place I feel like I can come where I feel close to her. This space has always belonged to us, under the single dull light, amongst the yellow hay. Yawning, I look to the bundle of blankets and limp pillow I've been sleeping on. Dusk has only just settled, and I'm already contemplating sleep. It seems to be the only place I feel relief these days. A deep growl of thunder shudders through the barn, accompanying the steady patter of rain. Sierra would hate this storm. I hope someone is taking care of her where she is, even if it is Alston. The sound of footsteps pattering through puddles outside has me lifting my head. Moments later, the barn door opens with a vicious scrape, and Alex appears. Onyxus. Over here, I call out bleakly, tossing my mangled and bent piece of straw away. She shakes out her umbrella at the entrance, sending raindrops scattering. Without closing it, she rests it to the side before venturing toward me, weaving past towering stacks of hay bales. "I was told you would be in here," she says softly, brushing the frizzy edges of her pale hair back. Didn't believe it at first. Her eyes graze over my makeshift bed, a crease forming between her brow. I'm sure the sight is as depressing as it feels, but I can't find it in myself to care. I don't really feel like being in my room right now, I admit. Diane wanted me to bring you your dinner since you've been skipping it a lot these days. She's worried about you. She rubs her arm. But I thought I'd better try summoning you inside instead. I sigh through my nose. Sitting inside, pretending I'm okay, sounds like a tiresome, impossible task right now. She should be being doted on. Sierra is like a daughter to her, I murmur, looking down at the lines of my palms. Diane claims she isn't worried, that she has faith Sierra will return home. But even she couldn't help the night she crumpled into my arms and cried against my shoulder as she remembered what Sierra's mother went through in Zion's control. It almost killed me to be strong for her. Alex's voice is nearly lost in the sound of the rain. True, and you're her mate. You're sleeping out here? She nods to my pillow, which is only a few inches from her glistening, rain-soaked boots. Alex doesn't bother to restrain her concern. In becoming my mother's assistant, she has, in some ways, become mine. She's been picking up the pieces I've left behind, making excuses for the jobs I have been neglecting, and reminding me to be strong when the task feels impossible. As grateful as I am for her, I hate that such a burden has been placed on her shoulders. Sierra and I would often spend time together out here before we admitted our feelings for each other. We would play cards and talk all night, I tell her. I can still see the indentation of where Sierra and I would sit a few paces away from me. I haven't dared sit there, lest I stir the hay and destroy the tangible evidence of that reality. Alex swallows, her brows furrowing. You miss her. More than you can imagine. I clear my throat in an effort to stop my voice from cracking. Every day, sanity seems to be slipping away from me. I'm losing myself without her. I miss her too. A lot. She has given me the best gift ever, which is happiness. Alex smiles softly to herself, although her eyes remain sad. I would have never escaped my parents without you both. I sweep my hand through my tangled hair. She's a good friend. Everything in our lives was finally falling into place. It's killing me knowing it has been taken from me, and although I'm trying to remain certain I'll get her back, my hope is slipping. Alston is the problem. I can see him falling for her, recognizing the same glaze in his eyes when he looks at her that I've always had. You need to start taking better care of yourself. She'll be home soon, and she will be expecting the same man she left behind. Alex reminds me gently. I know. I rub my face before kneading my temples. You're right. Being away from your mate must be borderline impossible. She stares down at the hay, grimacing. It makes me feel guilty for bringing this up. What up? I've met someone, she admits. His name is Christian, and things are getting serious between us. My brows raise. I figured something was going on with her since she's been in better spirits than the rest of the house recently. I just thought she was holding herself together better than we were. I get to my feet. Really? That's great, Alex. You deserve love. I was wondering if you would meet him. He's inside, and I want your read on him. She scratches beneath her ear. I like him, but I want to know if I'm into him more than he's into me. Sometimes it doesn't feel like he's completely invested in us. I smile despite myself, trying to share in her happiness. Of course, Alex. I would be happy to. We venture back through the storm beneath Alex's umbrella, which nearly collapses beneath the weight of the storm, the fabric almost ripping from the spokes. Inside, Alex adjusts her hair in the mirror and pinches her cheeks before nodding securely at me. I'd better like this guy. Alex deserves someone kind after what I put her through, and with Sierra gone for now, she needs someone. We stride into the sitting room, pulling the gaze of a tall, lanky man waiting in the center. A sense of familiarity immediately tingles against my skin. There is nothing particularly unique about his features, but the way he looks at me feels so familiar it's disconcerting. Alpha. What an honor to meet you. He strides forward, offering me his hand. I shake it, noting his grip is loose and uncertain. He glances at Alex, smiling tentatively. She flushes, clearly smitten by him. Christian, is it? I take my time to survey him, not bothered by how blatant my assessment is. It is, sir. He's scared of me. I can't fault him for it, as there aren't many who meet me who aren't. He started dating a girl who works for an alpha, with whom he now has to prove himself. I'll be kind for Alex's sake. I know how desperately she wants true love. But I won't be afraid to speak my mind to her if I don't believe he is an ideal match. I hope you are treating Alex well, I muse calmly. She deserves nothing less. He dips his head, light brown curls brushing against his brow. I'm doing my best. I wish I knew what it is about his eyes that makes them look so familiar. They're a dark brown, framed by even darker lashes. They watch me, an unreadable emotion stirring in them. Why don't you two have a talk while I go check on dinner that Diane made? Alex says, brushing both our arms before backing away. Onyxus, I hope you don't mind eating with us tonight. Of course I don't mind, I murmur. Christian and I watch her go, an unsettling tension draping over the room. I'm not an ideal conversationalist right now, but for Alex, I'll try. I must ask, but have I met you before, Christian? You look vaguely familiar, I bring up. Possibly. His hands slide into his pockets. I've done a bit of work here and there for Marin as one of her kitchen staff. You may have seen me at one of her events. That sounds about right. I nod, although for some reason that doesn't satisfy me. The staff at Marin's estate are instructed to keep their heads down and remain out of guests' paths. Some key staff members, such as personal guards, come to mind, but I would rarely cross paths with the kitchen staff. I haven't received much luck in this life so far, he muses, looking out the grand window at the rain that assaults the glass. But it's starting to look up. Oh yeah? I have some projects in the works. He rubs his jaw, the edges of his mouth turning upward. I've been working on them behind the scenes, but I figured it's about time I came into the light. He'd better not say he's intending to propose to Alex, as I fear I may throw him out of my house into the storm. They have just met. What are you working on? I ask tightly, my eyes narrowing on the side of his face. My primary focus is repairing some broken relationships in my family, he admits forlornly. I thought revenge was my only option for a while, but I'm starting to realize that there are other ways to get what I want. Revenge is tempting, I must admit. But it often gets in the way of what truly matters. At least I can relate to this guy on something. I live with the desire for revenge every day. It's like carrying around a burden I can't shake, even though reason suggests I should. You must be very familiar with that, he notes, looking over me. Your father was murdered. He turns his entire body to face me instead of the window, sending off warning signals in the back of my mind. Of course, he deserved it, though. Zion was only defending his honor. I open my mouth, but close it again. He speaks so plainly, so blatantly. None of his station would ever dare talk to me in such a way, which means there is a reason he believes he can speak freely. So I dampen the immediate rise of anger, focusing instead on ascertaining his point before I contemplate whether I want to snap his neck or drag his death out for speaking about my father that way. Why are you here tonight, Christian? I ask lowly. He smirks, the look not suiting the soft lines of his face. I wanted to ask firsthand how my sister is doing. Your sister, Sierra. He angles his head. I heard your mates. It's a pity, really. I always figured you two wouldn't work out. The sound of the rain overhead vanishes suddenly as the only sound I can hear becomes a dull pumping of blood around my head. This can't be real. Sierra and I were discussing her possibly having a brother, and now he's standing before me under the guise of being Alex's boyfriend while he smiles dumbly at me. I don't want to, but I see a vague resemblance. I see it mainly in the eyes, not the color, as his are a touch darker than hers, but in the way he looks at me. You're the one who has been leaving her notes. I step forward, bending my head to look down at him. The one who has been threatening her. I should kill him right now. I should spill his blood on this floor before explaining it to Alex. Before you overreact, just listen, he cautions. Despite myself, I hesitate enough for him to explain himself. I am everywhere at once. I have access to places you don't, including into Zion's estate, he says calmly, his gaze hardening. I've brushed shoulders with Sierra many times, and I can easily take her life myself, or have one of my many friends do it. Is that a threat? I seethe. You're not going to threaten me or beat me or even try to kill me. He takes a step back, knowing pushing me away wouldn't be much use. If so, you set in motion a plan I've devised long ago. Onyxus from a year ago probably would tear his throat out and call it a day. But he's threatening Sierra, ensuring that even if I were to take his life, he would have other ways of killing her. I doubt he's being truthful, but how can I know for sure? I can't take that risk. It's Sierra. What do you want? That remains to be seen, suppose. He braces his hands behind his back, satisfied I'm not going to lash out. You, Onyxus, are a very inconvenient piece of the puzzle. You're lucky you're still alive. My eyes narrow. Is that so? I just came here tonight to warn you. Sierra doesn't belong in this pack, nor as your mate. He shakes his head as he looks over me. So stay away from her, or else people might start dying around here again, and we wouldn't want that, would we? You have. I wouldn't bother, Alpha. He lowers his voice. I'm Alex's lover, I'm your mother's perfume acquirer, Diane's grocery supplier, and one of Zion's trusted guards. I'm anyone I want to be, so you're going to keep your mouth closed, and we will have a pleasant evening with Alex. After a few moments of me reeling, Alex appears at the doorway, smiling at us both. All right, dinner has been served in the dining room. She looks between us. You two coming? Of course, sweetheart. We'll be right there, Christian responds warmly, clapping me on the back before following her out. I stand in place for a long moment, contemplating his threat, only to realize right now there is nothing I can do about it. Chapter 74. Sierra. I can't stay here. If I stay here, I'm going to be Zion's prisoner, Alston's bride, and a vessel for his heir. If I stay here, Onyxus is going to notice my absence, and he's going to go to great lengths to get me back. So I'm left with only one option. I must escape. Dressing quickly, I choose dark clothing and lace up my boots tightly. My hands shake as I loop and twist the laces around themselves, adrenaline already thumping through me. I've been anticipating this night. I've had an escape plan in my head since the moment I got here, and it's finally time to use it. Beyond the door, a guard will be standing all night. Both the windows in my bedroom and bathroom don't open, meaning if I want to escape, I'm going to have to break my way out. I don't bother taking a single item. Anything other than the clothes on my back will weigh me down, and I'm going to have to make a quick escape if I want any chance of getting over Zion's border and into Marin's pack. Yanking everything off my bed, I grab a sheet and take it with me into the bathroom. If I break the bedroom window, the guard outside the door will overhear, so I close the bathroom door behind me and silently pray I won't be overheard. With the light off, I peer through the window, looking down at the shrubbery below. Most of the guards congregate around the front at this time of night, while some patrol the perimeter. Thankfully, most are on the edge of the property, so as long as I can keep to the shadows, I should be able to get around back and move through the house to find this secret exit tunnel. Wrapping the sheet around my fist, I twist it up my arm and tie it as tightly as I can manage. Then I step into the bath, trying not to slip on the droplets of water still dotting the surface as I line my covered fist up with the window. Please let this work. The first thud of my fist against glass causes it to tremble in the frame. Releasing a breath, I shake my arm, trying to stop myself from holding back. Raising my arm back, I slam my fist as hard as I can manage into the glass. It fractures, then shatters, a large piece popping out before falling into the bushes below. A few shards rain down into the bath, nicking the skin of my arms. Grimacing at the loud noise, I glance over my shoulder and pause, listening to hear if the bedroom door has opened. After a few beats, the only sound is the blood rushing in my ears and blissful silence fills the room. I don't waste any more time. I use my wrapped-up hand to brush the glass off my clothing and push away the rest of the glass in the frame before unwinding the sheet and tossing it to the side. Step 1 is completed. The night air is bitter and cool against my flushed cheeks as I sweep my legs over the windowsill and sit on it. My stomach pitches as I drop my gaze, seeing how far down the ground is and how far up I am. Come on, Sierra, I breathe lowly, my grip tightening on the windowsill. You got this. Thankfully, the exterior of the home is made of old brick with plenty of worn-down mortar that I can wedge my fingers against to scale up. Holding my breath, I begin my descent. My fingers, tinged a vibrant red, slot between the bricks as much as I can manage, while my boots struggle for purchase. It takes minutes of painful scrambling as I pick my way downward while keeping an eye out for guards. A dark wind presses against the side of my body as I continue slowly down, my fingers aching painfully, sharp chunks of brick and mortar cutting into the tips as I bear my weight down upon them. Eventually, I get low enough that I jump, landing with a jarring thud amidst a cluster of bushes now sprinkled with glass. Shaking out my hands, I curse. My hands shake as I stare down at my upturned palms, my fingertips stinging with some puncture marks in places. I can't worry about the pain now. I need to press on. Keeping close to the exterior wall, I make my way around the manor. At one point, I spy a guard close to the perimeter fence, but he doesn't notice me slink through the bushes, hidden deep within the shadows. The back door is slightly ajar when I come up to it, servants still flowing in and out as they finish up their work for the day. Gliding inside, I sigh in relief from being out of the cold, continuing down the barren corridor back into the home. Somewhere Alston is trying to sleep, contemplating the choice he has made. I hope he regrets it. I hope he realizes what a fool he's chosen to be and how it's going to get him killed. With the dim lighting and unfamiliar surroundings, I'm finding it challenging to navigate the many servants' hallways and doors that open up into varying rooms. Eventually, I stumble into a kitchen, the scent of dinner still hanging in the air. Pausing in front of a knife block, I stare at it before extracting one of the knives, tucking it safely behind my back. Now I need to find someone, as I'm never going to see this passage by morning. I manage to find a girl in a side room, her back to me as she digs through her bag. My footsteps are near silent as I approach her, pulling the knife out from behind my back. She yelps as I grab her shoulder and twist her around, shoving her back into the wall. Banding my forearm across her clavicle, I just use my other hand to hold the knife against her neck. For a moment, she reminds me of Alex with her bright blue eyes that widen in fear, a gasp catching in her throat. I'm so sorry, but you need to tell me where the entrance to the secret exit is that comes out by the old well, I instruct lowly, keeping the blade of the knife pressed against her skin, but not close enough to cut. She frowns, panic lacing her words. Secret exit? I have no idea what you are talking about. I can hear the restraint in her voice as she tosses up whether she should keep a long-held secret or if she should just be honest. The old service tunnel. Where's the entrance? I hiss, anxious to get the information I need before someone notices a hole in the bathroom window. I have no idea what you mean. Pressing the knife close enough, almost to pierce her skin, makes her draw in a sharp breath. I hate that I'm doing this, but if I have to choose between this and losing my freedom, the choice doesn't end up feeling so difficult to make. Tell me, I growl, hoping she can see the desperation in my eyes. Fine, okay, she grits out. It's in the pantry. No one should be in the kitchen. Take me to it, I order, releasing the knife from her neck, although I keep it pointed directly at her. She pushes off the wall, watching me from the corner of her eye as she leads me from the room and back to the kitchen. Her shoulders are tense and she's clearly terrified, but I don't think she's going to run. He's going to find you and drag you back here, she mumbles. I sigh. Of course, she recognizes me. Maybe, but not because you told him where I'm going. I follow her into the kitchen, the tip of my knife inches from her back. I really hope she doesn't make a move to run. I don't want to use this knife against her, even if it means Alston and Zion finding out I'm running. It's there. She points at the massive pantry doors, which contain enough food to sustain this entire manor. Some people use it to get in and out after a day's work, so the torches should still be lit. She opens the doors, igniting a light that reveals towering shelves stocked with food, and at the very back, an innocuous door that I would otherwise have never come across in my entire time living here. Thank you, I say to the girl, dropping the knife onto the counter beside me. I'm sorry about the knife to the neck. Yeah, Okay. She rubs her arm, looking ready to dart from the room. And I'm sorry about knocking you out. I can't have this getting back to one of the guards, I muse solemnly. What? I'm on her for a second, using all my force to knock her head against the wall. She immediately slumps, unconscious, into my arms. I gently let her down, propping her back up against the cabinet. Sorry, again, I murmur, patting her on the head once before closing the pantry door behind me. The hidden door opens up to a long set of concrete stairs. I follow them down quickly, trying not to slip on the damp surface, blinking my eyes in hopes they will adjust to the darkness. My knees are aching by the time I reach the bottom. The tunnel seems endlessly long and narrow, lit with torches that guide me away from the manor. The constant sound of dripping into shallow puddles and my footsteps echoing against the walls accompany me on the long walk. Every so often, I glance over my shoulder, trying to ensure no one is following me. But it's only me in this long, lonely corridor. I'm not sure how long I'm walking. Eventually, a slight gleam of light is visible amidst the distant darkness. With each step, it grows larger until the mouth of the tunnel is visible. I run toward it, desperate to breathe in fresh air over the dankness. The tunnel spits me out in an overgrown clearing in the woods. Long grass licks up my legs as I trample through it toward the old well. It's overgrown with wildlife and moss, and when I look down, it travels deep into the earth. Looking back over my shoulder, I see nothing but trees clustered tightly together. The manor is a distance away, but if Alston notices I'm missing, he will send guards straight here. So I start down a slight slope toward the sound of a chaotic river, hoping that if I follow it for long enough, it will lead me to some civilization. I find the narrow river that slithers haphazardly through trees. Following along the side of it, I keep my footsteps light, stepping on rocks and stones when I can to avoid leaving tracks. The sun is starting to rise, casting a pinkish glow over the landscape. Everything is silent, for now. A maid will come to my room and notice me missing within the next hour. Eventually, the river leads me to a small village that is beginning to come alive. People mull about doing their daily chores, mercifully ignoring me. As I pass through the cobbled main street, I look at the faces of Zion's pack members, grateful they have no idea who I am. My steps halt as one of Zion's soldiers catches my eye. There is no doubt that this is a soldier as they question a civilian who looks utterly petrified. And there is no doubt they're here looking for me. I make my way quickly behind the home, keeping to the back of a few until a bridge comes into view. Beneath it, a river travels by, although there's a decent amount of land on either side that I clamber up to, settling into the shadows as I hear transports pass over above me. I'll have to wait until sundown if I want a chance of getting out of here unseen. For a while, I sit and listen closely to the chatter of guards out searching for me. Eventually, my fatigue from a lack of sleep and endless walking catches up to me, and against my will, I fall asleep. I wake again with a start. The air is cool and weighted with dark around me. Groaning, I lean up, grimacing at my stiff limbs and heavy lids. My clothing is smeared with dirt, and the river water has risen to my toes. It's nighttime. I need to escape this village and reach the border now. Clambering out from under the bridge, I peer around. Noise comes from inside a nearby building, sounding animated and joyful. Outside, a few horses are tethered to a post, swishing their heads from side to side as they await their owner. Guilt only plagues me for a moment as I approach one of the horses, giving its muzzle a stroke before I unhook it from where it is tethered. I've ridden a horse a few times in my life, but stopped when I was thrown, not long after my mother and I first moved in with Onyxus. It was the first time I ever saw him erupt into laughter, especially when I turned around and had mud smeared all over my backside. Thankfully, the horse is unbothered by its new rider as I clamber up onto its back, settling in comfortably. Checking up and down the road, I notice a complete absence of people and guards, which means they have moved on to the next village in search of me. I ride through the darkness, keeping close to the edge of the woods and out of visibility from the main road. Still, I keep it in my eye line, knowing it leads straight to Marin's pack. Maybe I won't be any safer there. It's impossible to tell. All I know is that the wind whips through the fabric of my jacket and into the wet crevices of my boots. My fingers are utterly numb as they clutch the rope reins, the horse's hair feeling rough and coarse as it whips against my hands. Transports pass along the road methodically, although no one notices the desperate girl and her tired horse riding nearby. Due to the increased number of them, it's clear Alston and Zion are stopping at nothing to find me. What else did they expect me to do? Sit and wait obediently for them to push me like a doll into whatever position they desire? Soon enough, the landscape changes into moonlit meadows. My backside is aching from riding, and my thighs are so chafed I can't bear to look down in case it makes me woozy. I'm aiming for the very southern corner of Marin's border. It reaches the furthest into Zion's territory, and as long as I cross that line, Zion's guards can't cross without breaching some treaty. Dawn breaks suddenly and brilliantly, casting a warm light over the meadows I ride through. My horse is tired and is going to balk any moment now. We got lucky with a stream an hour back that we were able to rest at for a moment, but I can't waste any more time. I don't see any forms of life since I've departed from the main road to avoid being sighted until right now. An outpost stands against a paved road, tall and narrow. Considering the emerald-colored flags hanging against its exterior, it belongs to Marin and her guards. Thank the goddess. The horse doesn't require my instruction to slow down. It has reached the end of its patience with me. Sliding off its back, I bite my lip to hold back a cry as my legs nearly give out. Running my hands along the inside of my thigh, I wince at the welts I can feel have formed beneath the fabric of my pants. After tying the horse to a tree, I pet its neck tenderly before hobbling toward the entrance of the outpost, silently praying that at least one guard beyond is merciful and doesn't send me straight back. The only hope I have is that Onyxus and I are now legitimately married. I don't know what damage Alston and Zion have done in spreading misinformation since I escaped. Just as I'm about to knock on the door, a man stalks around the side of the building, stopping short when they sees me. We stare at each other in disbelief for a long few moments. He wears a silver and black uniform, the colors of Onyxus' army. It looks fresh and ironed, like he hasn't seen combat for a moment in his life. "Miss Sierra," he breathes, shaking his head in bewilderment. You work for Alpha Onyxus." My voice sounds croaky after a rough night's sleep, hours of riding, and drinking from the dodgy river water. "I worked as a guard at his home for some time before I got stationed here," he explains slowly. His face has lost all color, like he's seen a ghost. Clearly, I'm the last person he expected to see out here, and he's also mine. "You recognize me." I step forward, my legs trembling. "This is my escape, my way home." "I would recognize you anywhere," he admits, rubbing his brow. "What are you doing out here in Marin's pack?" I breathe out a long sigh of relief. I'm grateful I am genuinely over the border, and not at an ally outpost of Marin's in Zion's territory. "Can you please take me back to Onyxus?" "You have no idea what I went through to get here," I beg softly, motioning over myself. I'm sure he can see how much of a mess I am, how exhausted I clearly am. He nods affirmatively. "Absolutely. Let me prepare a transport and we'll leave right away." Chapter 75. Sierra. An overwhelming sense of déjà vu overcomes me as I face down the front door. This isn't the first time I've traveled a great distance to return to this manor. It stands now, imposing and yet so achingly familiar. I love everything about this place. This is my home. And now I'm desperate to see my mate. I give the guard who escorted me home a parting nod before I press through the large double doors, letting the great hall usher me in. Nothing has changed in the months I've been gone. I can scent Onyxus all over the place, soothing a deep ache that has settled into my stomach since I first left. It makes me want to bound through the manor looking for him. Before I can take a step, a curious voice floats through the hall. "Sierra?" I turn to my right, Alex emerging from the linked corridor that leads to the kitchen and staff quarters. She stops in her tracks, her pale eyes widening as if she's seen a ghost. "Oh, Alex," I breathe, the crushing weight of having had to part from those I care about bearing down on me. "I missed you so much." We collide in the center, her arms banding around me so tightly I fear she's about to cut off my breathing. She came here to be Lucinda's assistant, a gift from Onyxus to me so that I could have another friendly face around. We barely got a few days together before Zion took me. You're home. How is this possible? She clutches my arms, pulling back enough to survey me. I escaped, I explain, looking down at my mud-stained clothing that is wrinkled and ripped in one place. Alston turned on me. It's bad. I had no other choice but to come here. She sighs through her nose, her expression turning grave. I'm sure she has plenty of questions, but it's clear she doesn't want to overwhelm me. You did the right thing. We've all missed you so much, you have no idea. She pulls me in for another hug. I grimace, so she pulls away quickly. My thighs are aching from my endless ride, and I'm so sleep-addled I'm uneasy on my feet. The trip through Marin's Pack and into Onyxus was long and overcome with unease. If Alex didn't know I had escaped, it's unlikely Zion would have come to Lucinda and Onyxus demanding me back. Assuming Alston told him everything, he will now know he has no claim to me. But I doubt he will refrain from striking back soon. Where's Onyxus? I ask softly, noting the unusual quietness settled over the manor. He's not here at the moment. He's been spending time on the border looking for information on a potential son Zion has, Alex responds. The one who has been leaving you threatening messages. Of course he is. He promised he would try to find answers, and because he has no idea I've escaped, he's gone off looking for them. Alex looks at one of the guards posted near the door, clicking her fingers to gain his attention. Can a word be sent to Onyxus that his mate is here, please? He bows his head. It's already done. Thank you. I smile tightly. The guard who escorted me here must have dealt with that. Hopefully, that means Onyxus is rushing home as we speak. Come sit down. Alex grabs my arm, leading me into the formal sitting room. Everyone is going to want to see you. I've complained every time I've sat on the piece of furniture I now sink into, but now my aching body welcomes it. Lucinda will have some work to say about me smearing dirt across the luxurious upholstery, but I can hardly find it in myself to care. For a moment, I allow the tension to bleed from my muscles. The midday sun is buttery and warm, spearing through the window before pooling across the floor and furniture. Fresh stems of flowers are perched in vases, their scents caressing my senses. I'm home. Truly and finally home. Despite my relief, there is the pressing reminder that this isn't over yet. I'm scared, Alex. I feel like I'm bringing war to this pack, I admit warily, brushing my knotted hair away from my face. War has always been brewing, Sierra. If Zion does push the issue on Onyxus, then it is what it is, she muses, shrugging as if it means nothing at all. You're safe, and that's what matters right now. I nod numbly, casting a look around. I still feel as though I'm in another reality, unbelieving that I truly escaped successfully. I miss this place so much, I murmur. So why did Alston turn on you? Did he hurt you? Alex asks. She sits in the opposite chair to me, reaching her hand out so I can hold it for support. No, but... I drift off as a man strolls up to the door, leaning against the frame as he takes us both in. A distant sense of familiarity immediately strikes me. He has a thick head of light brown curls, all evenly styled, and he wears his shirt buttons done up all the way. Oh, Sierra. Alex stands, sweeping over to him. I know this is a terrible time, but I want to introduce you to Christian, my boyfriend. My brows raise. Wow, I honestly have missed out on so much. My friend has started a relationship, and I haven't been here to support her, to hear all about it. It's lovely to meet you, Christian greets as I stand to shake his hand. His dark eyes are perusing over my body, taking in the state of my clothing and wrists flecked with tiny red nicks from when I smashed through the glass window at Zion's. His brows press together, but he doesn't appear overly bothered. You too. I shake his hand, trying not to grimace at the mud caked under my nails. Have we met before? I must have seen him before. I've never gotten out much in my life, so when someone is familiar to me, I usually don't struggle as I do now to place them. His smile is strained. I don't imagine so. He worked for Marin at one point, so you may have seen him at one of her parties, Alex explains hastily, wrapping her arm around his. I blink. Huh. My friend is clinging to his stiff form, gazing up at him through icy blonde eyelashes. He stares at me, indecipherable emotions swirling in his eyes. I've heard you've been through a lot. Maybe now isn't the best time to talk about it. Alex pats his arm, shooting me an apologetic look. I'm sure she would love some rest. As much as I would love to crawl under the covers right now, I can't dismiss Alex and Christian when I've only just started speaking to them. I've missed out on so much already, and admittedly, something about Christian is unsettling. First, you need to tell me how you two met. I clasped my hands together, forcing a smile. It's kind of funny, actually, Alex begins. Christian was applying for a job here as a personal guard, and I was interviewing him for the position. He spent the entire time flirting with me, and although that didn't get him the job, it did get him a date with me. I call it a success, Christian adds, smiling down at her. The warmth of the smile doesn't reach his blustery eyes. I wonder what sort of feeling Onyxus got about this man. I'm sure my doubt is coming from my exhaustion, or perhaps the fact that my trust has been stamped in the dirt by someone I thought I knew recently. That's wonderful. I'm so glad you're happy, Alex, I say softly, meaning every word. She deserves as much. Her smile begins to trend downward. It's hard to be happy when my best friend has been kidnapped by a megalomaniac and is being kept against her will. Christian frowns at her. Megalomaniac? That's a bit harsh, isn't it? I open my mouth, but press it closed again, uncertain of what to say. I haven't met a single soul in this pack who has ever balked at the thought of Zion being referred to as anything other than evil. Christian. Why would you say that? Alex's eyes dart to me, embarrassment the color of crimson pooling in her cheeks. It's okay, I say dismissively, pressing down my edge of uncertainty. There are a lot of words that describe my father, and none of them are favorable. He is a violent, unpredictable man who hurt my mother. Christian's eyes darken, a muscle feathering in his jaw. You don't see him as a father? I laugh roughly. Not even a little bit. I've been without one for so much of my life, and for what he was there for, he may as well have been absent, that I don't yearn for paternal comfort. I'm satisfied enough with every other aspect of my life. Family is so important, and you're an orphan, Zion brings up, the cut of his voice stirring my nerves. You must want a family. I have a family. Diane, the head chef here, raised me after my mother died, and Lucinda has always been there for me, I respond curtly. Now, I also have Onyxus and Alex. What more could I want? I'm not truly rude for Alex's sake. There is, however, something off about this man. His expression turns blistering, but in an instant, he sobers. His hand slithers around Alex's back, rubbing it tenderly before pulling away. You two enjoy your catch-up. I watch him go, making a mental note to speak to him again soon to ascertain his intentions regarding my friend. Sorry about that. He's never acted that way before, Alex excuses, scratching the back of her neck. She appears truly bewildered. That's all right, I assure her, not wanting to upset her prematurely. The sound of heels clicking against the marble floor draws our attention. Lucinda stalks past, her head barely turning to glance into the sitting room. She doubles back when she sees me, her skin draining of color. Sierra? A rush of emotions expands in my chest. As grateful as I am to see her, I'm also afraid. I'm so scared she will tell me to leave, or she will resent me for bringing danger to the door of her son's pack. I'm so sorry, I needed to escape, I rush to say as she advances on me. Sorry? Don't be sorry. She pulls me into a hug, her breath brushing against my cheek. She smells like her familiar perfume, and her clothing feels as lavish as ever. How did you get away? It's an impossibly long story, I say as I pull away. Alston discarded the terms of the agreement and planned on keeping me locked up in Zion's manor till the end of time. I can't even voice everything else Zion and Alston likely would have done to me. I've barely allowed myself to consider it. The flash of anger in Lucinda's eyes is palpable. Good thing you escaped when you did then. She is not overly emotional about it, but it's clear she feels for me. All I've ever wanted is her approval, for her to see me as good enough for her son. It's clear to me now she's seen me as more than that. As an extension of her own family. What about war? Have you heard anything from Zion? I ask nervously. Nothing yet, although I imagine he's plotting something. She sighs roughly, shaking her head. Never mind that right now, you look exhausted and in desperate need of a bath. I am. I could sleep for days, I admit, smiling weakly. Onyxus will be on his way, I'm sure. He should only be a few hours away if I had to guess, so by the time you wake, he should be here, Lucinda assures me, rubbing my arm tenderly while trying to avoid the worst of the muck clinging to my clothing. I'm anxious to see him. So anxious, in fact, that I'm practically giddy. I haven't seen him in our own home since I was taken. I'm more than ready to be alone with him, to breathe him in and feel his touch. You have no idea how happy he will be to have you back, Alex adds. We all are. I squeeze both of their hands before backing to the door. I'm going to see Diane, then head to bed. And when I wake, I hope I'll be in Onyxus' arms again. Chapter 76. Onyxus. I barely make it through the door before I'm accosted. Alex rushes up to me, her cheeks flushed, her eyes wide. She's still in her sleeping clothes, which isn't surprising considering dawn is just starting to shift into day. I've been traveling all night, having received an ambiguous message telling me to hurry home. I'm sure it has something to do with Zion. He may have moved a division of soldiers from one part of his border to another, or made advancements into Marin's pack. Either way, I've likely been called back to address it. Yet another fruitless trip, I say tiredly as I step inside, sweeping my hair off my forehead. Sleeping in the transport is never ideal, although I figured I would have to work the moment I returned home. Working means I'm not thinking. Not thinking means Sierra isn't on my mind, even if I've been away investigating her brother. I don't know who I'm kidding, Sierra is always on my mind. No information? Alex asks, wringing her hands. Something is clearly on her mind. I retired a group of spies my father had stationed in Zion's pack years ago. I thought they might have some old knowledge regarding a potential other child of his, but they had nothing. I brush past her, needing a tight muscle in the back of my neck. Everyone always suspected Zion had a daughter, but no one has ever heard about him having a son. Were it not for the slight resemblance between Sierra and Christian, I would call him a liar. Unfortunately, I have to wait until Christian stipulates his wants before I consider killing him. I'm sorry it didn't work out, Alex says in a way that makes it evident that it is the last thing she is focusing on. But there is a matter that needs tending to. Can it wait? I've summoned back for work and I need to get to it, I say, offering a weak smile. I've been pulled in so many different directions recently. I barely make it a few steps from her before Alex's voice calls for my attention. Are you sure you don't want to see Sierra first? I pause, slowly turning around to face her. Sierra? Has Alston set up another meeting? I asked, and my interest was immediately piqued. Everything must be dropped in favor of pursuing this. If so, I'll be leaving right now. No, Onyxus. She steps in front of me. Sierra is here. She's upstairs sleeping. My eyes roam over Alex's face, trying to decipher if this is a joke or not. I'm not sure she would do such a thing, especially when I've been so on edge recently, but Sierra can't possibly be here. It's impossible. In her room? I ask breathlessly. She smiles. Yours. I'm halfway up the stairs in a moment, my heart thumping against my ribs. I need to verify that she is okay. Whoa, Alpha, perhaps there are some things we should talk about before you overwhelm her, Alex exclaims, bounding up the stairs behind me, her shorter legs struggling to keep up with my strides. I can scent my mate in the hallway, almost tipping my control over the edge. She really is here, and I can't go another moment without seeing her. Is she hurt? I ask, flicking Alex a look over my shoulder. No, mostly unscathed, she replies. Just scared and tired from a lot of traveling on her own. Fuck, I growl under my breath, shaking my head. I should have been there. I should have been here, waiting, keeping my eye out for any movement. How she ended up here, I don't know, but I'm anxious to find out. Alston terminated the agreement. So she escaped, Alex explains, her voice rushed and urgent as she tries to keep up with me. My jaw tightens. Terminated. I should kill him. I should have known this would happen. Sierra is going to have an extensive story to tell, and I can only hope I don't lose my mind hearing it. If he and Zion declare war against you, you might get your wish, Alex reminds me, her tone fraught with nerves. War? I'm hardly thinking of such matters like that right now. I sweep into my wing of the house, Sierra's scent only growing stronger. I need to see my mate. Alex stops in her tracks, bowing her head. All right, I'll be downstairs. I make it to my bedroom, pressing the door open slowly. Part of me expects to see nothing but my perfectly made bed and the reality that this is some cruel joke. Sure enough, however, I can make out the form of a sleeping person, the covers pulled all the way up to their chin. I rest my shoulder against the doorframe for a moment, rubbing my hand over my face tiredly. She's really here. Her auburn hair is splayed out across my pillow, the sheets tucked immaculately around her. She must have been exhausted, as she's typically a messy sleeper. I approach the side of the bed slowly, holding my breath as I gaze down at her. She's utterly perfect. Her lips are parted as she quietly sleeps, her lashes brushing against her cheeks. My heart stutters at a few minor cuts on her jaw, my fingertips coming down to brush against them gently. Slowly, I sink to sit on the edge of the bed, running my hand up the side of her face and into her hair. She shivers, her eyes blinking open. For a moment, we look at each other, trapped in a moment that feels otherworldly. It's really her soft skin I'm touching, her beautiful brown eyes I gaze into. Sierra, I murmur. You're home. She sits up a little, smoothing her hair down as she looks over me. Time stands still as our fingers interlace, the familiar feeling of sparks scattering over my skin from her touch. You're in our bed. I smile, unable to help myself. It's a giddy, emotional smile that hasn't come up since before she was taken from me. It smells like you in here, she admits, brushing her hand against the duvet comfortingly. It was only a few days ago when I was sleeping in this bed, restless and uneasy, thinking about her. I don't think I've slept for more than 3 hours at a time since she's been gone, but all that seems impossibly far away. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? I ask, pulling at her arm, noting the numerous minor cuts that litter her skin. She shifts, wincing a little. My legs are tender from riding a horse for hours straight, but otherwise I'm fine. She pulls the covers back enough for me to inspect her bare legs. Her thighs are red and grazed, forcing a grimace onto my face. Seeing her in pain is capable of crippling me. There are some cuts on your arm, I note, forcing my attention away from her thighs before my anger overcomes me. Alston is going to wish for his death when he and I meet again. I smashed a window open. She adjusts the covers back over herself, a solemn look replacing her smile. To escape. Alex told me Alston terminated the agreement. Why? I asked gently, brushing her hair back from her face. I hate that I'm confronting her, but I need to know this. I need to know what she endured and why she decided to leave. It wasn't long ago when she was making me promise not to engage in a war to get her back. He claims he loves me, that he wants to marry me and have me carry his heir, she says quickly, averting her gaze to where I hold her hand tightly. I let out a slow breath, keeping my temper even. As easy as it would be to become enraged at him, Sierra needs my comfort right now, not my anger. Although the thought of killing him will recur in my mind later. I knew he was falling in love with you, I growl. Fuck. The way he looked at her, it was so obvious, but there was nothing I could do. I had hoped his morality would overrule his desire for her, but he proved me wrong. It's okay, there was nothing either of us could have done. I knew I had to escape, otherwise he wouldn't have taken me to meet you and you would have declared war against him and Zion, she exclaims, her brows pulling together. I squeeze her hand. Of course I would have. You were in danger there. It would have been the first thing I would have done. Then I would have entered Zion's pack alone and wouldn't have stopped until I got her back. I would have breached countless laws for her safety. I know I was. They were going to lock me up and probably force me. I don't even want to think about it. She closes her eyes, steeling herself. That's why I had to escape, and I'm so sorry. I draw her into my arms, hoping she can't hear the blood pulsing through me, the hot and aching need to make Alston hurt for his. If he has so much as laid a hand on her, the thought is intoxicating, luring me down a dark path of revenge I can't consider right now. Sierra is the only important matter for me to focus on at the moment. Sorry? What could you possibly be sorry for? I whisper into her hair, her head resting against my chest. I'm bringing war to this pack. I just know it, she chokes out, her hand gripping the front of my shirt. Alston is going to use this agreement against us, sure. He may garner more support because of it, but we can crush him and Zion. You said Imogen is willing to help, and Marin hates Alston. I remind her gently. I've been preparing for a war since I became Alpha. If this spurs it along, then so be it. Zion is only going to continue to be a threat to everyone in his path until he is dealt with. She twists in my arms to look up at me. But she doesn't hate Zion. Her pack borders this one. What if she lets his soldiers through? I don't care. They will be met with force, I vow sturdily. Sierra, you're home, you're safe. That's what matters now. Since she left, I considered many things I would give up to have her in my arms again like this. I would give up my title as Alpha, my pack, everything. People are going to die. Zion wasn't going to die without waging war against me. Why do you think he wanted to secure his line? Zion didn't call Sierra back to him for no reason. He is old, weakening, and his goal is to take my pack, just as he had wanted to do a long time ago. If anything, Sierra is only bringing forth an inevitable war. Maybe, but you're my wife, my mate. They can't take that from us now, I assure her. They can't call for your return. Zion cannot cross my border with good cause now. She watches as I tug open the drawer in my bedside table, digging around until I produce her wedding ring. She couldn't keep it on her without risk of Zion catching on, so I kept it close until we were reunited again. I really don't have to go back? She asks as I take her hand in mine, slowly sliding the ring back onto her finger. Once it is seated where it belongs, I brush my fingers against it, overcome by the privilege of knowing she is my wife. No, of course not. Nothing is going to come between us again, I assure her over my dead body. She wraps her arms around my neck, holding me close. I'm so relieved. I can feel her body relax beneath my hands. She knows she is safe, that regardless of any threats Zion makes, she can't be taken from me. She belongs here, in the pack, as my Luna. Plans can wait for now. I need some time alone with her, just the two of us. I want to enjoy my wife and mate like I haven't in a long time. You may have to leave here soon, though, I muse as I pull away, mustering a smile. Her brows crease. Why? I've been working on something. I want to show you it, but it's a bit of a journey from here, I admit, expecting her to shake her head and deny me. Instead, she draws in a breath and nods. Let's go today, she insists. I want to be alone with you. Chapter 77. Sierra. A hand on my shoulder jostles me from sleep. Sierra, Onyxus' soft voice urges. Wake up. The world is tilting and undulating around me, Onyxus' firm grip keeping me straight. We are in a transport, heading toward a surprise he has refused to elaborate on. Where are we? I ask, rubbing my bleary eyes. I don't even remember falling asleep. I can only recall my head lying on Onyxus' shoulder, the world passing by through the transport window. It suddenly rocks to a stop, and Onyxus smiles. He looks tired, but content. We've arrived. He pops the transport door open. Take my hand. Sliding my hand into his, I let him guide me down onto solid ground. The sunlight high above is bright, and I'm struck for a moment that there is sand and tussock grass beneath my feet, heat pressing in around me. After a few blinks, my eyes adjust to the light, showing off an impressive home yet to be weathered by Sierra. The cedar exterior of the house boasts expansive windows, puncturing the facade with a glimpse inside. It looks pleasant and homey, and right out of a collection of old drawings I did when I was younger. I always dreamt of occupying a place like this. Wow, what is this place? I marvel, looking around. I can smell the sea. I can't see it due to the sloping dunes, but I can hear waves lapping against a shore, the scent of salt brining the air. It tickles all of my senses, so familiar, and yet I've never experienced this in my life. Onyxus gazes down at me, his adoration palpable. He squeezes my hand, the edges of his mouth softening. This is a home. For you. I blink, surprise blowing all the air from my lungs. I look up at the house, then at him, then back at the house again. What do you mean? I had this built for you, he admits softly. The moment you told me you wanted to see the sea, I put the plan in motion. I wanted you to have somewhere safe to visit whenever you wanted to get away. My lips part, my mind reeling. This place is too beautiful, too perfect to be real. I want to rush inside to see if the interior is exactly as I imagined, too. Onyxus. I don't even know what to say, I admit. My trembling hand finds my mouth. No words seem apt enough for this moment. He smiles knowingly, understanding my shock. Come inside. Let me show you my favorite part of this home. He leads me under the above veranda and to the front door. Potted ferns are everywhere, brushing my shoulders as we walk inside. The lower floor is open and light. I take in the beige furniture and brightly colored cushions, the stone fireplace and decorations scattered everywhere. On the wall, he's hung some framed paintings of plants that I've done over the years. Where did he get those? How did I not notice he was doing this? You never told me you were doing this, I breathe as he leads me upstairs. My head is tilted back as I look through the roof window, which casts bold shafts of sunlight down. They caress Onyxus' dark hair as we walk upward. I wanted it to be a surprise, he responds. This is beautiful. We make it upstairs. It's like you looked inside my brain. Everything is open and connected. The living space, the kitchen, and even a work nook are already set up with a desk for drawing and an easel. Onyxus looks at the side of my face as my gaze travels around. I know you better than I know myself. He truly does, and I've never doubted it. He's clearly taken inspiration from my drawings and all the nonsensical utterings I did to him over the years. And to think, he started having this built for me while we were just friends. I think had I seen it then, I wouldn't have been able to deny how he felt about me a moment longer. This is like a detailed love letter, bearing Onyxus' heart to be completely. Come this way. You haven't seen the best part, he says warmly. I can't wipe the smile from my face as we weave around furniture. I'm not sure it can get better than this. He looks over his shoulder at me. Are you sure? He lets go of my hand only once we are in front of the glass door. He pushes aside the gauzy curtain before opening the doors, leading me out onto the balcony. The warm breeze brushes my hair back off my shoulders as I take in the view. The sea is flat, its turquoise surface bathed in pale sunlight. When I look below, the sea meets sand, the foamy white edges of the waves brushing upward toward the dunes. Wow, I whisper. It's as beautiful as I've always imagined. I've never encountered a more peaceful sight in my life. Not a single soul dwells on the beach below, and other than the waves, everything is perfectly still and content, basking under the sun. You are free to visit as often as you would like. We can even live here, if you like. Onyxus turns, leaning his back against the white balcony railing. I love our home. It's always going to be special to me. It's where Diane is, where my mother is buried. I sigh dreamily. But I would not complain about visiting here often. Onyxus looks beautiful against the backdrop of the sea. He has unbuttoned the first few buttons of his shirt and rolled his sleeves up to his elbows. All his stress seems to have lifted, leaving my mate content and peaceful. Are you happy? He asks gently. Immensely. I can't believe you did this. I shake my head in disbelief. He did all of this just for me, and I had no idea. Even when I was living with Kane, he held out hope I would return. I've been anxious to show you, he admits. You fit in here perfectly. The sea and the warmth suit you. He brushes my hair off my face, tucking it behind my ear with perfect gentleness. He's taking in none of this extraordinary view. He is just gazing at me, taking in my reaction, my elation. Thank you for this. You have no idea how badly I needed this moment. He dips his head, understanding. My time in Zion's Manor will leave me with scars and memories I cannot so easily shake. Being where my mother and I were abused for many years, where I was trapped and at the mercy of 2 Alpha, was something I do not wish to experience again. But here, those memories have backed off for now, and all I can concentrate on is this moment of bliss. Onyxus and I stand in silence for a while. I can feel his eyes on me as mine close. I draw in a deep breath of the salty air and smile. This is what peace feels like. I am so unbelievably in love with you, he murmurs after a long moment. My eyes open. He's tracing circles on the top of my hand as it rests on the railing. I love you too. Emotion gathers in the back of my eyes, but I shun it for now. This is a time for happiness. Can we go down for a swim? I don't think I've felt the weather this warm before. Onyxus winces, looking out at the sea. My stomach turns, recognizing the look. Something is bothering him, and he's been holding back on imparting it to me. In a moment. There is something I need to tell you. My grip tightens on the railing, wariness overcoming me. What is it? I met your brother. The man who has been tormenting you, he admits, rubbing a hand through his hair, the salt in the air already starting to curl the ends of the strands. I flinch. What? When? His name is Christian. He's dating Alex to get to you, I imagine. Anger flashes in his eyes, for Alex's sake and mine. I was forced to eat dinner with him after he threatened you. The weight of this revelation presses into my lungs. I stood before the man, keeping a strange feeling about him. He felt familiar, and yet I could tell that there wasn't something quite right about him. All while my best friend gazed up at him unknowingly. I met him. He's my brother? He claims to be. I doubt he's your mother's son, but he is definitely your father's, he explains bitterly. He hasn't revealed what he wants yet, but has ensured my silence by threatening you. I wrap my arms around myself, suddenly cold despite the warmth in the air. This is the same person who has been threatening me for months now. He's been a thought in my head every day, and learning that he could be my brother is complicated and confusing enough, and now. Alex isn't safe with him. We need to tell her. My stomach churns knowing she is in her presence. I know, but if we tell her, he'll know, and who knows what he will do to her, Onyxus reminds me. It's not ideal, but she is safer not knowing right now. If he is the one who wrote those letters, then he is capable of terrible things. He was the one who killed the girls. The last part comes out strangled and uneven. The callousness he must have to kill those innocent girls. He most definitely takes after our father, which is a terrifying thought on its own. With my mate at his mercy as well, he is more powerful than he has been before. Why did he do that? Onyxus asks. Because he wanted me to tell you who my father truly was. I look out at the sea, hoping to draw in some comfort. Why, though, I have no idea. Perhaps he is enjoying destroying my life. He may not have expected Onyxus to forgive me so easily, or for us to end up as mates. He could be angry, ready to strike at any moment. I'm sure he will tell us soon. He must have a motive for all of this. Should we return and deal with it? I ask. I feel so powerless out here, so far away. No. I want a few days out here with you. He draws me close, taking my face in his hands. I have many guards reporting to me in case Zion or Christian makes a move, but for now, we are okay here. I feel guilty enjoying this time with you when so much is going on. I lean into his hold. I know he is right about not making a move until Christian does. If we tell Alex, she will be in more danger. Her ignorance may be the only thing keeping her alive. I've been preparing for war since I was a boy. My father taught me everything I know. He pulls me against his chest, his arms resting around me. I'm not unprepared for what Zion will throw at me. I will answer any move with force, and he knows it. Zion's failure to make an immediate move is disconcerting. Either he is scrambling or calculating a response none of us can predict. Either way, there is nothing that can be done about it yet. You're right, a few days out here would be good, I state decidedly. We haven't spent time together properly since we found out we were mates. His fingers drag through my hair soothingly, his voice deep and intense. I think we are owed some time alone. Time alone with him is exactly what I need. I need to relearn what he tastes like, what he feels like, all over again. I think so too, and we should start with a swim. I pull away, pointing at the sea that is beckoning me. The tension in his expression slips away, replaced by a mischievous smirk that heats my blood. I can agree to that, but only if you're completely comfortable. His gaze travels down my body, his eyes filled with a teasing look. It is a private beach after all. I grin, already reaching for the hem of my shirt. Deal. Chapter 78. Onyxus. Holding my breath, I slowly maneuver the pan I'm holding to the 2 plates I've laid out on the bench. Sierra watches, a playful smirk lifting the corners of her mouth as I attempt to scoop the dinner I've made us onto the plates. I've cooked food very little in my life, but I wanted to impress her tonight. She lounges on the balcony where I set up a small table for us to eat, turning her attention back out to the sea. It's such a relief seeing her here. Finally, I've been preparing this place for her for a long time, and seeing her in it, knowing she is my wife and my partner, makes the wait entirely worthwhile. As I spoon our vegetables onto the plates, hot oil spits up onto my skin, and I nearly drop the pan straight onto the ground. Shoot. Sierra laughs melodically. Believe it or not, the food is supposed to end up on the plate. I don't know how Diane does this, I grumble, dumping the empty pan onto the bench before tidying up any mess I made. Sierra's eyes are warm and dancing with light as I take our plates with me onto the balcony. She wears a flowy, pale blue dress, the fabric fluttering in the balmy breeze. Her skin is glowing from the waning sunlight, which is vanishing now in favor of dusky purples and blues as the sun sets. I love seeing her out here. The blissful warmth of her expression hasn't slipped for a moment, and after our lengthy swim in the ocean, her limbs have relaxed, contented tiredness resting upon her. You really didn't have to do this, you know. She watches with a faint smile as I set her plate down in front of her. You've done so much for me already. I wanted to, even if it may not be perfect. I slide into my seat, hoping my cooking skills don't ruin our night together. Surprisingly, it looks great. She grins, picking up her fork. Give it a taste, I encourage. Without hesitation, she digs into her food, picking up as much as she can on her fork before tasting it tentatively. Mildly burnt, but the flavor is there, she affirms, reaching out to give my hand a squeeze. I appreciate the effort. I would do anything for her. Cooking is the least of what I have planned for her during our time away. In the future, when we come to visit, I'll cook for you all the time. And I'll get better at it, I promise, I assure her, watching with bated breath as she cuts into her steak. Thankfully, I've managed to get that right. I'm looking forward to it. We eat in peaceful silence for a while. I bask in her company, admiring the way the setting sun's golden glow gilds the lines of her face, the way her auburn lengths stir around her face, carried by the salty breath of the ocean. I want to thank you, she says once she's finished her food. What for? For honoring my decision to make it work with Alston and accepting the consequences. Her jaw tightens as she looks out at the sea, as if the view alone comforts her. You could have taken me and navigated this entire mess, but you respected that I didn't want to be directly involved in starting a war. I shift in my seat, releasing a breath. Being away from Sierra was hard, but letting her make her own decision wasn't. I am not her keeper. I'll protect her regardless of what choices she makes. This is your life, Sierra. Your power and your father, I remind her gently. You control both of our destinies, and that doesn't bother me one bit. Trusting her implicitly helps a lot. I trust her mind and her soul, and what she is capable of. Her expression crumples, anxiety peaking. Now it was all for nothing. It wasn't. You couldn't have known Alston would turn on you like that. I refuse to let her wallow in guilt that shouldn't be hers. Alston is to blame for this, not her. All she did was see the best in him. She cannot be punished for that. Not when I love her so much. I knew he was starting to have feelings toward me, I just didn't think he would turn like that. A shiver rolls over her. I think he wanted to do the right thing, but he let himself be deluded into thinking that he and I could have a life together, that it was what I wanted. Despite wanting to confront him for undermining your free will, I can't blame him for falling in love with you. I take her hand in mine, brushing my thumb over her delicate fingers. That part won't understand. Her troubled look doesn't falter. She drums her free fingers against the table now. He wasn't in love with me. He just thought he was. I almost want to laugh. I can see now how Sierra couldn't know that I was obsessively in love with her for many years. If she didn't see it in me, she was never going to see it in Alston. He was. I push my plate away, leaning back in my seat. He wasn't wrong for those feelings. It's what he did with them that was the problem. I haven't allowed myself to think about what would have happened to Sierra had she not managed to escape. I would lose my mind if I did. All I know is that I love you and I'm happy to be here. Sierra smiles weakly, thinking the same as me. We are incredibly fortunate to be here together. One wrong move and this would be another dream. But it's not, and I'm going to make the most of my time with my mate. Finished eating? I ask, my skin warming. She dips her head. Yes. I've restrained myself all day. I lay my hand flat against the table. I would very much like to be close to you now. Can I do that? Her eyes darken, a slow smile curving at her lips. I can already sense her eagerness, taking great pleasure from how her body responds to me. I suppose I could be convinced, she muses, biting down on the curve of her lower lip. Yeah. I stand, reaching my hand out to her. It's easy to take it slow with her. Enjoying our closeness has easily become one of my favorite pastimes. I love watching her enjoy these moments with me. Her hand slides into mine, soft against my callous skin. She lets me guide her up and away from the table. I know you're sore, so I'll be gentle, I promise softly. I let her go, stepping back so I can admire her against the backdrop. The sun has almost completely set, the lanterns glowing above us proving enough light for me to enjoy her. She rests back against the balcony railing, her wicked smile enough to bring me to my knees. Maybe I don't want you to be gentle. My jaw tightens. The urge to grab for her is potent, but I place a leash over my urges, reining them back in favor of control. I guess you'll just have to take what I give you. I let my gaze travel over her. Take all your clothes off for me. She hesitates only for a moment, glancing over her shoulder and down to the beach. As she straightens, she pulls the straps of her dress off her shoulders. She knows I wouldn't have her remove her clothing if I suspected for a moment someone would see. Lucky we have no neighbors here. Her voice is thick and sultry as the blue fabric of her dress glides down her body, falling in a tidy heap at her feet. She is entirely before me, no undergarments in sight. I draw in a breath and hold it as I give myself a selfish moment to admire her. She kicks the dress away before leaning against the railing, tilting her leg out enough for me to see the center of her. I'll never tire of gazing at her. My want for her is suffocating, clouding my doubts, pressing back my obligations. I want to focus wholly on her. Forever and always. She turns her head, facing the breeze that brushes her hair back. Her silhouette is flawless, free of worry. Seeing her in this exact moment would have sent younger me wild. I wouldn't have believed my luck to be standing here before a woman this breathtaking. I dreamt up similar fantasies as this one before, but experiencing it is an entirely different kind of euphoria. Having no neighbors is by design. I draw closer, letting the scent of her embrace me. I can't have anyone seeing my mate's body or hearing her name. She smirks, grabbing for the fabric of my shirt. You're so possessive. She has no idea. Maddeningly slowly, she begins undoing one button after the other. Her careful movements reveal my bare chest and abdomen, but she doesn't skim the shirt off my shoulders. Instead, she continues down to the buttons of my pants, flicking the stays at a torturous pace. This woman is going to kill me. I cannot wait to enjoy her a moment longer. Brushing her hands away, I press close enough for our bodies to be touching. She gasps as I wind my fingers through her hair, tugging her head back so her mouth is at a perfect angle. I relish this fleeting moment of anticipation. Her eyes are closed, her lips parted. Every inch of her body is at my mercy. I press one gentle kiss on her soft lips and another. Then, I claim her mouth with mine, parting her lips, meeting her tongue with mine. The kiss is slow and passionate. Her hips press flush against mine, a soft moan escaping her mouth as she feels the readiness of my affection. I don't allow her to hurry me, though, even as her hands lay against my chest, her nails digging into my skin in an effort to spur me on. She can control our pace next time. This time I'm enjoying my mate until I can't no more. Her gasping breaths fill the night air as I bring my mouth to her neck, right below her ear. I graze my teeth against her skin, feeling her pulse fluttering below. My hand still holds her hair, keeping her as I kiss and bite at her smooth skin. Stop teasing me, she huffs out, her hands drifting lower down my abdomen. I brush them insistently away again. Releasing my grip on her hair, I cup the back of her neck as my other hand glides over her form, squeezing her gently. She's holding her breath as I lower my head to capture her in my embrace. I switch between gentle touches as I enjoy this moment of closeness. My hand continues downward, parting her. I pull back enough to hold her gaze, seeing her heavy lids and that aching need in her eyes. Every moment away from you has been like torture, I murmur, my fingertips grazing against her. She opens her mouth to say something, but my thumb pressing firmly against her stops her words. I smile lazily, satisfied as she presses her hips desperately toward me. My thumb moves in slow, deliberate circles, my eyes taking in every contorted expression. She wants to bow her head back, but my hand on the back of her neck keeps her securely facing me. I never want to look away from her for a moment. Her attempts to move her hips do little to quicken my movements. While I continue to slowly circle her with my thumb, my other hand glides through the rest of her. I nearly find completion right there as she holds me close. She's ready for this night to deepen. You're perfect, I breathe against her. Always so ready. Her body speaks for itself as we move on from there, ensuring that every moment we share is cherished until the end of this evening. Chapter 79. Sierra. I step out from the bathroom, slipping a loose dress over my shoulders before turning to my mate. I feel amazing, I announce, flopping down onto the bed with my arms stretched wide. Onyxus steps from the bathroom, steam swelling around him in great billows. He rubs a towel through his wet hair, standing entirely before me. I drag my teeth over my lower lip as I admire him. Every muscle, every sloping edge of tattooed skin is magnificent to gaze upon. Tired? He asks gently, setting his towel down before reaching for some clothing, much to my dismay. I look out through the open glass doors, letting in the sea air. A little. Mostly relaxed. It's late, but sleeping seems too preemptive. I want to make the most of every possible moment with him in this place. Time is slipping away far too quickly for my liking. Too tired for a game of cards? He angles his head, a playful challenge in the tilt of his lips. No, I sit up on my elbows. It's been forever, and I get the feeling you need to be humbled. He holds his hand out to me. Come on then, let's go down to the beach. Together we make our way through the house and down the dunes. The tide is high, so we stay far up the beach. Onyxus lays a blanket down on the sand for us to sit on, which offers a soft, albeit lumpy canvas for our game of cards. It's so warm here. I look down at the sea, now inky and splayed with moonlight. I love this place. You look so happy here, so relaxed. Onyxus presses a card from his hand down onto the pile. The good thing about being his friend before his lover is that he never felt obliged to let himself lose to gain favor. We've always been competitive when it comes to this game, and I like to think I'm slightly better than him. I'm probably so relaxed because of all the care you've given me. I eye him under heavy lids, noting the desire across his expression before I drop my attention back to my cards. I've dreamt of moments like these since I first fell in love with you, he murmurs. I still can't believe this is real. Shaking my head, I bite back my smile. He has no idea. I'm still convinced I'm back at Zion's and this is all a cruel dream. Wiping that thought from my mind, I rest another card down on the sand, watching Onyxus grimace before examining his hand. I thought about this too. I smile a little at the memories. I should have told you I was in love with you a lot earlier. I'm not sure what I was so scared of. He seemed so frightening back then, so forbidden and untouchable. Even when he was just my friend, I never thought I could truly understand him. Maybe at the time I didn't believe I could be enough for him. Now I know we belong together. I came close a few times, he admits. My eyes widen, my pulse quickening. Like when? The first time you smiled after your mother died. A true, happy smile that stunned me when I first saw it. He looks at the sea, his eyes glazed as he recalls. I don't think I spoke for multiple minutes. I was just staring at you dumbly, realizing I was completely enthralled by you. The cards in front of me are suddenly unreadable. I set them down, foregoing the rest of the game, far more interested in what Onyxus has to say. I remember that day. I was smiling because you made me laugh, and for the first time since my mother died, I thought there was a chance I could be happy again. Emotion blooms in my chest, a raw ache gripping my heart. I also thought a stroke might have been to blame for your staring and muteness. He laughs roughly, sweeping his loose waves off his forehead. Onyxus was always prompting out of my bedroom when I was recovering from my mother's death. He gave me time to isolate and come to terms with everything, but as the months wore on, he encouraged me to re-enter the world. On the day he recalled, he made a joke, and for some reason, I felt myself capable of laughing again. Regardless, I nearly blurted out that I was falling in love with you right there, but I held back. He shrugs, sighing wistfully. I figured the last thing you needed at that time was more to think about. If he had told me he loved me then, I'm not sure I would have been able to love him back as he deserved at the time. But it would have started this incredible thing between us much sooner. We are mates after all. Regardless of how it happened, we were always destined to find each other. I wish you had. I brush my hand through the sand, which has cooled off now. I nearly told you I loved you one night when we were playing cards out in the barn. You were crushing on this girl, and you were finally bringing her over. I was so jealous, I almost admitted I had feelings for you, hoping you wouldn't have spent the night with her. That horrible, gut-wrenching jealousy was something I felt a lot back then. Some nights I would spend pacing back and forth in my bedroom, nearly wearing footprints into my rug. I never sabotaged Onyxus and his relationships, but I was always tempted to. By the time he had to pick a wife, that jealousy had diminished. Some part of me accepted that he and I would never be together, so I chose to prioritize his happiness instead. I wouldn't have spent the night with her, or continued that relationship at all if I had any idea you felt that way, he insists. I know that, now. My fingertip draws small patterns in the sand as I think. I was worried at the time that he would laugh me off or reject me. I thought it would destroy our friendship, and that we wouldn't be able to continue without awkwardness between us. There was nothing that could have made me compromise our friendship, and I was afraid of ruining the best thing that ever happened to me, so I kept my thoughts to myself, he tells me. That meant trying to move on from how I was feeling, which was never possible. I did the same. I deluded myself into thinking Cain was enough. I put distance between myself and Onyxus to make it easier to move on, but it only made me yearn for him more. I had the same mindset. I couldn't lose you. My voice is so soft it almost gets lost in the waves rolling against the sand. Refraining from telling you I loved you is difficult, but my reservations about coming off strong always stopped me. He rubs his jaw. Not kissing or touching you, however, was almost impossible to refrain from. I nod knowingly, my skin warming under the intensity of his stare. My body reacts to itself instantaneously. So easily, my body is ready for him again, as if our earlier time together did little to sate me. I agree, I murmur, letting sand sift through my fingertips. Do you remember the morning before I was set to address the girls coming in, whom I was supposed to choose to marry? He asks darkly. I sigh. Unfortunately, yes. I try not to think about that time, but I find it hard not to reflect on it. Onyxus felt an obligation to appease the members of his pack and stick to ancient tradition, and I was scrambling, trying to find where I fit into it all. You sat on my lap to pluck my eyebrows. Just having you on top of me like that drove me mad. His eyes darken at the memory. It was all I thought about the entire morning, facing women I was expected to want to marry. I thought about you right there, regardless of the consequences. I let out a shuddering breath, taking my time brushing my hair back over my shoulder so I can get my bearings. I remember that morning and how it felt like everything was changing. I wish you had. And when you and Alex were choosing dresses, I saw you in that black dress, and my entire mind melted. He tips his head back, shaking his head. I thought about you like that all night. Poor Alex had to endure a date with the man after that. It's a reminder that she deserves true love, and not the ruse my brother has her unwittingly engaged in. A day hasn't gone by that I haven't wanted you, if I'm honest. I close my eyes, letting the breeze gust over my warm skin. I think had I been forced to wait even longer for you, I would have lost my sanity. Onyxus collects the cards into a deck before setting them aside. He reaches for me, pulling me across the blanket and onto his lap, facing him. I melt into his arms, which band around me. My fingers raise to brush against the strong arc of his cheekbones before gliding into his hair. Most of all, I just wanted to know you were mine. I wanted to keep you close, but I've always respected your freedom. I wanted to be your choice. His breath coasts over my mouth, His words so earnest they make my heart swell with emotion. Onyxus will always be my choice. Over and over again. You are my choice. Now and forever, I affirm, letting my arms drape over his shoulders. He angles his head, adoration welling in his eyes. There is another surprise for you tomorrow, if you're open to it. I straighten. What is it? By now, I think I've cashed out on all the surprises I deserve. This already feels too good to be true. Every incredible moment I've had has been with you. Not much can surpass marrying you, but the ceremony didn't feel right. It didn't feel like what you and I wanted. His thumb grazes along the line of my jaw. So tomorrow, I want to marry you again. Properly. Really? I whisper. Yes, right here on the beach. Everyone you love is invited. He gestures out over its great expanse. I pull him into an embrace, overcome with joy. The ceremony at the old motel, with Alston watching, didn't feel right at all. Not without my friends and family there, watching two mates come together in an ancient ceremony. I would love that, I breathe, cupping his face in my hands before kissing him. He hums pleasantly against my mouth, his arms tightening their hold around me as he allows me to explore his mouth. When we pull apart, I smile down at him. Shall we go for a swim? He looks down at where his expression shifts. I think I need to cool off. I grin, already moving to stand. Yes, let's. Chapter 80. Sierra. I run a brush through my hair, deep in thought. It feels strange, knowing this is technically the third wedding I'm a part of. This one is the final one, where I can finally celebrate my connection to Onyxus with everyone I love around me. My gaze passes from the mirror to the window behind it. The sky is a bright, brilliant blue, a shade brighter than the turquoise sea. All morning, there have been people setting up for the ceremony on the beach, busily acting under Lucinda's instruction. This has all been planned by Onyxus weeks prior, and everything is perfect. It's as if he looked into my mind and made sense of all my dreams for this day. A soft knock sounds at the door, my eyes raising. Alex peeks her head in. Sierra? Alex, I'm so happy you made it. Come in, I encourage. I knew she was coming, but it feels good to see a friendly face here again. She pushes the door open, carrying a sleek white dress on a hanger with her. She drapes half of it over her arm as she approaches, her face flushed with excitement. I brought your dress, she sings giddily. I stand as she straightens it out for me to see. I recognize it immediately, my heart launching into my throat as I take it in. I haven't seen it in ages, having convinced myself that I wouldn't need it. Wait, I made this dress. How did you know? I marvel, brushing my hand gently down the soft fabric. It's simple but elegant, and it took me weeks to get perfect. Onyxus told me. He said you made this wedding dress over a year ago and had it stored in your bedroom wardrobe for whenever you were going to be married. She laughs a little, looking down to admire it with me. I shake my head. He wasn't supposed to know that. How embarrassing. I wonder what he thought when he first saw it? Did he know that I had him in mind when I was crafting it? Did he know that I was only ever going to wear that dress if it was him I was marrying? Alex grins, draping the dress over the back of a chair carefully. I think he always knew it was for his eyes. Want to see something even more embarrassing? I ask, rising from my seat. Her eyes glisten. Obviously. Taking hold of the sleeve, I turn it so the underside is visible. Alex leans closer, grinning when she sees the embellishment. I stitched our initials into the fabric. I run my thumb over the O and the S gently. I thought it would bring me good luck. And it did exactly that. Alex wanders over to the bed, her feet scuffing against the floor, before she turns to sit on the end of the bed. Her shoulders slump forward, a defeated look coming about her. Maybe I should do that with Christian. I restrain my grimace. A hopeful, foolish part of me had hoped she had miraculously dropped him in the few days Onyxus, and I have been away. It's not that serious, is it? I walk over to her, uneasiness stirring in the pit of my stomach. She shakes her head, a few strands of icy blonde hair falling from her ponytail. No, not yet. I brought him, if you don't mind. I turn my head to look out the window as I can no longer hold back my wince. My poor friend has no idea who she has invited to this remote location, and it's my fault. She deserves to know the truth about Christian. But if I tell her too soon, I'll be putting her in more danger. Oh, no, that's fine. I force out tightly. I hope the romance in the air might make him more receptive to me. He's been standoffish, and I'm not sure he wants to commit. She groans, burying her face in her hands. I'm hoping that once he sees how incredible you and Onyxus' love is, he won't be able to resist wanting the same. I sit down next to her on the bed, unsure of what words I can gather to express my sympathy for her without revealing what I know. Maybe you should take it slow with him. He may need some space, I exclaim carefully. She shrugs hopelessly. Maybe. I just like him so much. The Christian Alex thinks she knows isn't real. How he treats her when they are alone, I don't know, but I would wager that he's with her solely to torment Onyxus and me. Not because she isn't deserving of love, but because she is proximate to his ultimate target. I know, but you don't really know him, do you? I muse. You should consider taking things a bit slower. It may even give him time to think. If Alex leaves him on her own accord, even better. You're probably right, she grumbles tiredly. Don't be sad, it will work out. I rub her back tenderly, watching the sadness slowly ease out of her. I'm so happy you're here. This wedding wouldn't be complete without her, regardless of who she brings as her plus one. I can put Christian aside and concentrate on those around me whom I love. Even when I first moved in, thinking Onyxus might marry me, part of me knew it was always you two that belonged together. You should have seen how he looked at you. She laughs softly to herself at the memory. I look toward the dress, releasing a long sigh. It probably wasn't half as obsessive as how I looked at him. You two are made for each other. Truly. She nudges into me, her smile tired but genuine. My head rests on her shoulder. Thank you, Alex. For a moment, we sit in near silence, accompanied only by distant chatter and waves rolling onto the beach. I take a breath, indulging a moment of pure contentedness and anticipation, knowing I'm mere hours from marrying my mate all over again. Alex suddenly stiffens, causing me to lift my head. She stands, turning to me. Not to spoil the mood, but you were sent a letter, and I thought it was probably pressing. She reaches into the back pocket of her pants, sliding a sealed envelope out. I take it from her, my heartbeat kicking up against my ribs. Who is it from? Alston, she admits tightly. My breath catches in my throat as I quickly tear through the seal, pulling out the handwritten letter within. Dear Sierra, there are no words that can adequately address how deeply sorry I am. I want to say that I don't know what came over me, but that would be a lie. I let my feelings for you and my jealousy of Onyxus cloud my judgment, and that was wrong. I don't expect you to forgive me. Had you not left, I'm not sure I would have been able to pull myself out of the headspace without hurting you first. I never deserved you, and I know that now. Everything has fallen apart, and I'm the only person to blame. Please don't respond to this. You must keep yourself safe. You are in grave danger. Zion is angered by your return to Onyxus' pack, and he almost killed me once he learned of our deal and how you are married now to his greatest enemy. Prepare yourself, for he will not stop until he gets his heir. Alston. I drop the letter onto my lap, a dark ache lacing between my ribs. His apology seems sincere. I can imagine him sitting down to write this, torn by the empathy I know he is capable of feeling. However, it was only last night that Onyxus told me about what Marin told him at Imogen's ball. She has a dark past with the man, and although I don't trust her, I doubt she would turn against her Alston when they share a common ally without good reason. I believe her. Alston did something to her, and I'm done making excuses for him. This isn't good, I mutter, rubbing my face tensely. Alex chews on her fingernail anxiously, leaning closer in hopes of glimpsing the text. What does he say? He says I'm in danger. I hand the letter to her defeatedly. Zion will be planning something. Of course, he is angry. Alston's letter hasn't revealed anything to me that I didn't already suspect. And yet, just the thought of Zion's ire is enough to send shivers licking across my skin. Alex huffs out a breath, folding the letter in on itself. Don't let that poison your mind. He cannot get to you while you are here. Today is about you and Onyxus. I nod. I'm not letting Zion soil this day. Another knock sounds against the door. This time, it's Diane who slips inside. Sierra, can we talk? Diane, you're here. I rush over to her, enveloping her in a hug. Thank you for coming. She tightens her arms around me, smelling like the woman who comforted me after my mother died, who leaned over me while I was trying to learn mathematics and also a bit of vanilla frosting. Are you kidding? I've been predicting this event since you and Onyxus became friends. She grabs my shoulders, holding me back enough to examine me. Everyone saw it coming. Alex slips from the room, giving me a departing wave on the way out. I couldn't do this without you, I admit softly. Diane leads me to the vanity, sitting me down before she grabs the hairbrush. She always has to be occupied with something, even when she is deep in conversation. I'll admit, when I heard you two hurried your wedding, I was upset, and not just because I didn't get to bake your cake. She catches my eye in the mirror, a rare flash of sadness spilling over her eyes. Not having Diane at my wedding felt wrong. She has been such a crucial part of my life since my mother has been gone, acting as both a mentor and a caregiver when I needed her most. No matter what happened in my day, I knew I could head down to the kitchen, and she would be there to listen to me. I wish you were there. I looked down at my hands, feeling a part of myself I wish wasn't present on this day rise. I wish my mother were here. I've been avoiding thinking about her all day. The guilt and shame for that have been wearing me down, but knowing that I'm going to step onto that beach and she's not going to be there makes me feel unbelievably ill. Changing the past is impossible, regardless of how desperately I want it. She is here, I can feel it. She smooths the brush through my hair, slowly and methodically. This is the life she wanted for you. She told me so herself. She did. She would want you to be happy, to do with your life what you want. She pauses, uncertainty twisting her soft features. I know about your claim designs land. If it's something you want. It's not truly, I say quickly. This pack is my home, and I want to rule beside Onyxus. I want to illustrate my work on botany, I want to make dresses, and I want to lead with my mate. This pack has always felt like home. Zion's was a place to fear, to run from. Ruling there would feel wrong. She smiles, relieved. Then that is what you'll do. I love you, Diane. Thank you for raising me, I breathe, catching her eyes again in the reflection. They would well with glistening tears almost immediately. She attempts to blink them away, but they fall regardless. My own gather in my waterline, emotion catching in my throat. I love you too, kid. Thank you for being the only family I've ever had. You mean a lot to me. She wipes the tears from her cheeks, shaking her head at her own foolishness. Clearing my throat, I stand. If I wait a moment longer, I'm going to sit here and cry alongside Diane as I think about her and my mother. I suppose I'd better get dressed then, shouldn't I? I muse, picking up my dress tenderly. Diane smiles, her eyes warm. Good idea. Your mate is waiting for you. Chapter 81. Sierra. I stare out at the sea, waves lapping at my ankles. Our marriage ceremony passed by in an impossibly fast blur. Everyone gathered on the bed and watched Onyxus and me share vows and kiss. Finally, he slid my ring onto my finger, knowing I don't have to take it off again. Now, people are partying further up the beach, getting ridiculously drunk while dancing haphazardly to loud music. I smile back over my shoulder, watching my friends and those I consider family enjoy themselves while I catch a breather. Onyxus strolls over, his hands seated in his pockets. He's ditched his jacket, wearing only a white button-up. Most of the buttons are undone, and his sleeves are rolled up. The slightest sheen of sweat has gathered on our skin from when we were dancing earlier. I didn't get a chance to tell you, but you look absolutely beautiful, he murmurs, dragging his gaze over me, warmth in his eyes. I made this myself. I lay my hands on the bodice before giving him a pointed look. But you already knew that. He laughs lightly, the sound blending into the rhythmic pull of the docile waves up the beach. You have no idea how badly I wanted to see you in this, he admits, picking up some of the fabric, running it gently through his fingers. I turn to him, smiling warmly. I guess it's officially official. We are married. Technically, we've been married for a month now, but it feels real now. This day has been perfect, and now all I want to do is drag my mate into bed, rest together, and then slumber to the sound of the waves. Onyxus looks over his shoulder at the cluster of people dancing. I'm sorry, Christian is here. I didn't know Alex would bring him. I follow his gaze. Christian and Alex are pressed close together, dancing. The smile on Alex's face makes my heart ache, knowing the ruse she is subjected to. Christian looks unnervingly happy, too, twirling her around over and over until she stumbles into his arms, laughing hysterically. She didn't know, and it doesn't matter. I straighten. Nothing could ruin this day. It's been perfect. My mate pulls me close, cradling my face in his hands. Was this everything you dreamt about? I raise my chin a touch. Everything and more. He lowers his mouth to meet mine, kissing me delicately. My hands smooth over his shoulders before my arms link around his neck as I deepen the kiss. A cold, prickly feeling creeps over my skin as I become aware of someone standing close by, watching us. Pulling away, I see Christian standing by. Sorry to interrupt, he muses, looking at Onyxus. Mind if I chat with your bride? Onyxus' jaw tightens as we exchange a glance. He's deciding whether he should step away or confront Christian. My brother doesn't yet know I'm aware of his ruse. Sure, Christian, I say after a long moment of tense silence, still holding my mate's gaze. I'm sure he wants to talk about Alex. Onyxus looks between us both before he sighs roughly. I can tell he wants to stay, but Christian isn't going to say anything with him watching on. He pulls away, but not before giving my hand a comforting squeeze. Right. I'll see you soon. Christian and I both watch as he walks up the beach and joins a cluster of people who rush to speak with him. I swallow thickly, hating the weight of my brother's presence. This was a beautiful ceremony. He pauses to take a sip of his drink. I can see how much he adores you. Something is disturbing in the way he says that. It's not a compliment, but a blatant observation that he clearly doesn't favor. He speaks as if adoring someone is a boring concept that holds no interest for him. It's mutual, I respond tightly. I imagine he told you all about me. The curve of his lips turns sinister. Sister. I shudder. The veil has dropped, all pretenses have vanished. There is no forced and uncomfortable politeness between us anymore. Did you write those letters? I question in a hushed voice, my heart beating in my throat. He doesn't respond for a moment, staring off at where the moon is seated in the night sky. Torches blaze behind him, casting vicious shadows across his face. Aren't you going to ask how we are related? I think that's fairly obvious. You are definitely not my mother's son, I growl. He embodies so much of Zion. If the Alpha finds out about Christian, there will be no doubting the relationship. Evil must pass down from him. I can only imagine how much of it flows through my veins. No, I'm not. His free hand slides into his pocket. Long before our father met and married your mother, he had a lover. No one knew of her, which was very much his intention. I wrap my arms around myself, feeling a chill despite the balmy night. Is your mother still alive? He raises his brows. Oh yes, she is very much alive. However, she didn't tell her father about me. She became pregnant and disappeared, just like that. She made sure he would never find her or her son. She sounds like a wise woman. She did exactly what my mother did, but early enough to spare Christian from Zion's wrath entirely. She made the right decision, I say carefully. His expression shifts, features contorting into a violent rage. His knuckles pale as they tightly grip the stem of his glass, the sight nearly making me take a step backwards into the sea. She stole away my right to power, he hisses. I exhale through my nose. Why are you here? Why send those letters? Why threaten me? He takes a step toward me, so I take another healthy step back. Sand pulls away under my heels as the waves slosh around my calves. The hem of my dress tangles in the whitewash, swirling around me in a slump of white. Because the truth matters, sister. I can hear how tightly his teeth grind against each other. If the truth matters, why are you using my friend to get to me? I bring up. I look up at the beach. Onyxus is in a conversation with Alex, trying to distract her from running down the coast to join us. Every few seconds, he looks over his shoulder, concern furrowing his brows together. Onyxus is a monster. His eyes appear black in the darkness. Do you know how many people he has killed? How many people have died because of you? My mind immediately traces back to Cain, but I quickly shake away thoughts of him. I can't bear to consider what Onyxus did to him, after what he did to me. He doesn't kill without cause, I exclaim tentatively. Christian angles his head. Does that sit right with you? I suppose I don't allow myself to think about it often. Onyxus has always been fiercely protective of me, but he isn't a cruel person. He embodies his father as much as Christian embodies his. You have blood on your hands as well. I keep my voice low, but the rush of anger behind every word is unmistakable. All those innocent girls, you killed them to get to me. He doesn't even flinch, unbothered by the reminder of his past transgressions. All you had to do was tell the truth. I would have spared them all, he says with a shrug, draining the rest of his glass in one sweeping move. How noble of you. The edges of my words shudder. Onyxus could have killed me. Christian laughs bitterly, as if I told a joke. We both know he was in love with you for years. It would take a lot more than being his enemy's daughter to have him turn against you. He raises his empty glass to punctuate his words. I rein back my quiet horror. How long has he been watching me? How long did it take for him to realize Onyxus has feelings for me when even I was too blind to see them? The thought of him being there, lurking, he was always watching, waiting for the right moment to strike. If that is the case, why make me tell him at all? I ask breathlessly. He needed to know where you truly belong. For a moment, he looks almost pitiful. This isn't your pack, your land. He doesn't deserve your alliance, your political weight. I don't want Zion's land, I tell him firmly. If you want your claim to power, go get it. Rumor has it, he's looking for an heir. Christian's teeth flash white as he grins. Oh, we'll get to that, don't worry. It wouldn't be ideal for Zion to secure an heir, but it would get him off my back. Perhaps he would leave us alone, but I get the feeling Zion isn't going to be settled until he gets his revenge. What are you waiting for then? I've never really had a family, sis. He looks over me, trying to find similarities between us. I think it's time to enjoy our familial bond. Especially now that everyone who is out of the way needs to be. Well, almost everyone. I swear, for a moment, my heart stops beating. What does that mean? He steps forward, and this time I don't have the strength to step back further into the shadowy abyss of the cold sea. I think once we get back, we can go down into the valley where the river winds through. Someone told me about a special place there that I'm thinking about visiting. His voice drops to a cold, smooth whisper. It's time to bask in my victory. The entire world stills. The music slows to a dark, dull thump in my ears, and the world almost pitches to the side. It takes everything in me to stay standing, as my legs become weary and my stomach tightens in a painful cramp. This can't be happening. This can't be real. I have to go. I push past him, forcing myself up onto dry sand. I can barely hear anything above the rushing of blood between my temples. The familiar grasp of grief rises as I stumble, coating my bare feet in warm sand. Be careful, sis, Christian warns. Tell Alex and I'll kill her. The wet hem of my dress feels heavy as I dash up the beach toward the celebration. People are so drunk they barely notice my stricken expression as I approach my mate, who is already rushing across the beach to meet me halfway. Hey, what's wrong? He asks, grabbing hold of my arms. Christian, I point weakly toward the beach, trying to rein in my frantic breaths that are about to pull me into a panic attack. Onyxus follows my pointing, his eyes darkening. He what? Did he hurt you? No, Onyxus. I squeeze my eyes shut, my voice strangled. I think he killed my mother. Chapter 82. Onyxus. Sierra sits before me, stricken. I've taken her back upstairs to our room, wanting to avoid drawing the attention of intoxicated wedding guests. Now she is sitting on the bed in front of me, drawing in deep breaths as she attempts to avoid falling into a total panic. It's not possible, Sierra. I shake my head, unable to fathom how any of this could be possible. He can't have killed her. Christian will do anything to get a rise out of my mate. This has to be another trick. I watched Sierra's mother fall sick right before my eyes. It was gradual and painful to witness. Although it could have been poison, I refused to believe someone could do that without any of us knowing. He might as well have said it right to my face. She wraps herself around her, squeezing her eyes shut. She was sick for a while, I murmur. Sure, The death itself was sudden, but for weeks before, she was ailing. Her lower lip trembles, her dark eyes having spilt enough tears earlier that they are almost completely dry now. She has gone from grieving to determined to have this make sense in her mind. He must have been poisoning her with something, she insists, choking on the words. I mean, that's possible, but why wait until now to bring everything together? I question. I get the feeling that he is trying to disarm you, to make you panic. There is too much about Christian's past that my own recognizance hasn't been able to reconcile. He could have been anywhere. He could have been working under my room under a different name, and, during the chaos of Sierra's mother's sickness, none of us noticed him. I don't know, but he's planning something big. I can feel it. She shudders at the thought, her gaze lifting to my face, searching for answers I'm not sure I have. I told you that Christian is a wild card. I don't like that I can't anticipate his next move. I'm going to protect you, okay? I vow, rubbing her arm tenderly. Then we deal with him. If he truly killed my mother, I don't think I can handle the thought. She grimaces, sucking in a shaky breath as I pull her against me. She is still in her wedding dress, the fabric soft and silken against me as I hold her. After everything she has been through, I desperately wanted to give her a day of peace, and her brother has come in and stolen it from her. He's looking to unnerve you. I'm sure he wasn't responsible for her death, I murmur into her hair, which smells like sea salt and perfume. Despite my assurances, a claw of doubt hooks into my skin. I may not be entirely sure, but I can't let my mate spiral into a pool of endless possibilities. I'll get the truth out of him soon. I know I will. If he's willing to murder innocent girls to send a message, then what would stop him from killing my mother? She questions as she pulls away, swiping a tear from her cheek with the back of her hand. That was years ago, and he would have been a lot younger. Not so young that he couldn't poison her. She buries her face in her hands. He's pure evil, Onyxus. He's just like my father. I can't bear to think about Zion right now. Not when I can't tell if Christian is working with him or not. This could all be a part of a larger plan, and that is what terrifies me the most. I need to protect Sierra. She is my priority. The only person who knows whether he is lying or not is him, I remind her tentatively. Her cheeks are flushed as she looks back up at me. It just hurts so much to think she could have been taken from me too soon, before nature intended it. I know. I brush her hair from her face, being gentle with the stray pieces that cling to her tear-soaked cheeks. I'm so sorry, Sierra. You don't deserve this, especially not today. No, this day has been perfect up until now. Nothing can take from the fact that you and I are married. She tries to muster a smile, but it quickly collapses. Even if this news devastates me. I look beyond the balcony doors, listening to the sound of music from the beach below. Let us return tomorrow and visit your mother's grave. You haven't done anything since you've been gone, I prompt. Sierra always returns from visiting her mother with a burden lifted from her shoulders. It will be hard for her to reconcile her possible early death, but once she sees her gravestone and speaks her feelings into the wind, I know she will feel a bit better. And in the meantime, I can hunt for a way to rid Christian from this earth without putting Sierra or Alex at risk. She smiles again, and this time it remains for more than a few beats. I like that idea. Thank you. Also, I'm going to have Alex sent away for a bit, I say decidedly. It will be sudden and overnight, but I need to put distance between her and Christian. Where could she possibly go that's safe? I have a place in mind, I muse. It will be best if you don't know about it, in case something happens. I'm going to have Alex sent to the same sleepy cottage I found Sierra in when she ran away. It took some investigating to track down the first time, which is distant enough that Christian won't have any reason to suspect she is there, and is so remote that he will never have the resources to follow her. Good idea. She breathes in deeply, and when she exhales, her shoulders relax a touch. Shall we enjoy this last night together? I draw her close to me again, engulfing her in a tight embrace. I say we draw a bath, relax together, and share our favorite memories of your mother's. It's been a while since we've done that. She sighs contentedly against my chest. That sounds perfect. Sierra. The day is calm and blustery. I already miss the warmth of our holiday home. Onyxus and I walk hand in hand down the winding river. It's a familiar walk. Our footprints over the years have worn a path into the grass. My mother's grave is perched toward the bottom of the hill, but up from the river. It's an isolated spot, but it is where she would take us for a picnic right after we escaped from Zion. Tread carefully. There's been rain, Onyxus murmurs, keeping a tight grip on my hand as he leads me up the hill and to where the intricately crafted headstone stands proudly. I love this spot so much, I breathe, looking out at the churning river. It's fat from the rain, the water licking up the hill. I'll let you have some time with her. Onyxus sets the flowers down, resting them against the headstone. Lunch will be waiting for you when you're back. I smile warmly at him. Thank you, Onyxus. I love you. I love you too. He kisses my cheek, squeezing my arm before he departs. For a while, I watch him go before I lay down my usual blanket and take my normal spot facing the headstone. My mother's name is engraved beautifully, my heart clenching at the sight. Well, as you can see, there is much to go over, I breathe, shaking my head hopelessly. Of course, there is no response. I'm not even sure I believe in any afterlife, much less the ability for my mother to be here in spirit. Still, I've always spoken to her like she is here, choosing to believe she listens to every word. So, I'm married. I laugh a little, twisting the ring on my finger. You probably already know that. Alex told me Onyxus came down here while I was away to ask for your permission. Not that you can give it back, but I like that he thought about it. You still mean so much to him. I swallow past the lump in my throat, trying to rein in a spill of emotions. You were right about him. Even when you were sick, you maintained he was special, and I should have listened. I smile wistfully. You would have loved watching us fall in love. She would have told us to get out of our own heads and realize we loved each other long before we figured it out for ourselves. I'm so happy to be married to him, and he's my mate, if you can believe it. I'm sure she would have nodded and told me I knew it all along. My life would be perfect if you were here and Zion was gone. I pull my knees up to my chest, hugging my legs. You should have been at the wedding. You used to tell me stories of warm climates and lush beaches. I married the love of my life on one, and nothing could have made me happier than you being there to see it. I wipe a stray tear that falls, clearing my throat. I'm sure you did, though. I have faith you saw it all, and that you're sitting here with me now. A gust of wind pulls my hair back over my shoulders. I look up at the darkened clouds, noting a single ray of sunlight forcing its way through. Anyway, I've been away, as I'm sure you've noticed. I frown. Zion, it's bad. I have a half-brother, which I'm sure you knew nothing about, and there's a chance. I break off, not wanting to think about how Christian could have killed my mother. If there is a chance there is an afterlife, and she is listening, I don't want her to know she could have been poisoned, if it's possible. Even now, I want to protect her from the evil still occurring in the world she left behind. What I mean to say is that I'm in danger. Christian is a threat to everyone I love, and I'm waiting hopelessly for him to make the first move. That terrifies me. I shiver. But I'm less scared of Zion than I was. He's dying, I'm certain of it. He was so wary when I saw him, so desperate for an heir. I hope you don't see him wherever you are. I hope he is sent somewhere dark and soulless like he is. I hope he is tormented for what he did to us, what he did to you and Onyxus, asked Dad. The wind curls in around me, chilling my skin. It's going to rain again soon, and in case there is a storm, I don't want to be out here for long. But I can't bear to part from her. Not yet. I miss you anyway. A lot, I breathe. Lying down on the blanket, I look up toward the sky, just as rain starts to dot my skin. I'm going to deal with Christian. And once he's gone, my father is going with him. Chapter 83. Sierra. It's late, and I know I shouldn't be out. Onyxus and I have only been home from the beach house for a week, and we should really be concentrating on our plan for what to do about Zion. But while Onyxus is lost in meetings, I've come out to do something nice for him. I shoulder through the library door, letting the musty smell of old books and ancient dust tickle my nose. The place is quiet as the afternoon wanes, and only a few people scattered about don't bother glancing up as I head toward the main reception desk. The librarian looks up past his foggy glasses, startled at the sight of me. I'm still getting used to how I'm perceived by people in this pack. My marriage to Onyxus has been announced, which has caused a vast amount of confusion as people try to make sense of how I moved from Alston to Onyxus so quickly. I can't bear to hear what they say about me. Hi, I was wondering if you knew anything about a book I have in mind. I ask softly, trying to keep my voice low as people read nearby. She appraises me quietly, her brows drawing together quizzically. She's assessing me for an uncomfortably long time as I step from foot to foot. Eventually, she sighs curtly, her eyes dropping to the book log in front of her. Fine, what is it? I hand her a slip of paper. I wrote down the name of the book the moment Onyxus mentioned he wanted to reread it. I hope that it's here, and I can surprise him with it later tonight. It's for my husband. I hope you have it here, he's been talking about it a lot, I explained to her, trying to fill the awkward silence with words I don't need to say. She pulls the note up close to her face, squinting her eyes before she makes a sound of confirmation from her throat. This book looks familiar. She stands, gesturing at me. Follow me. By now, some people are watching me before I disappear between the bookshelves. A strange feeling of unease crawls up the back of my neck, making the tiny hairs there stand on end. I haven't been in public since it was revealed that Zion is my father. I'm hoping people are too preoccupied with their own matters to recognize me. The librarian pauses at one of the shelves, scanning it for a moment before she slides the book out and hands it to me. Thank you, I breathe, cradling it to my chest. Hopefully, this book will help Onyxus relax some more. Concerns that Zion will react to my leaving have been keeping him up at night. I saw in the newspaper that you married Alpha Onyxus. Congratulations, the librarian states flatly, his gaze sweeping over me. I'm not sure why I thought she didn't recognize me. I was being too hopeful. I appreciate that. It's a relief to finally be married to him, I admit, tucking my hair behind my ear. Speaking to members of his pack about being with him is difficult. He's a good alpha, so they are terribly protective of him and who he chooses to spend his time with. I may carry his heir one day. That is a serious responsibility. You went from mistress to Luna. How did you manage it? She questions, her eyes narrowing slightly. Truthfully, Onyxus and I were in love with each other for quite some time. He felt a duty to appease his people, but he ultimately chose his love for me over appealing to an ancient tradition, I tell her, painting a weak smile on my face. Her expression shifts. Her mood is difficult to read, but it's clear she doesn't like me. She's viewing me like I am nothing, like my presence offends her. He chose the mate bond, he deadpans. Well, he chose me before the mate bond revealed, I rushed to add, waving my hand dismissively. It's complicated. I'm not going to justify my love for him. The story is too long to tell to someone who clearly doesn't want to hear it. Without another look, she turns on her narrow heels and walks off down the aisle. I rest the face of the book against my forehead, releasing a sigh. This doesn't matter. I've completed my objective for this day and retrieved the book. Now I can return home. As I turn to leave, a flash of ginger hair makes me pause from the corner of my eye. I'm not sure why something so simple has pulled my attention, but upon further inspection, I see someone I reluctantly recognize. Down the aisle, toward the very end, Lexi stands, peering at the spines of the tightly packed books. I gape at her silently for a moment. A flood of emotions crashes over me all at once. Seeing her reminds me of the time we brought the woman in for Onyxus to court. She wasn't just one of the candidates, but she's also Kane's sister. And Onyxus killed him. I should make a run for it. I should pretend I didn't see her and not look back. I've left that part of my life behind now, and nothing productive can come out of a conversation with her. And yet, my feet are rooted to this spot. I can't help but stare at her, and she shakes her head in confusion, her eyes skipping from book to book. No, I should see how she is doing. It is the right thing to do. She glances up as I approach, physically flinching as her pale eyes take me in. I imagine I'm the last person she expected to see, and the same goes for me. Last time I heard, she was living in a village far deeper into the pack. Lexi. Hello, I greet, hoping my smile isn't wavering. Sierra. She clears her throat, a puzzled look twisting her features. What are you doing in this library? I look around, noting that dusk has rolled in, casting deep shadows through the aisle. Actually, what are you even doing in this village? She straightens, adjusting her dress. Physically, she doesn't seem to have changed much, but there seems to be a more mature sense about her. I'm in this village for the spring equinox festival, actually, she says. I'm in this library looking for a book for my husband. Husband. I'm relieved to hear that she has married. She was disappointed when Onyxus sent her away, and long after, while I was living with Cain, she seemed to harbor bitterness that Violet was chosen. I can only hope that marrying got her away from her poisonous family. Funny, I'm getting this book for Onyxus. I lift the book sheepishly, hating how taut the tension is between us. She nods knowingly. You're married now, aren't you? I am. I flush. So are you, clearly. It feels wrong, after what happened with Cain, to speak about my marriage to Onyxus. I'm not sure she knows what happened between us, but I suspect that, considering she grew up with Cain's abuse, she knows exactly why Onyxus chose to kill him. If he did kill him, that is, naturally, I can't help but assume. It's very recent. One of my father's matches. She rolls her eyes, sighing. Technically, you're my Luna, I suppose. I force myself to straighten. Not technically. I am. The position still feels strange. I don't feel as though I've earned it, but I'm ready for the responsibilities. Lexi nods slowly, considering that. She appears warier being around me. It's almost as if she knows something that I don't. I hope you are happier now than you were with my brother, she says softly. Very much so, I affirm. I'm so gloriously happy, it feels wrong to speak about without coming off like I'm gloating. She could have been the one Onyxus chose, although that doesn't seem to be why she is so uncomfortable around me. I don't blame you. Her eyes appear to glaze over, her mind losing itself in thought. I suppose I should have warned you about his temper, although it doesn't matter now. I shake my head. She was a victim of his too. Had she told me what he was doing, she would have incurred her entire family's wrath. I guess not, I mumble. A light sheen of sweat has gathered in her hairline since our conversation began. Now she shifts from foot to foot, her eyes darting from the floor to me, then back again. Well, this is an uncomfortable topic for me to speak of, but I fear I must, or I shall regret it. I frown. Go on. Has Onyxus had Cain moved somewhere? She asks breathlessly. I pause, her words taking a moment to process in my mind. Moved? Only yesterday morning, the guards went to attend his cell and found it open. It has been unlocked, and he was nowhere to be seen, she rushes to say. No one can tell me where he is. I stare at her blankly, assuming I'm mishearing her for a moment. Cain can't possibly be alive. After what he did to me, Onyxus wouldn't have let him go alive. I've settled that thought in my mind, as unnerved as it makes me. Now Lexi is speaking as if he were alive and well. It's thrown me off. Cain isn't dead? Oh no, the plan was to have him executed, remember? She angles her head. His execution date is a week from now. I open my mouth, then close it again. Onyxus didn't kill him. He really didn't kill him. I'm not sure if I should feel grateful for having learned this information. Onyxus' ease of turning to violence whenever someone acts against me has always made me nervous. Learning that he may have restrained himself is a strange revelation. I thought Onyxus killed him, I admit. I suppose in a way he did. She shakes her head a little. Have you not spoken to him about this? Onyxus probably never told me because he wanted me to put Cain in the past. I'm grateful for that, even if it led my rampant mind to wander endlessly about what happened. Are you meaning to tell me Cain is free from jail? I figured Onyxus had him moved to another jail for his execution. If he is free, then someone let him out, she says thoughtfully, her brow furrowing. I'm sure he has been moved, I rush to say. I'm sorry, I'd better go speak to Onyxus about this. I'm sure it's a misunderstanding, and you'll be contacted about his whereabouts. I'm certain Onyxus will have the answers. Cain never had any close relationships, no one except his father would ever have reason to break him out, and he would never risk his reputation for that. Cain's misgivings have embarrassed him enough, I'm sure. Okay then, she seems reluctantly satisfied with my answer. Bye, Lexi. I turn, ready to depart quickly so I can return to Onyxus. I don't think the book I'm bringing back with me is going to be commanded as much attention tonight as I thought it would. Wait. She grabs my arm in a cold grip, turning me around. Her freckled face is suddenly flushed, a strained look on her face. It was always rigged against me, wasn't it? She breathes. I pull from her grasp, rubbing my arm. What was? The competition. I was never going to win. Her eyes go from wide and vulnerable to dark and angry in a second. For a moment, I'm speechless, unsure of what I'm supposed to say to console her. It wasn't supposed to be a competition, Lexi. It was a selection process, I explained carefully, although even I know that's not entirely true. At the end of the day, only one person was ever going to win his hand. We all saw the way he looked at you. We all knew he was in love with you, and yet we all hoped we could be the one to change him, she growls. It's not fair. How come you got to have him and I didn't? I look down at the golden wedding band on her finger. Clearly, her union isn't what she wants if she still wishes Onyxus had picked her. I'm sorry, Lexi. Had Onyxus and I known it was all going to work out like this, that entire affair would have never happened, I assure her. That I can be entirely sure of. I deserve to be Luna, to be with the handsome and caring alpha. Now I'm with some common man who is paying off his estate, she huffs, her face so red it is close in shade to her hair. Look, it should be me taking the book to him, marrying him, and sharing a bed with him. She steps closer, her proximity a threat in itself. Not you, some common scum. I flinch. Lexi has never been friendly to me exactly, but she has never spoken so honestly. She means every vicious word, too. You're hurt, I understand that. I swallow, taking an uneasy step backwards. Onyxus is my mate, Lexi. That cannot be changed. The darkness spiraling in her eyes is expanding by the second. It swallowed her entire being, reminding me that she may not be all that different from her brother. You deserve what's coming to you, she snaps. She turns abruptly, storming down the aisle and out of the library. I stare after her silently for a moment, slowly shaking my head. What a strange encounter. What did she mean when she said I deserve what is coming to me? Shaking off the thought, I leave the library, emerging into the darkened streets. Decorations litter the village as everyone prepares for the spring festival. I wander down the empty road, taking everything in while hoping I can be present at the festival without drawing animosity from everyone attending. A phantom feeling suddenly presses into my back. I pause, glancing over my shoulder. Nothing is behind me aside from the road and a strip of moonlight. Shaking off the uneasy feeling, I continue. I can't wait to return home and see my mate. Hopefully, he will be out of meetings and can reserve the rest of the night for me. I'm almost out of the village, ready to start back up the hill to the estate, when a shadow flickers next to me. I barely have time to glance over before someone grabs me, yanking me into a dark alleyway. Chapter 84. Sierra. I'm thrown down violently and suddenly, the heels of my palms bruising against the slick cobblestones. Turning around, I scramble backwards until my back hits the alley wall. Two men loom over me, their faces shadowed as the moon hangs thick and full behind them. Don't even think about getting up, one of them growls. They have a crooked nose and impossibly dark eyes. The other one holds a short wooden bat with a carved handle. My stomach twists and contracts from fear as I press myself as tightly against the wall as possible. What are you doing? I question, my fingers digging into the gaps between the bricks below me. The one with the bat crouches down before me. We need to have a little chat, Sierra. I grimace. They know me, which isn't a good sign. This has something to do with Onyxus, specifically my role as his wife. People are coming to realize I'm nothing more than an orphan girl who got lucky being brought in by the alpha, who then fell in love with her. Finally, everything terrible is catching up to me. Please don't do this, I plead, my voice strangled. I haven't done anything wrong. Are you afraid? The man with the bat asks, his teeth flashing bright white as he grins at me. I swallow thickly. Yes. I wish I recognized them. I hope they were more than just shadowy faces with dull features and sinister smiles. None of it will matter, though, if they decide they want to kill me. You should never have come back to this pack. If you hadn't, This wouldn't be happening right now, Crooked Nose states, his eyes roving over me, making me curl my legs up closer to my body. I need to be ready to fight. By nature, I'm no fighter and have avoided conflict for most of my life. But if I have to fight for my life, I'll do it. I won't go down easy. Are you working with Christian? I ask shakily. This sadistic intimidation technique must have something to do with him. He probably set this up to kill me off without it being linked back to him. The men exchange uncertain glances. We aren't working with anyone, the man with the bat responds tightly. It is important, however, that you learn some things about us before we kill you. My heart launches into my throat, fear constricting my breath. No. Kill me. I gasp. Why would you kill me? Why do you think, huh? He snaps, his anger flaring as I'm a fool for not seeing it. Do you truly believe you are capable of being our Luna? This pack has known peace since Onyxus became alpha, and you are going to destroy it. My harsh, panicked breathing is filling the night air. I knew that they were targeting me because of Onyxus and my recent nuptials. I would never do anything to harm this pack. Peace is all I want. I insist. The man with the crooked nod steps forward and crouches. He moves so quickly I can barely see what he is doing as one hand takes something from his back pocket while the other grabs my wrist. My scream is shrill and sudden, echoing down the abandoned alleyway as he slices down my palm with the blade of a knife he produced seemingly from nowhere. Blood immediately wells and spills down either side of my hand, splattering against the cobblestone. This blood is tainted by Zion. You belong in your own pack when Onyxus inevitably destroys it, he hisses, dropping my hand suddenly. I cradle my shaky hand to my chest as he mercifully backs off. The pain from the cut is overwhelming. It fills the space in my mind, which is trying to grapple with the new information he's fed me. I'm here, facing death because of who I am to Zion. Members of this pack cannot bear the thought of someone related to their greatest enemy helping to lead their pack. And I can't blame them. I'm not Zion's daughter, not really. We've heard what he has said. You are the rightful heir to his power, the man with the bat says. How can you be a Luna here and yet entitled to Zion's land at the same time? I don't want Zion's land. I want to be here with my mate. This is hopeless. They'll never believe me. They have no reason to. To them, I'm nothing more than traitorous scum who supposedly married another enemy, only to return to marry their alpha. You are not my alpha's mate. I don't know what trickery you've used to delude him into thinking you are, but we know the truth. The man flicks the knife in his hand before using it to gesture between the two of them. The people of this pack know the truth. I hang my head, watching the blood pump relentlessly from my hand. It's not slowing down, although the pain is edged with numbness now. I glower up at them. You cannot take our bond away, regardless of how much you hate me. You took Violet from us. She was a good Luna. She belonged here, the man with the bat snaps. You are the daughter of our enemy. You have no place here. They are right, I know they are right, but no part of me will ever give up on this pack, on Onyxus. I love him too deeply for that. So what, you're just going to kill me? How do you think Onyxus will react if you do this? I question. They can't begin to conceive of his reaction if my body is found in this alleyway at dawn. He will never stop until he's seen these two men, and once he has, their deaths will be endless and painful. This is a sacrifice we are willing to make for the safety of this pack and the preservation of the Alpha's line. You could kill him by doing this. Please don't do this, I plead. All I can think of is his heartache, his grief. They will lose their Alpha forever. He's already lost so much in his life. He wouldn't be able to handle losing his mate, especially not like this. We'll finally reveal the faux bond you are using to manipulate him, Crooked Nose hisses, looking over me as if he can physically see it. I shake my head. This is a mistake. Crooked Nose looks at his friend, a flash of uncertainty passing over his face. The reality is settling down upon him, mainly after I've laid out what the consequences will be. Are you going to do it, or should I? He asks. The man with the bat holds his hand out for the knife. Let me. I've been waiting for this day since Zion announced she was his daughter. Better make it quick so we can put as much distance between Alpha Onyxus and her body. Let him think she's gone missing. I watch the interaction with wide eyes, looking behind them for a way to escape. Their wide bodies block my way, however, and if I get up, I'll be running right into that knife. Once they are close, I'll make my move. Before the knife exchanges hands, someone else appears from behind the corner. They don't hesitate, as if they were waiting for this, anticipating coming across this in the dead of night. Even in the shadows, I recognize them. It's Christian, his gaze hooded, his hands gloved as he advances on the two men who are entirely unaware of his presence. "I think that's enough of that," he says by way of announcement. He's behind one of the men, so suddenly I miss it with a blink. What I don't forget, however, is his own knife coming around to slice the man's throat in one swift movement. I scream as a torrent of blood spills from his throat and through the fingers that reach up to clutch the wound. The man's eyes are wide and tormented as he falls to his knees, his grip on the knife loosening before it clatters to the ground. He lands face first on the cobblestones with a sickening thud, his nose cracking. Scrambling up the wall, I watch as the man with the bat tackles Christian down, forcing him to the ground. At any other moment, I would relish in watching Christian being punched relentlessly in the face, over and over again. However, as the man's hand latches around his neck, pressing down until Christian's gasp is nothing more than strangled air, I know I need to do something. My gaze falls to the knife lying on the ground by the dead man's head. I reach for it, still feeling the heat in the handle from where he was gripping it only moments ago. It has a sour feeling spreading through my stomach, but I fight it off as I turn my attention to Christian being strangled. His face is bright red, his eyes wide as he claws at his attacker's head. I should let him die. The thought is intense but fleeting. For some reason, the urge to end this thumps through my brain, pressing back the need for revenge. As if controlled by a phantom force, I stride forward and stab the knife through the man's back. He freezes, his grip loosening on Christian's neck. Christian shoves him off, the man falling limp as he sprawls out across the ground. I stare at his face, at the life draining from it. His eyes meet mine, cold and distant. I'm too numb to feel anything, to feel even a flutter of regret. "I think I just killed someone," I whisper. Christian leans over, holding his throat as he violently coughs. I wince as he spits on the ground before standing, sliding the knife from the man's back in the same movement. "I knew you had it in you," he forces out, his voice rough and hoarse. "I should have killed you." I look down at my bleeding hand, and then at the one I used to take that man's life. "You deserve to die." No one would have questioned it if I had killed him. Sure, if anything happened to him, there's a chance there are people he knows who would get revenge on me, but at least he would be gone, and so would the threat against Alex and Onyxus. "I know." He smirks, wiping his bloodied hands against his pants. "You could have let him choke me out as well." I don't know, I didn't wait. I should have waited. You did the right thing." He carefully steps over one dead body. "And you owed me anyway. I did save your life." Looking down at my feet, I see the blood from the man's slit throat pooling in the cracks of the cobblestones, trailing closer to my feet. "You killed my mother. How could I possibly owe you?" I growl. "I'm doing you a favor, believe it or not." His expression sobers, a coolness weaving into his gaze that makes my stomach drop. "Everything I'm doing is for you, for us. You should be thanking me." My eyes narrow. "For what exactly?" He pauses, his mouth twisting. Finally, he slides the other knife to join his one in his pocket, finalizing the events of this night. "Go home. Tell your precious Alpha you were attacked." He looks down at my hand and then at the bodies. "But these people are right, you don't belong here." I scowl. "You don't." He holds up his hand to silence me, but it's the seriousness in his expression that keeps me quiet. "Sierra. They will never accept you." Chapter 85. Onyxus. I hold Sierra's trembling hand in mine, her palm upturned for my assessment. A healer had already stitched the wound, and white gauze secured around her hand. I can't stop looking at it, feeling the quiet rage stirring in my gut. I should have been there. When I heard she wanted to go to the village, I should have sent guards with her. While I wasn't aware that people's perception of Sierra had gotten so bad, I should have figured. My pack members hate Zion. All they know about Sierra is her connection to him, and not the incredible woman she is beyond that. How does it feel? I ask softly. Sore, but I'll be okay, she sighs. It's my pride that's wounded more than anything. She told me about how she had a moment to let Christian die, but didn't. Instead, she turned on her attacker, saving her life and her brother's. While she might not have been in the headspace to realize it, she might have saved a lot of lives by sparing him. Beyond death, he could still pose a danger to everyone. We'll have to be more strategic in dealing with him. I understand why you hesitated. You're not inherently a killer. I lower my hand tentatively. We're sitting in bed together. It's impossibly late, but the time isn't on my mind. I'm too wound up to sleep, knowing that I can't do anything to avenge Sierra for what happened to her. I had no problem defending myself, she mutters, squeezing her eyes shut at the memory. I take her good hand into mine, winding my fingers through hers. It's different when it's someone you know. It's not just that. Christian told me your pack members are never going to accept me. I think he's right. When she opens her eyes again, they are red and watery. She's genuinely hurt. Not because someone hurt her, but because this pack means so much to her. She wants to be a good Luna, and doesn't think she can be when everyone is against her. Sierra is all I have ever wanted. My pack members not accepting her was always my biggest fear, but it won't change my decision. I'm not going to let her go. Not ever. Christian will say anything to turn you against me, I remind her. He's poisoning her thoughts, wanting her away from my protection, so he can execute whatever plan he's building. She shakes her head, a tear slipping down her cheek. No, Onyxus. He truly meant this. It's not the majority of people who do not favor you because of your connection to Zion. It's just a select few that are extremely patriotic, I tell her, brushing away the tear with my thumb. I need to do more work. I need to get her out more in the pack, showing her off so people can get a chance to learn about how wonderful she is. It's enough for me to be in danger. You're safe here, I promise. I smile gently. They just need time to see that you are not associated with him. They've seen articles about you at Imogen's party, having your wedding announced to Alston. You even married him, and now people are scrambling to make sense of how you and I are married so shortly after. It's a confusing mess that I haven't had time to remedy. I'll have to speak to a few journalists so they can make it clear that Sierra is a victim of her father and Alston, and was forced into a faux marriage. I know, and I don't blame them. She lowers her head, auburn hair fanning around her face. I'm scared. Pulling her against me, I secure my arms around her. If I had it my way, I would keep her in my arms forever where I know she is safe. I have to deal with Christian. I have to give Sierra a chance to relax. I'm here for you, okay? I won't let anything bad happen to you. I kiss the side of her head, breathing in her familiar scent, and feel my limbs start to relax. She pulls away, sniffling. I let her think for a moment before her eyes venture up to meet mine. So, I went down to the library to find a book I thought you might want to read again, and I ran into Lexi, she says uncomfortably. I pause for a moment, trying to remember why that name sounds so familiar. Lexi, as in the Lexi. Kane's sister and the one you almost married. She nudges me, giving me a pointed look. I pull a face. I was never going to marry her. It wasn't that Lexi was a nice enough girl, she just didn't fit the role I needed her to. I was never intending on marrying for love if I couldn't marry Sierra, so whoever I did pick needed to be suitable to be Luna. Regardless, she says. She told me that you never killed Kane. That you sent him to be executed instead. I grimace. Oh no. I never thought I would have to think about Kane again. Standing over his beaten body, watching him bleed out to the point of almost death before choosing to spare him in that moment still haunts my mind. It would have been so easy to end his life in that moment. I would have enjoyed every second of watching him suffer. And yet, I couldn't do it. Sierra doesn't deserve to be with a man who kills so flippantly. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it for the right reasons. So, I decided to send Kane off to prison so he could be formally executed. Before you praise me, you should know that I was going to kill him. I mean, I basically have killed him by giving him this sentence, I add quickly. I don't deserve to be viewed in a positive light by her. I still tortured Kane, and then regretted not ending him myself for months afterwards. Is it bad that I always figured you had killed him? She ventures, tucking her hair behind her ear. I shake my head. No, it just means you know me. What made you change your mind? He was lying before me, beaten within an inch of his life, and I thought about ending it. Then I thought of you and how I didn't want to return home with his blood on my hands like that. I swallow hard, feeling dryness gathering in my throat. So I picked him up and ordered his death in a more humane manner. Coming home to her after taking his life, then laying my hands on her skin, felt like it would be wrong, that I would feel dirty and evil. She raises both brows. After you tortured him? I shrug. Just a little. You're terrible. She shoves at my shoulder, although I spy the slight curve to the corners of her mouth. I need to stop getting distracted. My point is, Lexi told me he has been moved to another prison. I frown. That doesn't sound right. Another prison? He's the only one who does executions. It's the highest security, I explain. He shouldn't have been moved. Even if he had been moved, I gave strict instructions to the warden to tell me about his well-being, including whether he had to be relocated. If Kane isn't there anymore, I should be notified. Apparently, he has. Where's he now then? I question. She doesn't know. All she knows is that the guards found his cell door open and he wasn't in it. It's been assumed that he has been moved. She plays with a loose thread of the duvet. A cold feeling of unease begins to bloom in my stomach. If Kane isn't in his cell, and the warden hasn't come to me with news, it means they are scrambling to make sense of what has happened before I hear the news. Which means there is a good chance Kane has escaped. That seems unlikely. I tell Sierra anyway, not wanting to send her spiraling into worry. I'll call for a guard to go check soon. Finding Kane is another task I have to add to the list. It will remain my priority, though, especially if he intends to take revenge against me or Sierra. Do you think he escaped? She asks warily, wrapping her arms around herself at the thought. If he has, I don't like that possibility, I admit, trying not to think about Kane returning to hurt Sierra. The only benefit of this is that I can deal with him all over again. And this time, I'll take my time and ensure justice is done. Worry weaves into her expression as she looks up at me with wide eyes. Onyxus. I reach up to cradle her face. Hey, don't panic yet. If he has managed to escape, he will be long gone by now. He won't be coming for you. He has no reason to. It feels wrong to try to assuage her fears when mine aren't, but she has enough to worry about. I'll deal with Kane myself and make sure he doesn't have to cross her mind again. She leans into my hand, her gaze drifting off. Other than revenge. Let's check with the guards before we start panicking, okay? She nods numbly. I'll try. That's my girl. I pull back. For now, though, try not to leave this estate without guards. I want to be sure you're safe. They've been keeping a special eye on her already, but I haven't wanted them to crowd her. I'm trying to keep her life as normal as possible, wanting to enjoy our first few weeks as husband and wife. I won't leave, don't worry. She pulls a face, tonight's incident rising back up to haunt her. Alex departed too, so Christian doesn't have a reasonable excuse to be lingering, I tell her, hoping to give her mind some rest. Stay close to my guards, though, if you can. Doesn't seem like there are many places I can go. She sighs wistfully, looking toward the bedroom window, even though all that can be seen outside is darkness. It won't be forever. Once I find Kane, I'll take Sierra back to the beach house for a bit so she can relax. I'll keep you distracted, don't worry. She smiles, sitting up a little, her interest piqued. If she is feeling up to it, I'll try to cast away the dark thoughts for tonight. I'll stay up all night helping her feel at ease, and I'll be more than happy to do it. I suppose it won't be so bad as long as I'm in your bed. She flops back onto it, stretching her body out. I lean over her, kissing her chastely on the lips. I'll go speak to the guards, and you rest that hand, I murmur against her mouth. I'll be thinking of ways to keep you comfortable. I'm sure we will manage. Pulling away, I wince at the effort. Unfortunately, I need to inform the guards about Kane so they can initiate the investigation. Thankfully, it should only take me a few minutes before I can return to my mate. Chapter 86. Sierra. I look up at the ceiling as I lie down on our bed, my hands resting on my stomach. Every time I close my eyes, I'm brought back to the alleyway. Christian is there, being held down and restrained by the perpetrator. I'm there with the knife. The handle is firm and cold in my hand, the blade covered in a light sheen of blood. I took a life. No matter how much I try to rationalize my actions, guilt's suffocating grip remains. It's wrapped itself around my neck, restricting my breathing. Sitting up, I rub my face tiredly. Once Onyxus returns, I'll tell him how I'm feeling, and he will distract me. He's good at making the bad things feel far away, as if nothing can touch us while we are together. I wish he would hurry up. I know he's speaking to the guards, wanting them to find out what happened to Kane, but I need him back here with me. I really hope this misunderstanding with Kane is resolved. I hope there's been a mix-up with his cell, and he's been temporarily relocated. I hope he hasn't escaped or been let out. He will come for me, I know it. I shiver, swinging my legs over the edge of the bed. The window is cracked open, allowing a cool night breeze to drift through the room. It skates against my skin, brushing my hair back over my shoulders. It must be some ridiculous hour of the morning. I can feel fatigue weighing me down, begging me to go to sleep. But I can't close my eyes again until Onyxus is lying next to me. Onyxus has been gone for at least 20 minutes. Maybe I'm just tired, and being away from him is dragging time along at an agonizing pace. He'll be back as soon as he can. Forcing myself up, I wander over to his bookshelf. Each book is stacked neatly. There are no warped spines or frayed edges. Onyxus likes his space immaculately tidy, and his bookshelf is no exception. The book I got him from the library is lying somewhere with my bag in that alleyway. I'll have to make a mental note to apologize to the library and pay to replace it. Sliding a book out, I take it to the bed and open it. I've never understood the appeal of reading. Onyxus loves it, but it's a dull pastime. I much prefer my illustrations. What Onyxus cares about, however, is what I care about. I need to make more effort to read his favorite stories so we can talk about them together. He especially loves mysteries and spooky books that give him the chills. I'm not sure how long I'm skimming the pages, but suddenly my head becomes leaden and my eyes droop. My face almost smacks into the center of the book as my tiredness overcomes me. That's enough of that, I think. Closing the book, I slide it back into its spot before turning around. The room feels cold and empty, and my hand is aching beyond belief. Whatever herbs for pain that I was fed by the healers are beginning to wear off. Wrapping my sweater tighter around myself, I close the bedroom window, sealing off the dark breeze. Onyxus has been gone forever. Maybe I'll go downstairs and beg him to stop interrogating the guards so we can get some rest. My bare feet pad against the rug-covered floors as I wander down the hallway. The house is deathly still, an unbearable silence gripping its interior. With Alex gone, Lucinda in her wing, and the staff settled in for the night, the place almost feels haunted. For a while, I stalk around the house, looking for Onyxus. I check his office, the dining hall, his advisor's office, his second-in-command's office, and even the kitchens. No matter where I go, I find no staff and no Onyxus. Standing in the center of the empty ballroom, white sheets covering the furniture shoved into the corner, I let out a breath. Maybe I know where he is. Taking the staff in trance through the kitchen, I rush outside. The sky is wondrously clear now, the stars glittering ahead in a backdrop of pure obsidian. The sky at night always reminds me of Onyxus' eyes. Impossibly dark, but with a glow to them that gives them so much life. Much to my dismay, I find the barn empty, the light off. Strange. My feet drag as I make my way back inside. There's only one person who will likely know where Onyxus has headed. I find Onyxus' personal guard, Harry, posted at the front door. Onyxus prefers to keep a distance while inside the house, so this is a standard post for him. Although he is usually on patrol at this hour, he is not. He looks up as I hurry into the foyer, silently cursing myself for not putting on socks before I came down. "Have you seen Onyxus?" I ask. My voice barely feels like a whisper, and yet it echoes in the great hall. No amount of furnishings can muffle the sound in here with these vaulted ceilings. He shakes his head. "No, ma'am." I blow out a breath. Harry was my only lead on where Onyxus could be. I've been looking everywhere for him, and I can't find him, I admit, sweeping my hair back with my hand. I'm assuming since you're his personal guard, you know where he is. His dark, slightly overgrown brows pull together in a frown. All guards got called to stand at their posts. Why? I ask warily. It's rare for guards to stand post at an hour as late as this. Onyxus believes it is cruel to have them stand still in the early hours of the morning, trying more so to fight off sleep than to guard. It is a testing drill we do on occasion. Harry responds curtly, although he seems somewhat uncertain. I fold my arms over my chest, my fingers tapping against my biceps. Very early morning seems like a strange time to be doing a drill. He pauses, looking uncertain about how to reply. I do as instructed, ma'am, he says eventually. Despite being Onyxus' personal guard, he doesn't act as the chief. He's pretty close to the top of the hierarchy, but there are still a few ahead of him who fed instructions down the ladder. Unfortunately, those people will be well asleep in the guard barracks on the other end of the house. And Onyxus asked you to leave him unattended? He doesn't prefer I trail him inside. He clears his throat. I'm sure he is in his office. An uneasy feeling crawls across my skin, slow and methodical. Harry is right. Onyxus doesn't prefer Harry in his proximity while in the house, but something doesn't feel right. I checked there, I deadpan. The barn? Nope. I don't miss the flicker of concern that makes a brief appearance on his usually impassive face. When anything has gone wrong with Onyxus, Harry is always calm and collected. His thinking, even for a moment, that something is wrong, is not a good sign. He will be around, Sierra, he assures me. I'll go look for him for you. He dutifully buttons the front of his black jacket, righting himself for the search. I can always rely on him to jump into action when he's needed. Thank you, I breathe out as he brushes past me. I'm about to make my way upstairs, but a strange thought comes to mind. Wait. He stops, turning to face me. Who gave you instructions to stand at your post? I ask. I'm sure it's one of his superiors, but something tells me it's too strange an instruction to be made by them. Word was spread around by the Alpha, I've been told, he replies. It wouldn't be entirely out of the question for Onyxus to do that. Perhaps he suspects Kane is really free and needs the guards ready at the door, just in case. Strange. Well, send him straight to his room when you find him, please. I'll be waiting. Of course. I rush up the stairs, unable to shake the feeling that something more is going on. It's been an hour at this point, and Onyxus wouldn't have done anything or gone anywhere without at least sending someone to update me. Making it back to the room, I close the door behind me, lying my back flat against it. I can't overthink this. Not yet. Onyxus is going to come up here very soon with a treat from Diane and an apology for making me wait so long for him to return. But agonizingly slowly, an hour passes by and Onyxus doesn't return. I'm lying in bed, my knees pulled up to my chest, my mind racing. Where could he have gone? Why would he leave me here? A knock on the door has me launching from the bed, throwing it open, only to see Harry standing there. I can't help the swell of disappointment. Everything okay? I ask breathlessly. Harry looks a little paler than usual, and a sweat has gathered on his brow. We haven't been able to find Onyxus. I've mobilized all the guards and both he and Lucinda have been reported missing, he tells me. My heart plummets to my stomach. Wait, what? There are places they could have left to, so I wouldn't worry yet, he says carefully. My hand rests against my chest, my heart thumping against my ribs below. This is bad. This is really bad. Lucinda being gone, as well as Onyxus, is only adding to the strangeness of this entire night. Onyxus wouldn't leave without telling me. Something has to be going on. Harry adjusts the strap of his weapon secured to his back. I've sent guards to a few locations he could have gone to. An emergency may have occurred. I shake my head. An emergency wouldn't be enough to stop Onyxus from telling me what's going on. Something has happened to him, and possibly Lucinda too. You're his personal guard. He takes you everywhere beyond these walls, I respond, my voice rising a touch. I don't mean to yell at him, but my fear and frustration are building together. I will admit, this is unusual behavior, but you should not worry yourself yet. He scans the room behind me, as if Onyxus may magically materialize there. There are plenty of reasons this could have happened. Shaking my head, I wrap my arms tightly around myself. This wasn't supposed to happen. Onyxus left me up here for what was only supposed to be a few minutes. He was supposed to vanish as if he never existed. I have a bad feeling, I mutter, nausea building in the depths of my stomach. Harry scratches below his ear uncomfortably, moving to turn. I will return with an update dash. No, I'm coming to look. I step toward him. I have to do something. You cannot leave. Not during a time like this. The demand laces into every word, so abrupt it startled me. It is best you stay here with a few guards outside your door. Ever since Onyxus married me, the guards have been treating me like I'm a fractured piece of glass that could shatter at any moment. If anything happened to me, Onyxus would kill them himself. I can't just sit here and stress that something has happened to him. There isn't much that can be done about that, Sierra. As Luna, your safety is vitally important, he reminds me. To ease your mind, you should know that Onyxus is stronger than the average werewolf. He can handle himself. That does little to quell my nerves. I'm not sure how equipped Onyxus can be to fight against a force that he hasn't seen coming. I suppose. I rub the heels of my hands into my eyes until colors flash in the darkness. I'll return. Try to get some sleep. Harry leaves me with 2 guards who take their positions outside my door. I close it softly before slinking to the bed and collapsing onto it. Please come back, Onyxus. Please. If Onyxus is gone, it must be related to Zion. Or perhaps Christian. Or even Cain at this point. Which means if I'm not careful, something is going to happen to me. Eventually, I pull myself from bed, slipping into one of Onyxus' shirts and baggy pants before crawling back under the sheets. Dawn is beginning to crack over the horizon, and soon enough, even my own fear can't chase away my fatigue. I slumber deeply and powerfully. So much so that when I next wake, my head is pounding and my mouth and throat are parched. Blinking my sleep-crusted eyes, I turn my head. It's dark out. Shit. Did I sleep away the entire day? My eyes drift close again. I'm so tired, even though I feel as though I've slept for days. Flopping my arm over, I feel Onyxus' side of the bed. It's cold and empty, void of him. My heart aches. Where is he? Did he leave me here, or has someone taken him? Both options are painful to consider. I don't know how I'm going to get him back. Distantly, the sound of ancient music drifts from upstairs. It sounds disjointed and uncanny, like nothing I've heard before. I can't imagine who in this household would have such a discerning taste. My eyes snap open. I'm not in Onyxus' bed. This bed is smaller and harder beneath my back. The room is oddly shaped, and the curtains, half pulled over the window, have an unusual pattern on them that sends me spiraling back. No, this can't be happening. This has to be a nightmare. I'm back in Zion's house. Launching out of bed, I stumble over my weakened limbs. They feel stiff and unused, my legs barely keeping me standing as I frantically look around the room. The last time I was in here, I was escaping through the window. It's very clearly been repaired, and now has 3 metal bars installed in front of it. The rest of the room is exactly how I left it. What is going on? I breathe, spinning around in a circle, taking it all in. I'm still in Onyxus' clothing, which hangs loosely against my frame. This feels like a demented dream, but I can't sense that this is reality. The music coming from downstairs is too jarring. How did I get here? Zion's house is across the land from Onyxus'. Someone would have had to transport me through Marin's pack, which explains the odd feeling plaguing my body. I was drugged. Opening the door, I expect to find a swarm of guards, but the hallway is empty. Slowly, I pick my way down the familiar halls, listening out for footsteps, for voices. This feels like a trap, but I continue walking through the shadow corridor and down the stairs to the ground level. The music is louder now. It's coming from the dining hall, and so is the only light in this entire house, it seems. I pause. Something is wrong. Really wrong. I should run for the main doors. There are no guards in sight, and while that doesn't mean there won't be any outside, it might be my best chance. But something pulls my attention back to the dining hall and to the odd music that has my stomach tightening uncomfortably. I get the feeling that there is only one way I can go to see Onyxus again. With slow, Featherlight steps, I approach the dining hall. The scent of roast venison fills my nose as I approach, along with the clinking of cutlery against a plate. An eerie humming sound is the only other noise besides the music that I can hear, shivers drenching my skin. Once I reach the entrance, I peek my head around to take in the room. The dining table is stacked with food. So much of it, it almost looks grotesque. The music comes from an old record player that lulls and spins hypnotically. At the head of the dining table is Zion. He's sitting on a high-backed chair, ropes pulled around him, pinning him to it. Even his head is propped back, his skin red where the rope rubs against it. A gag is tied in his mouth, and his eyes are wide and frantic as they meet mine. Sitting on the other end of the table is Christian. His plate is piled with food, and he hums contentedly to himself while he eats. Zion groans, loud and muffled against the fabric gag in his mouth. Christian raises his head, looking at Zion, then follows his gaze to me. My blood turns to ice as a chilling smile rests on his mouth. "Hello, sister," he greets warmly. "I'm happy to see you've finally joined us." Chapter 87. Sierra. I wander inside, my pulse beating in my throat. What is going on? I ask warily, scanning Zion's horrified face and the plate of food in front of him that is completely untouched. Christian doesn't stand, continuing to eat as if there isn't anything wrong with what is occurring here. "We're having dinner." He uses his fork to gesture at the chair opposite him at the table. "Come on, sit down." My eyes drift over the room, taking in the guards who stand in each corner of the room, looking unbothered by the fact that their alpha is tied upright in front of them. "Where's Onyxus?" I ask softly, panic swelling in the pit of my stomach. "We'll get to that. Sit down." Christian's voice hardens around the edges as he nods again to the chair. I shake my head. "No. Tell me where my mate is. Now." "Sit down," he snaps, so suddenly and viciously I obey him, sinking into the chair opposite to him. He resumes eating with a ragged breath, rolling his shoulders as if to release the tension in them. I study him quietly, trying to stop myself from launching into a full-blown panic. Onyxus is missing, and I need to find him. It's all I can focus on, especially when it's entirely possible that Christian has harmed him. Perfect. He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. "I'll take your gag off soon, Zion, don't worry. I understand you need to eat." Zion blinks a few times, looking at me desperately. There's nothing I can do to help him, and he is far from my priority. "Why is he gagged?" I ask uneasily. He wouldn't stop yelling at me. Christian adjusts his collar, his neck scarlet red. He needs to work on his tone when talking to his family. This has officially become the most bizarre and unusual experience of my life. Christian is acting as if he hasn't lost his mind, and one of the most powerful alphas is tied to the chair while his guards watch on impassively. Christian nudges a plate of green beans toward me, indicating that he wants me to eat. Slowly, I reach for the tongs, my hands trembling. It's impossible to have an appetite when my mate might be dead, and my half-brother is sitting before me, entirely irrational. It's okay, though. I can also get mad quite easily. It's why it's important I don't put myself in positions where that happens, he prattles on. It's not always possible to avoid things that make you angry, I bring up awkwardly. He angles his head contemplatively while I reach for a bowl of mashed potatoes. I have no intention of touching anything here, lest it's poisoned, but I don't want Christian reacting harshly to my lack of compliance. "No, I suppose not." He shrugs. "It's why I chose to surround myself with people who have my best interests in mind." Zion groans lowly, but Christian ignores him. What might be the most disturbing detail of this entire ordeal is the fact that both Zion and Christian are dressed in immaculate suits, as if this were a grand affair to be celebrated. "Goddess, please, don't let this be Onyxus' wake. Can you tell me what's going on already?" I beg, my grip tightening on my fork. "Eat, go on," he says instead. "You must be hungry. You've been unconscious for 2 days. 2 days? That's not good. So much can happen in 2 days, and yet it feels like no time has passed for me at all." "Actually, I feel quite ill," I retort bluntly. "All right." He sighs roughly, turning his seat to click his fingers at one of Zion's staff. "Hey, you." "Yeah, you. Go get her some soup or something." A mortified member of staff freezes at the instruction, before nodding curtly and rushing out of the room. I'm fine. Seriously. You can't go without food. It's important, he says in a tone that makes me bristle. He's speaking to me as if I'm a child who has no concept of what is right for me. My frustration builds to a climax. I toss my fork down with a violent clatter, slamming my hand down on the table. It makes my plate wobble and causes Zion to release a distressed noise. Just tell me why I'm here already. I expect Christian's expression to morph into one of anger, but he remains uncharacteristically calm. He's been trying to push off my reaction, but he can't any longer. While Zion doesn't like to believe we are related, we are, he mutters, casting a cold look toward the alpha. It's time we become a family. You don't need family to take power. Get rid of Zion and set me free. Now that I'm married to Onyxus, I don't want anything to do with this land, I insist. Christian can do whatever he pleases to Zion. It's none of my business anymore. If he believes I'm a threat to his claim, he's wrong. Instead, he looks offended, as if I've just insulted him. Get rid of my father. Have you lost your mind? He shouts, his voice booming through the room, making me wince. You killed my mother. I snap back. It's not that far of a reach to assume Christian is capable of taking Zion's life. He takes a pause to reach for his glass of red wine. The movement is stiff and restrained, as if he wants to hit something, but is resisting. I wait for him to take a sip, which calms him down a touch. How can our family be full when you have another one to turn to? He asks. I gape at him, bewildered. This really is about creating a family. This isn't some sick revenge fantasy he's playing out, tormenting us for the sake of his own enjoyment. He's brought us here, effectively eliminating everyone who stands in his way, to reunite a family. You need to tell me where Onyxus is. Right now, I seethe lowly, trying to keep my voice under control. He sighs dramatically, his elbows bumping against the table while his head falls into his hands. He digs his palms into his eyes, muttering something indecipherable under his breath. Calm down, he's not dead, he grumbles, pulling his hands away. If I kill him, there is a chance you die, and I'm not risking my sister's life. That would be insane. He wouldn't risk my life, but he will take my mother's and countless other girls who were innocent in all of this. What's insane is that you have an alpha tied up at this table, another one missing, and your sister trapped. Zion nods from the other end of the table, trying to speak against the cloth of his gag, but it only comes out as an incoherent mumble. It's only temporary, he assures me. Once our father calms down, we can have a civil conversation. Please, I need to know Onyxus is okay. I lower my voice, hoping to reason with him, to make him see sense. I'm not going to be satisfied until I see him with my own eyes. I have no reason to trust Christian's claim, and even if Onyxus is alive, he could be in a terrible state right now. Christian waves his hand dismissively. He's fine. You would know if he was dead. Where is he? He's somewhere safe and far away. Don't think about it anymore. There's enough to concentrate on as it is, he exasperates. I scowl at him as he resumes eating. He's almost cleared his plate at this point, although I suspect he will go back for more if it means keeping us at this table. To him, Onyxus must mean nothing to me. Especially if he believes I can put his safety out of my mind and concentrate on Christian's ridiculous delusions. Unfortunately, though, he's making it clear he won't reveal my mate's location to me. Don't you have another family elsewhere? What about your mother? I ask breathlessly. There has to be someone close to him who can make him see sense. His mouth twists in disgust. My mother is a lunatic. She stole away my chance to have a father, a sister, he explains tightly. She's not the family I want. It takes everything in me to keep my jaw from going slack and my disbelief from becoming apparent on my face. He's chosen a family that doesn't even want one over another. Do you have any idea what Zion did to me? To my mother? I question. He was trying to unite our family, Christian states steadily. Sure, Alston was never going to be good enough for you, but it was a start. You're insane. You have to be, I mutter. Christian doesn't know the years of abuse I endured while living here as a child. He doesn't realize that my mother fled Zion out of fear. He doesn't care about any of that. Even if I told him, he would brush it off, wanting to focus on the family he could create, that he's dreamt up in his deluded mind. At some point, I expect a niece or nephew, of course. His mouth twitches into a smile that makes my stomach twist. I have someone suitable in mind if all things go well. I don't even want to ask. I bet it's one of his friends who is in on this delusion. Who is more suitable than my mate? Onyxus has strong genetics, sure, but his interests compete with ours, he explains, scraping the side of his fork against the plate to get every bit of food off of it. The sound is grating, but still less so than the ideas Christian is spouting. So what, you expect us to all hold hands and skip off into the sunset together? My laugh is cold and bitter. You think you can just kidnap me out of my home and tie Zion down and expect us to want to play happy families? I can only imagine what Zion will have to say once the binds are removed from his mouth. He's staring Christian down like he wants to hurt him, his eyes occasionally darting down to the large knife embedded in the roast. I would reach for it myself were there not armed guards at every turn, watching me, like they know what I'm contemplating. First of all, I can do without the holding hands and skipping element. He leans back in his chair with a hearty sigh. And eventually you will start to see reason. It's natural. You can't keep us here, I bring up sourly. Eventually, someone will realize something is wrong. I have a lot of friends in high places. He motions around himself. I'm communicating as Zion to the relevant people. I can keep onlookers out for a while. Maybe I'll claim he's fallen ill and needs isolation to heal. I stand abruptly from my seat, the chair making an awful scraping sound. I'm leaving, I announce. No, you're not going anywhere, sister. Try to leave, and the guards will drag you right back. He nods at two of them next to the door. I eye them warily, my brows drawing together. Their hands ghost over their belts, where their weapons are slung on display. You may as well kill me. I'll never give you what you want, I tell Christian. I won't be kept here as his sister. I can't live that kind of lie. You'll have no other choice, he exclaims darkly. Especially if you want to see your mate again. Chapter 88. Sierra. I stare at him, at the man who is a complete stranger to me and yet holds my life in his hands. And the life of my mates. If I can get anything out of this, it's Onyxus alive. My family problems have led to this situation, and the guilt I feel is choking me up in my throat. What is your plan, huh? Keep us in this state forever? I ask breathlessly. I can only imagine Zion's reaction whenever Christian decides to free him. Unfortunately, in Zion's old age, he's not much of a physical match to Christian. All he can do is convince his guards to respect his authority again. That seems out of reach, though, considering how the guards stand post in this room, unmoving. I can only wonder what Christian has on them, what he is holding over their heads. It won't be forever. Just until you both warm to me, he assures me, scrubbing a hand through his hair. What about Onyxus? I push away the food in front of me, indicating I'm not consuming anything that he offers me. Do you seriously think he will ever let you live this down? Christian has no idea how vengeful my mate is. He won't hesitate to confront my brother the next opportunity he gets. We'll come to an agreement when the time comes, he muses with a shrug, seeming entirely unbothered. My jaw tightens as I look around. There aren't many options for me. The guards watching on ensure I can't escape or confront Christian right here. I have to be strategic about this, to make sure I can get what I want while playing into Christian's delusions. All right, fine. I'll try to get to know you to see if this family thing will work, I concede. But you have to let me see Onyxus. I need to make sure he's okay. Christian surveys me through narrowed eyes, doubtful of my intentions. It seems, however, that he is aware of how cornered I am as well, knowing he is holding a great deal over my head, and I have no other choice but to bend to his will. You promise? He asks around a mouthful of food. Yes, I promise, I mutter begrudgingly. Zion groans in protest, his chair scraping against the wood floor as he attempts again to shift in his binds. He knows I'm leaving him out of my negotiating, and I couldn't care less. He is the last person I intend to protect. Very well, we'll leave for where he is located tomorrow. Christian adjusts his collar, looking irritated at my proposal, yet grateful I'm even considering peace. I shrink back into my seat. Thank you. Finally, he pushes his plate away, motioning at a servant to come pick it up. He then yawns dramatically, stretching contentedly. Have you eaten enough? he asks. I blink warily. Well, I'm quite tired. It's been a long few months preparing for this. He rises from his chair, a hand resting on his stomach. Mind if I get some sleep? What about Zion? He hasn't fed him a single thing. His plate is full of food in front of him, yet obviously untouched. One of my guards will escort him shortly. He rubs his eyes. You should consider sleeping soon. No one can function properly on little sleep. He's going to leave me here, with the ability to roam freely. I suppose his guards will keep an eye on me, but the sudden freedom is jarring. I figured I would be locked up in my room at the very least. All right, I will, I murmur, afraid that if I move, he will order me to leave before I get a chance to speak to Zion. Christian must be so confident in his plan that he doesn't fear Zion and me talking. Perhaps he suspects it will bring us closer together. He grins broadly, giving me a little wave. Good night, sis. Night. I watch him go silently, waiting until I hear his footsteps depart. The uncanny music he was playing suddenly shuts off, dousing the room in uneven silence. I jolt up, rushing down to the other end of the table. Slipping into the seat near Zion's, I give the guards a sidelong glance before pulling the gag from his mouth. Oddly enough, they watch on, saying nothing. Zion draws in a few ragged breaths once the gag is loosened, smacking his mouth together in an effort to wet it again. I try not to let my shiver of repulsion from being so close to my father guide me away from him, as I need any information he may have. Thank you, he croaks, his voice thick and coarse. What is going on? I demand. He pulls a face, the aged lines of his face deepening. You think I know? Well, I thought this place was strongly guarded. I snap. When I was trapped here with Alston, there were guards everywhere. I often saw drills occurring on the back lawn and swarms of them traveling in groups to different places. I only managed to escape because of the secret entrance out of here, as getting past all of the guards would have been impossible. And yet, Christian managed to do it. So did I. I don't know what he did, but he has my closest soldiers working for him. Zion looks pointedly at the guards at the wall, who avoid his gaze. Something strange was going on with Onyxus' guards when he went missing, too. Some may have been working for Christian, as orders seemed to be spread about that hadn't come from the Alpha or his personal guard. Tell them to get us out of here, I insist, hoping that even a few of them would be enough to escort us off the property safely. They won't listen, he hisses, his eyes wild and dark. I think he has something against them. I figured as much as well. He must have their families in the same way he has Onyxus and possibly Lucinda. We need to do something. Zion's gaze floats to the door, an unsettling wariness splaying out across his features. Who is he anyway? I frown. I thought Christian would have told him, or at least gleaned it from the conversation. Clearly, Zion isn't as sharp in his old age as he likes to think he is. Your son. Can't you tell? You two look disturbingly similar. And act the same too, but I keep that observation to myself. There is no way. You are my only child. So you didn't have an affair with a young woman before you met my mother? I question, bracing my forearms on the dinner table, which is beginning to be cleared by the staff as they filter in and out. I make a mental note to question them, too, at some point. For now, I need answers out of Zion, and for him to understand the gravity of the situation. He does have a son, and that man is currently holding us hostage. I had affairs with numerous women, but I didn't get any pregnant, he grumbles, clearly not wanting to admit as much to me, but I already figured it out. It wouldn't exactly surprise me if he had affairs while he was with my mother, too. How would you know? I question. They would have every reason to hide it from him. If any had given birth to my heir, they would have let me know. Otherwise, they would be cheating their child out of all my land and power, he states arrogantly. I roll my eyes. I bet my mother wished she could have escaped my father before he knew she was pregnant. I bet she wished she could have saved me from his wrath before it was too late. Christian's mother obviously saw Zion's darkness and came to her senses quickly. She saved her son, and now it's for nothing. That is exactly what happened to Christian. He snorts. Unlikely. His mother ran from you because you're a monster. Just like my mother did, I snap at him. He pauses, his brows pulling together. For a moment, we stare at each other, An entire argument gathering like a storm between us, but neither initiates. I never spoke about my mother to him while I was here. Not much, anyway. I didn't want him to ask about her death or the moments before she died. I want to keep her sacred in her mind, and not be forced to hear details about how she was treated while she was here. If I'm a monster, why haven't you killed me yet? He questions lowly, nodding to the table. There's a steak knife right there, and I'm tied up. My eyes drift over to the knife sitting beside his plate. The temptation to reach for it licks up my fingers, but I curl them into a fist, resisting. I can't kill Zion. Not now. If I do, there is a chance Christian loses his mind and harms me, or has Onyxus harmed. For now, Zion will have to continue living for a few more days until I can sort out this mess. That would be far too easy. And that pleasure is waiting for Onyxus. I smile sardonically. In other words, you know you still need me, he mutters flatly. If you kill me, Christian kills Onyxus. I scowl, hating that he read the situation so well. Regardless, we both need out of this situation. We need to work together. He has nothing over me. I need to get rid of him and get him out of my home. Zion can't get rid of Christian until I know where Onyxus is. I doubt he's foolish enough to risk it with the guards watching on, but that won't stop him from conjuring up a plan. And if he truly is your heir? I raise a curious brow. A mentally unwell person, even my own son, cannot rule over this pack. He growls through gritted teeth. I resist the surge of anger rising like a wave inside of me. He chose Alston over me as an heir, and while I don't want his land or title, it still bothers me. I know I would be worthy of ruling here, and he knows it, too. We must be smart about how we proceed. Do not ruin this for me, I order. Only one of us has someone they need to save. His voice is like poison, chills scattering down my back. Help me out of these binds. No, I don't think so. I stand abruptly, tiring of this conversation. Christian is right, I need sleep. Then tomorrow, I'm going to ensure my husband is alive before I make my plan to get rid of Christian. His eyes follow me as I head for the exit. You do that, Sierra. You do that. Chapter 89. Sierra. I wander down the stairs, my stomach in knots. Today is important. I have to get this right. Christian is taking me to see Onyxus, wherever he is, and if I don't play my cards right, he will revoke our deal. I know I won't be able to free my mate from whatever predicament he is in today, but I hope to get my eyes on him to make sure he's okay. I doubt he's comfortable, which means I have to work on getting out of here as soon as possible. Christian is waiting for me in the main foyer, swinging his arms and wandering around the place like he owns it. Considering the control he exerts, he basically does. How are you feeling this morning, sister? He asks as a greeting, his smile swallowing his entire face. I cross my arms over my chest as I come to stand before him, trying not to fidget in the ill-fitting clothing he supplied me. I don't want to think about who he's conned or stolen from to obtain them for me. How do you think? All right. He claps his hands together, ignoring my bluntness. I hope you don't mind, but I'm going to need to blindfold you. He produces a strip of black cloth from his back pocket, holding it out in front of me. I take a step back, repulsed by the notion of being entirely at his whim. Seriously? I can't have you know where I'm keeping your mate, he explains tightly. I'm choosing to hope you'll become accustomed to your life here and won't make any decisions against me. But just to be safe, I need to put this on you. My jaw tightens as I consider my incredibly slim options. If I deny him, I'll miss out on a chance to see Onyxus, which isn't a choice I can make. I'll never get used to this, or you, I mutter, turning my back to him. He comes up behind me, draping the cloth over my eyes before he begins to tie it tightly around my head. We'll see. Once the blindfold is secured, he grabs my forearm and leads me outside. I keep quiet as I'm hustled into a transport, unable to see a thing other than a sea of darkness. We travel for a while. At first, I try to decipher where we are heading, but I quickly become confused as we begin to turn many corners and eventually go off-road. By the time we reach our destination, I have no idea where we are and have no way of finding our way back. Christian guides me out, tugging the blindfold off me. I shield my gaze against the mid-morning light, which feels unnaturally bright despite the decent cloud cover. Blinking a couple of times, I let my eyes adjust before focusing on what is in front of me. Take a look around. You won't recognize this place, Christian says, resting his hands on his hips. The place is an old shack in the middle of an overgrown paddock. I take a look around, seeing nothing for miles except the beaten dirt track that led us here and miles of grassy hills. Well, I can tell we are still in Zion's pack at least. I recognize this biome from when I went walking through it. It's derelict, I deadpan, scrunching my nose up at the pocked and sagging walls, filmy windows, and caved-in roof. Christian grins as he approaches it. A perfect place for your lover. I only glare at the back of his head, following him inside. We enter into an empty ruined space. For a moment, I'm confused, until Christian pulls back a wooden trapdoor in the floor, revealing chipped concrete steps leading down into the shadows. He motions for me to go first. I swallow thickly, looking down the stairs, then back up at him. What other choice do I have? The rustling of chains greets me as I slowly step down the grimy steps. It takes my eyes a while to adjust to the shadows again, slats of light streaming through the floorboards above me providing enough visibility. I stop short as I see 3 figures chained to the floor, their bodies slumped as they sit in awkward positions. Onyxus is to my left, Lucinda is against the far wall, and Alston is to my right. They all look ragged, dirt smeared across their skin, and on some of them, blood as well. Onyxus, I rush up to my mate, who turns his head to groggily peer at me. They all appear to have been sleeping or unconscious. Sierra, you're here. He smiles weakly, although it dims when he sees Christian standing behind me near the stairs. He watches in uncanny silence. I look over my shoulder, where Alston is trying his best to rub his eyes despite the chains weighing his arms down. Why is he here? He's a close confidant of Zion's, Christian responds, folding his arms over his chest. I'm covering my bases. He's ensuring that no one can get in the way of his plans. After inspecting Onyxus for injuries, which seem to be minimal, I look over at Lucinda. She's wearing her night clothing, and her hair is disheveled. Lucinda, are you okay? I ask breathlessly. I'm managing. What is going on? She questions, looking up at Christian warily. Christian kidnapped me and is forcing me to live in Zion's manor like we're some kind of demented family, I tell them, slipping my hand into Onyxus'. The immense relief to see him and Lucinda alive is overwhelming. They aren't seriously hurt, which gives me a chance to get them free. Christian sighs, looking like I'm not understanding. We are a family. You will realize it soon. Are you okay, Sierra? Are you hurt? Onyxus asks, sitting up a little to inspect me. No, I'm okay, I assure him, squeezing his hand. You disappeared the other night. When I woke up, I was in Zion's home. I was lured by a guard outside and then attacked suddenly and drugged, he explains, grimacing. Is Zion in on this? No. Christian has him tied. The details don't matter, Christian cuts in irritably. Now you've seen your mate. Are you going to comply with my demands now? I shake my head. The thought of leaving Onyxus again tears at my insides, but I know Christian won't let me stay here. If I want to get everyone free, I'm going to try everything. You need to let them go, I tell Christian sternly. He shakes his head. That is not happening. Why don't you free them and then we'll talk? I'm trying to appeal to him, but I know he doesn't trust me. He has no reason to, when Onyxus would confront him the moment he is free from the binds. I don't think so. Free them, and you can take me away, wherever you want. We won't tell anyone where we are going. We can start a life together as a family. He pulls a face. And have your mate hunt us down for the rest of our lives? Not happening. My mate is staring Christian down with a sharpness that could kill. My brother keeps trying to avoid his stare, but I can see him shifting anxiously. He knows he's chained down one of the most powerful people in the land. If he gets free, there is nowhere Christian can go to escape him. Please, Christian, I beg. You've seen them alive. That was our agreement. I bite back, my cheeks reddening. We should leave. I stand, approaching him tentatively. I want some time with them. We didn't come all this way for me to not. I can't go back to Zion's, not yet. Being there is torture, and being away from Onyxus is even harder. I don't even intend to conspire with them about our escape. I want to be in my mate's proximity. Christian's jaw hardens. No. I will not comply with anything you want if you don't give me this, I growl, gesturing at him. He sighs through his nose, scanning the area thoughtfully. He's weighing the benefits, but ultimately I know he wants to please me. He has no chance of making the family he wants if he doesn't. Fine. You get 10 minutes. I'll be upstairs, he grumbles. Everyone stays quiet as he hurries up the steps. I listen out to make sure there's a bit of distance between him and us before I turn back to the three of them. Sierra, you have to get us out of here, Alston insists, his arctic blue eyes glowing in the shadows. I know, I'm trying, I hiss. Do any of you know where this building is located? No, we have no idea. We were all drugged, Lucinda sighs. Shit. I rub my forehead, trying to think, but it's impossible past the haze of panic over my brain. Once he gets me away from here, I won't know how to get back without him escorting me. I doubt he'll let me visit again. Not without my having to make some bargain with him. Concern presses between Onyxus's brow as I settle close to him again, his presence putting me at ease. Don't put yourself in any danger, he murmurs. Your brother is going to kill us. I can feel it. Alston groans, leaning his head back against the concrete wall. I won't let that happen, I assure him. He knows that if he hurts any of you, he'll lose my compliance forever. Christian is doing all of this for my validation. It puts me in a position to negotiate, but he won't accept any of my terms that put him in danger. He may believe this is for the sake of family, but it's his own selfish reasons motivating the kidnapping of me and everyone I love. I hope Alex is okay, wherever she is. Then you have to string him along. Make him think you might end up being the family that he wants until you can figure out how to get out of there, Onyxus says. Don't make it too obvious, though, Lucinda adds pointedly. Alston nods. Exactly. If he could outsmart us, then he's clearly intelligent enough to see through your lies. I would roll my eyes if the situation weren't so grave. I'm lucky Alston is chained up at least. After what he did the last time I saw him, I feel much safer this way. I don't know. He's clearly delusional if he thinks this plan can make a family. I lower my voice to a hushed whisper, not wanting him to overhear. Onyxus adjusts the shackle on his wrist with a wince. Appeal to the side of him that is hopeful, that wants a family. Use it to get what you want. I nod. Okay, I will. Put yourself first, though. You're the most important, he breathes, smiling up at me weakly. Really, Onyxus? Trying to sacrifice us for your mate? Alston drawls, making me feel sorry that my mate and Lucinda are stuck in the same room with him like this. I'm not, he snaps. Sierra is our best chance of getting out of there. Alston eyes me, looking unsatisfied with that reality. I'm trying to get Zion to side with me, but he's stubborn. He's refusing to believe Christian has any relation to him, I say. Onyxus shrugs. That's probably for the best. That way, Zion won't side with Christian and give him any power. I could laugh at that idea. Zion will never give up an ounce of his power to his own bloodline. Should I? Should I confront Zion? I ask warily. No, that will only put you in more danger. Bide your time, Onyxus exclaims carefully. I would confront Zion if I had to. I'll confront Christian when it comes down to it, and I won't blink, not after what he's done to me and my family. I reach out, brushing my thumb along the sweat-slicked ridge of his cheekbone. I'm not sure when I'm going to see you again. Don't worry about us. Focus on escaping. He kisses the inside of my hand tenderly. I'd better go. My words come out choked and uneven, emotion catching in my throat. I love you. I love you too, he whispers. This is torture, Alston groans. I rise, giving everyone one last thorough look over. I'll do what I can to return if I get a chance. None of them looks assured, but I know I won't give up on them. I'm going to fight to free them, no matter what it takes. Lucinda's voice floats up behind me as I ascend the stairs. Good luck, Sierra. Chapter 90. Sierra. I stand in the kitchen pantry with my hands on my hips, frustration eating away at me. This is the second night I've come down here with hopes of leaving this place through the tunnel beneath. Unfortunately, this is the second night that the door to the stairs has been blocked off. I suppose I should have figured this would be the case. Christian wouldn't let me wander around the manor freely if he wasn't certain I couldn't escape. Yet, I find myself standing here, examining the boarded-up door. I could try to break through it. Maybe I could get through, but chances are I would get caught and Onyxus, Lucinda, and Alston would be left behind. My foot taps impatiently against the linoleum floor, being the only sound in this lonely, quiet manor. It feels terrible to feel this much freedom within the walls, yet knowing I really have no freedom at all. I throw my hands up, groaning. This is just useless. Yes, it is. I whirl around, grabbing the pantry doors for purchase. I expect to see Christian, but instead, amongst the shadows, I see Kane. The impact of nausea that hits me is almost overwhelming enough to make me stumble. Seeing him, looking vaguely the same as when I last saw him, is crippling. Especially when I had hoped I wouldn't see him again. The only element of him that has changed is the ragged appearance of his face, like he hasn't slept in weeks, rough facial hair stubble on his chin, which does little to conceal the pallor of his skin. Kane, I whisper, scared my fears have invoked him. Look at you. His dark eyes peruse down my figure. Wow, I missed you. His voice is gravelly and rough. He's so unlike the man I committed myself to long ago. Where there was once a breezy confidence, there is now a bitter determination that is even more frightening. He hurt me before. Now I can only imagine what he is willing to do to me. What are you doing here? I ask breathlessly, half in the pantry and half in the kitchen. Your brother invited me. He slides his hands into his pockets. I'll admit, when he came to my cell, I didn't believe a word he said. But sure enough, a few hours later, guards were escorting me, taking me out of the prison completely. My brother's reach is terrifying. He's been plotting this for many years, and now it's coming to fruition. And he's involved with the last person I would have expected him to be. You cannot trust Christian. He's dangerous, I express. I hope to be able to get Kane to leave voluntarily. It's not for his safety, but for my own. I don't trust Christian, but I don't think he would try to kill me. I cannot say the same for Kane. He promised me a normal life outside of prison. Don't forget, Alpha Onyxus put me to my death. His eyes darken at the memory. My jaw tightens. He should have killed you with his own hand. Onyxus is going to be wild when he hears about this. He's not going to let Kane go again. I'm not going to give up on a second chance at life. He leans back against the kitchen counter, breathing in deeply. I dare to take a step forward, wondering how plausible it is for me to reason with him. He wanted to impress me once before, he might have even loved me at one point. Then run away as far as you can. Don't look back, for when Onyxus is free, he will chase you down, and this time, he will kill you, I exclaim steadily. Kane shrugs, unbothered. Unfortunately, I've been offered the promise of a lot of land and money if I stay. My eyes narrow. In exchange for what? He pauses, then, slowly, a vicious smile curves on his face. It's uncanny and unfamiliar, like it's the best he could muster since he's been in prison for so many months. Marrying you, he purrs. My expression drops and a new wave of horror overcomes me. Christian spoke about wanting to expand our family, and now he's doing so by pairing me with the worst man I know. This is a far grimmer reality than when Zion paired me with Alston. You can't be serious. Christian needs someone he can trust, and being that I am a great enemy of Onyxus, he can be sure our interests align. Kane muses triumphantly, as if he crafted this plan all on his own. I sigh. In other words, he only trusts you because you'll be too scared to disobey him at risk of having to face Onyxus again. Christian wants to build an army of personal admirers. The only way he can build trust with people is by giving them something to fear, by placing a threat over their heads. It's what he has done to me and now is doing to Kane. It doesn't matter, Kane mutters, pressing his overly long hair away from his face with his palm. I can get everything I want, even if it means having to marry you. He looks over me again, although this time, there's ire in his stare. He hates me. He hates that he went to prison because of my connection to Onyxus. All because he hit me. I think I made it pretty clear by leaving that I want nothing to do with you, I snap. The thought of being close enough to touch him makes me feel ill, let alone the idea of marrying him. This isn't your decision. You're not the one offering me land. Christian has no ownership over any land. It all belongs to Zion and his heir, which is me, I state firmly. Once Zion is free from this, he will kill Christian himself and you'll be left with nothing. It's no guarantee, but it's enough to cause Cain's expression to waver. He's uncertain, but at this point, he doesn't have much to lose. That's not true. I take another step closer. You are siding with the wrong person. Christian may believe he has the power now, but that won't last for long. Well, I sure as hell aren't siding with you, he sneers, and for a moment, I'm convinced he's going to spit on me. You left me and called Onyxus to come kill me. I left you because you hit me, and I never told Onyxus to do anything. He saw what you did to me, and he made the decision himself. I let my gaze float around the room, keeping an eye on the exit. I feel this situation escalating. I will be lucky if I leave here without being hurt again by him, or worse. I should have done far worse, he snaps, the sound ringing out through the echoey kitchen. So you admit you're a monster. He pushes off the counter, closing the gap between us. I hold my ground, but desperately scan the surrounding area for something to defend myself with if it comes down to it. You know, I should have followed my instinct, he seethes lowly. I saw how enamored you were with the alpha, and how obsessed he was with you. I should have known that the entire time you and I were together, you were with him. The accusation makes me flinch, flooding me with a new surge of anger. I was loyal to you when I never should have been, I growl, jabbing him in the chest with my finger. As if I believe that. His expression is contorting into something evil, something otherworldly. You ran straight back into his arms the moment it was convenient to you. I'm breathing heavily, trying to calm myself, but it's not working. Emotions are overcoming me as old trauma resurfaces. Fuck you. I can feel my face warming. Onyxus is my mate, and I never should have been with you. I'm looking forward to marrying you, Sierra. I'm looking forward to making your life hell. He reaches out, taking a piece of my hair in his hand, letting it run through his fingers. I jerk away. You won't get the chance. Won't I? I'm fairly certain I live within these walls now, and soon, you and I shall have our own place where I can. As he's speaking, I'm already reaching toward the stovetop next to me. I grab hold of a cast iron pan's handle, the weight almost crippling. By some miracle, I muster enough strength to raise it to slam against the side of Cain's head. On instinct, I close my eyes as the pan collides with his skull. The resulting sound is sickening, and when I next open my eyes, he's crumbling to the floor in a sagging heap. I scream, tossing the pan away from me. It lands on the counter with an abrupt clatter. Before I can think, I leap over Cain's body, making a sprint to the exit before he can wake. Chapter 91. Sierra. The sun is rising, rich orange hues strolling across the bedroom walls, eating away at the shadows. I haven't slept. My body is fatigued, yet my mind is wired. All night I've sat, staring at the door. I've been anticipating Cain bursting in, enraged with a terrible welt on his head, ready to hurt me for what I did to him. And yet, the night waned on, and now it is morning, and there has been no sign of Cain. Eventually, the sounds of the household staff going about their morning chores force me out of bed. I dress numbly, my lids heavy. Staff watch me with wary gazes as I make my way downstairs. They swerve around me, avoiding making any contact with me at all. I suspect they've been warned against communication with me by Christian. As I approach the dining room, I hold my breath. I half suspect seeing Cain at the table, laughing with Christian. I expect to see him bruised and nursing a violent headache, but still present and glad to be trusted by the new leader of this household. Instead, only Christian and Zion sit at the table, a breakfast of eggs and toast put in front of them. I pause in the doorway, looking them over. Zion isn't tied down now, and there is no gag in his mouth. He sits proudly in his chair, eyes flickering to the guards that pay him no mind. His compliance is based only on his inability to garner the support he needs to free himself from this mess. Morning, I greet softly. My new strategy is to be calm and friendly to my brother. I'm hoping to convince him not to force me to marry Cain. I need him to see that there is another way. He doesn't respond, his jaw tight, eyes focused on his plate as he slowly chews. I look at Zion, then back to him. Hello. I would say good morning back, sister, but this morning is hardly good, Christian mutters, shaking his head. He's angry. Does he know that I hit Kane over the head, and he's mad about it? Or has something else gone wrong enough to put him in this foul mood? Didn't sleep well? I ask tightly, glancing at Zion, who is staring at me in a way he hasn't before. Something is seriously wrong. Christian sets his fork down slowly, leaning back in his chair. I resist the urge to shudder under the violent intensity with which he stares at me. I was woken early to one of the guards pounding on my door, he exclaims slowly, his tone dark and cold. Apparently, a dead body was found in the kitchen. Surprise flutters across my face, but I quickly smother it. What? Did you say in the kitchen? I ask shakily. He nods. Yes, indeed. I hit him. I was almost sure I had just knocked him unconscious, but he's dead. Are you certain they're dead? I shift my hands under the table, which are beginning to shake so violently that they are incriminating me. I killed someone. Considering their skull was half caved in by what we presume was a frying pan, yes, it's safe to say this person is dead, Christian snaps, his voice ringing out so loudly it makes me wince. I roll my shoulders, feeling nauseous suddenly. That's unfortunate. While the fact that I just killed someone is still settling over me, I can't find it in myself to be remorseful. If it were anyone else, I would be. Unfortunately, Kane deserved what happened to him. In fact, it should have happened much earlier. Christian reads my expression, a muscle in his jaw ticking. Oh yes, very much so. Who was it? I swallow. His eyes narrow. Who do you think? Shall we skip this nonsense and get to the point? He rubs his face tiredly. You killed Kane. I crack my knuckles under the table, unable to fathom how my hands were capable of taking someone's life. At least at the time, I didn't intend to, but in retrospect, I should have. I did no such thing. I was in my room all night, I declare, squaring my shoulders. I'm not sure why I bother lying. I was trying to be nice with Christian, to gain his trust, but it's clear that plan has gone out the window. A servant reported seeing you slinking about the shadows 2 nights in a row. They assumed you were getting food, but it's become clear you were looking for the escape route. He drums his fingertips against the table as he surveys my reaction. I shrug. I was looking for food. That is all. I retrieved an apple and headed back up to bed. Considering you're the only one here with motive to kill Kane, I'm going to settle for the conclusion that you did it. Christian shoves his plate away, having lost his appetite. He's not the only one. Living here again makes me feel perpetually ill. And if I did? I'm not going to punish you, so wipe that petrified look off your face. Christian sighs raggedly. I'm just upset, that is all. I have to find you another husband, which won't be easy. My body relaxes, but only a touch. I've swayed my way out of getting punished for Kane's death, but not out of having a husband. I look down at my ring finger, which is painfully bare. I'm already married. Naturally, that can't stand, Christian states. I agree, Zion adds, looking mildly satisfied that my brother has aligned with him on this one issue. Shut up, Zion, I growl. He is the last person who gets a say in this. He isn't even an ally of Christian's. Although I suppose that could change at any moment. I need to switch tactics. Christian doesn't respond well to my irritation. He's looking for my compliance, so he can build the family he's dreamed about. I won't get what I want unless I play into that weakness. Why don't we give the marriage matter a break for a while? We should connect as a family first, before we add any more members, I say tentatively. Zion, thankfully, stays silent. He leans back in his chair, watching our conversation curiously. I suppose that's a good idea, Christian relents thoughtfully. I pick up a couple of pieces of toast that are going cold in the middle of the table and pop them onto my plate. While I have no appetite for the food he is serving, I want him to think my guard is down, that I'm being honest. We should look for ways to bond, shouldn't we? This won't work otherwise. The frustration melts from his face and he grins. I agree completely. I have some ideas. A dinner party might be nice, I cut in abruptly, plastering a smile on my face that I hope is somewhat convincing. I've been considering this idea for a few days now. It's not ideal, and I'm not sure he will agree to it, but it's a way to get Onyxus into this house. Once that is the case, We can start building a proper plan. I love a dinner party. Christian rubs his hands together. We need guests, of course. Do you have any friends you could invite? I butter my toast, ignoring the grating sound of the knife scrabbing against the overcooked bread. I would shove this knife into Christian's throat right now if it weren't for his overzealous guards. Christian looks contemplative for a moment before his face falls. Well, no. Zion likely has some friends, and so do I state merrily. Before you say no, understand that I'm missing my friends dearly and would love to celebrate with them in the safety of these walls, with all your guards around. I'm blurting words out at this point and hoping they stick. That is too dangerous, for obvious reasons, Christian grumbles, watching me eat. I try not to grimace as my stomach protests. I sigh, summoning my most dejected look. You won't even think about it? I'm unsure. Who would it include? He levels a look. Don't say Alex. Alex would be nice, but she's visiting family. It wouldn't be fair to drag her all the way here. And I don't want her to be unnecessarily entangled in this mess. But having Onyxus and Lucinda here would be nice, after all. I hold my breath as I await his fervent disapproval. Please, Christian. You would control everything, I jump in to add. It would make me so happy. He was silent for a painfully long time. He would be a fool to agree to this, but he wants to make this work. He can't guarantee I'll try to make our family work if he doesn't give me what I want. Plus, he's delusional and entirely out of his mind. All right, I'll consider it, he concedes. I shove down my elation. I can't get excited yet, especially when it's not set in stone. I do my best to smile earnestly. Thank you. After breakfast, I excuse myself to my room. Christian still isn't letting me go outside for walks, even with guards present, so I'm forced to stare quietly out the window, trying to summon a fail-proof plan. As I stride down the narrow hallway toward my bedroom, I spot a servant with their head down, a pile of laundry in their arms. I almost look away, but there's something familiar about the way they walk. And when they raise their head, I see why. Diane. She startles, almost dropping the laundry. She looks over my shoulder, then grabs for me. Shh, keep it down, silly girl, she scolds. Come with me. She guides me down the hallway, pressing into a storage room that the staff here clearly used to fold laundry. I swallow my surprise, not wanting to make too much noise before she closes the door. Once she does, she turns to me, her cheeks flushed and eyes wide. Most of her long black hair has been cut. It's now short, fanning around her ears and forehead. It's why I almost didn't recognize her on first glance. Why are you here? I question, grabbing her shoulders, wanting to shake her. What happened to your hair? I needed to make sure Christian didn't recognize me when I started working here, she tells me, her voice hushed. A very old friend got me the job. This is bad. Diane is an innocent person who has strolled into Christian's vengeful path. If he knew she was here, he would kill her immediately. Why? To save you, of course. She grabs my hand, squeezing it tightly. The guards who weren't paid off by Christian alerted me that you, Lucinda, and Onyxus had been taken by him. The moment I knew, I pulled some strings to get placed here as a servant. It's dangerous here, you need to leave, I tell her. If he knows anyone I'm connected to is here, he'll have them killed, just like he did to my mother. Diane's already lucky that she avoided his wrath. She did raise me after my mother died, after all. He won't know, all right? I've served him myself many times, and he hasn't recognized me, she exclaims. We can't be caught talking to each other, though. I shift from foot to foot. I don't like this. And I don't like having you here in danger. I'm here to help in any way that I can, she assures me. Very well. If you're in it, then we'll do it. I take a deep breath. I have some ideas. Chapter 92. Sierra. I doze in and out of sleep, feeling the afternoon sun warm me through the bedroom window. As the week has drifted by, I've been napping a lot. At night, Diane and I meet in an old storage closet, a candle between us. We gather ideas, trying to formulate a plan that is so solid that no amount of kinks in it could cause it to fail. While composing, many elements of the plan have been simple enough. There is one that still needs work. I have to convince Christian to bring Onyxus, Alston, and Lucinda here for a dinner party. From there, the plan can commence. Unfortunately, I bring the matter up at breakfast, and he quickly evades the matter. He promised to think about it and claims he hasn't completed the thought. I need to convince him. I need to make him think that this is what it will take to gain my compliance. I need him to trust me. A hand suddenly grips my arm tightly, shaking me awake. My eyes blink open dozily. I shoot up in bed as I see Zion looming over me, his eyes dark and stormy. "Get up," he grits out, glancing over his shoulder. I rub my eyes, confused. "What?" "You need to get up," he insists, giving my arm another shake. I tug out of his grip, scowling at him. I haven't had him enter my room like this before, and it's unnerving. "Why are you in my room?" I snap, looking around to see what else is amiss. Nothing seems to be different, although he casts a cold shadow over the room. "Christian has brought his mother here," he says, troubled lines forming on his forehead. I frown, wiping the sleep from my eyes. I hadn't put much thought into Christian's mother, beyond the fact that she was with Zion at one point and birthed a man who is my half-brother. Part of me thought she was dead. "Do you recognize her?" I ask. "Unfortunately." He rubs his face, the reality troubling him. "I had no idea she carried my child. Zion's been maintaining that Christian isn't his son. I suspected it's from denial. He doesn't want anyone threatening succession to his throne before he is ready to concede it. He and I both know, as well, that Christian isn't suitable to be alpha. Now that you know he is your son, are you going to give him any power?" I raise a brow, wanting to hear his own opinion on the matter. He grimaces. "Of course not. My reputation wouldn't survive it." My eyes roll on their own accord. "That is what you care about right now. What else should I care about?" He snaps, adjusting his jacket. "I will regain control over my pack again soon, and once I have, he will be dead. At least that is a comfort. I can deal with Zion easier once Christian is out of the way. However, if Diane and my plan work, I can take them both out collectively. It's why I must be careful. Zion can't learn about what I've been devising. What exactly is your plan?" I question him. He falls quiet, his words catching in his mouth. I sigh, having suspected as much. "You don't have one, do you?" "I'm working on it." He straightens, trying to maintain his dignity. Without his servants to aid him along, he's failing to conceive an idea to help himself. All of his policies are devised by advisors, leaving him with little to do other than hold the reins of power. "Well, hurry." I shove off the bed, grabbing a sweater to pull on. I'm going downstairs to meet the woman who birthed that monster. Hopefully, she will convince Christian to let us go. Zion trails behind me wordlessly as I hurry out of the room. He directs me downstairs to a sitting room where Christian is meeting with his mother. I find them seated across from each other, a pot of tea and adornments between them on a silver tray. Christian stirs his tea, while someone who must be his mother sits straight-backed, her eyes vast and distant. Christian's expression brightens as we walk in. "Father, sister. You have excellent timing. What is going on?" I ask nervously, looking at the woman, who bears a striking resemblance to him. She doesn't look particularly old, but she does look aged, as if her life has been cruel to her. She barely looks at us, lost in another world. "Meet my mother," Christian says tightly, gesturing blandly in her direction. Her name is not important. I look down at her untouched cup of tea, swallowing thickly. Something doesn't feel right about her presence, or the way Christian refers to her. "Hello, how are you today?" I ask softly. She doesn't look at me, eyes milky and distant. "I'm fine." My mother isn't entirely coherent. "Don't mind her," Christian assures me, looking irritated that she's here in the first place. "She's just here to see her son for the last time." I blink, my stomach pitching. Why is it for the last time? She doesn't seem concerned about his declaration. I'm not sure she realizes where she is, or that it's her son sitting opposite her. It's terribly sad, and I get the uneasy feeling Christian is at fault for her scattered mind. It's time to focus on my new family. Christian takes a sip of his tea, as if any of this is civilized. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but do you have any thoughts to share on this?" I ask her, trying to drag her attention to me. Finally, she looks up, but her gaze drifts past me and lands on my father, who looms behind me. "Zion," she whispers. He steps forward next to me. I survey his expression curiously, watching his realization hit him all over again. This is a woman with whom he was intimate, and while I can't imagine him being kind to one, he looks upon her as he once adored her. He never loved my mother. Not truly. He resented her and took his anger out on her. This woman made the right decision, fleeing him before he could turn on her. It's good to see you again, Cora, he greets, his features softening. Let's not waste our breath with reunions. Christian claps his hands together, startling both me and his mother. Over the years, my mother has lost her grip on reality. She won't be up to reminiscing today. Is she okay? He waves his hand, unbothered. She's fine. Don't worry about her. She doesn't seem fine. Christian clapping his hands like that clearly frightened her. She sits now with her hands balled upon her lap, her shoulders ridged while her whole body trembles. It makes me think of my mother, the night we fled from him. Maybe it's time for her to go home. She looks stressed, I say lightly. This situation feels wrong. For someone who cares about his family, Christian treats his mother like she is nothing more than a piece of dust that has come to rest on his shoulder. Maybe. He stands, reaching for her arm. Mother, is it time to say goodbye? He helps her stand. She does so shakily, leaning on his helpful arm. Yes, it's... She's abruptly cut off as Christian's hand snaps up, wrapping around her throat. She jolts, his fingers digging deeply into the flesh of her neck, her face flushing bright red. No, I scream. You're hurting her. I make to reach for my brother, but Zion grabs my arm, yanking me back. I fight against his grip, but his strength overpowers me. He locks his arms around me, leaving me unable to intervene as Christian strangles his mother right in front of me. Stop it, Sierra, Zion growls, unfazed by my violent thrashing. Cora claws at Christian's hand, her eyes wide and frantic. He may make her out to be dull and clueless, but she is aware that he is killing her. From here, I can see the dark determination in his eyes. There are no emotions, just a harsh focus on the life draining out of her. Let me go. I scream. What are you doing? Zion's voice is hot against my ear as he tightens his grip on me. Christian is tying up a loose end for all of us. No, stop. I plead. Cora's eyes suddenly roll to the back of her head, and Christian drops her. She plummets to the ground in a heap, her life snuffed out. Christian only stares down at his mother, as if she has no relation to him at all. What have you done? I can feel the hot heat of tears streaming down my face, and emptiness opening up in my chest. Christian turns to me, a hollowness in his eyes that chills my skin. There is something seriously wrong with him. All this time, I've been trying to appeal to a man with no feelings who could turn on me at any moment. Soon enough, he's going to tire of Zion and my unwillingness to reason with him. It's time to move on as a family. I can't have any other emotional obligations to focus on. I'm going to do this for you both, for our family, he exclaims. He expects us to know that already, somehow. Zion finally lets me go, and I stumble away, whirling back around to face him. There's something about his expression that appears almost regretful. I can't have her claiming power on behalf of Christian. Someone who could take everything from you. I shake my head, backing away. You're both monsters, I choke out, before fleeing the room. But there is nowhere to go. It's time to enact my plan and save my mate. Chapter 93. Sierra. I approach the dining room, my palms clammy. The anticipation of this week has almost driven me to the brink. At first, I was reeling from watching Christian kill his own mother right in front of me. I took some time to recover before approaching him with my ultimatum. And it worked. I've sworn my compliance to him in exchange for his allowing me one night with Onyxus, Alston, and Lucinda here for dinner. He was reluctant at first, but once he realized how he frightened me by killing his mother, he relented. I exchange a glance with the guard as I walk in, trying to keep my mind steady. A critical plan is unfolding tonight, and I need to ensure that nothing disrupts it. Stepping inside the dining room, I take in the scene. My knees almost buckle as I make eye contact with Onyxus. His hands are on his lap in front of him, likely bound, and a nervous-looking servant is standing behind his chair. Alston and Lucinda are at the table, bound similarly to my mate. Onyxus sits on the side closest to me, while Alston and Lucinda are on the opposite side. At the head of the table, naturally, is Christian. At the other end, I spot Zion, who is also bound. He glares at me, immediately suspicious of my intentions. Onyxus, you're here, I murmur, stepping forward to take him in. He doesn't look healthy at all. His skin has an unusual pallor due to his lack of exposure to the sun. His face appears more hollow, and his weight has begun to waste away. Alston and Lucinda are in similar states. No one has bothered to brush Lucinda's hair for her, and while it's tied up now, I can see it's a knotted mess. My heart lurches just looking at them. Tonight's plan is carefully crafted, and that took time, but I still feel guilty knowing time has been passing more painfully for them than it has for me. Are you okay? Onyxus asks, eyes roving over my body, although he doesn't find a reality nearly as grim as the one I'm facing. I've been fed and cared for here. I may not be happy, but I haven't experienced the starvation and cruelty that these three have. Me? I'm fine. My voice is shaky. You don't look so good. I haven't seen sunlight in almost 2 weeks, he admits hoarsely. Even his voice doesn't sound like him anymore. It doesn't matter now. I'm just so happy to see you. The distinct feeling of tears pricks the backs of my eyes. I want to touch him, but with Christian's eyes watching us keenly, I hold back. He told me I couldn't get any closer to Onyxus than what our chair placement permits. It already feels like an impossible task. Our mate bonds call to each other, desperate for reunion. All right, sit down, Sierra. You've said your greetings, Christian mutters tiredly. I oblige him, sinking into my chair. Wary eyes watch me as I do so, confused about what is happening tonight. I want to assure them that a plan is in motion, but I can't do that until Christian is out of earshot. Thank you for making this happen, Christian. I am so grateful to you, I breathe, smiling as kindly as I can manage at my brother. He needs to believe that this will heal our family relationship. I can't give him any reason to think I'm not loyal to him. Yes, well, I thought I'd better. He arranges his cutlery differently. I shouldn't have killed my mother in front of you. Onyxus glances at him, but I school my expression into neutrality. He's confused, but I can't put his mind at rest yet. It's in the past now. Dinner will be served shortly. Servants can help you all eat. Christian waves at the staff standing behind everyone's chair. They can't help but look at me every few seconds. They're a crucial element of this plan, and know precisely how it should unfold. Even some of the guards are in on it, however, I haven't been able to get everyone to comply. Most have family that are being threatened by Christians, so they won't risk being in on a plan that has a chance to fail, and I can't blame them for it. If Diane and I get this wrong, then my chances at freedom are lost. Thank you for having us, Christian, Lucinda says tightly, her voice like gravel. She doesn't know what is going on, but she's read my expression well enough to learn to play along. You're welcome. He doesn't even look at her, like the sight of her starved body disgusts him. Are you going to tell us what your plan is for us? Alston questions. His voice has a harder edge to it. You'll learn in time, Christian responds irritably. You can't keep us here forever, Alston snaps, bringing his fist down onto the table. I have members of my army hunting for me right now. I flinch at the horrible sound his fist makes against the wood. It shakes the cutlery on the table, the water in the vases quivering. Christian doesn't appear bothered in the slightest. Perhaps I should kill you. Alston pauses, glances at the guards in the room who watch on. Christian, don't, I plead. You can let Alston go. He couldn't care less about me. He just got wrapped up in this as collateral damage. Sure, he deserves some of this torment for turning on me as he did, but that shouldn't continue. It's too much of a risk, my brother grumbles. If you let me go now, I'll turn my attention away from what is going on here, Alston vows. I have no allegiance to these people. Especially not Onyxus. He gestures at Onyxus, who only rolls his eyes. I can't imagine the nature of the conversations occurring in that basement. They have been locked in. While my mate appears calm, Alston has let frustration erode his patience. This isn't what this evening is about. It's about eating and enjoying each other's company, Christian states strictly, a vein in his forehead becoming more apparent as he grows tired of Alston's insolence. He's right. Let us be grateful for this night, Onyxus exclaims, giving Alston a sharp look. The alpha settles back into his seat, jaw hardening. I cannot be content. I've been tied up for weeks, eating barely enough food to survive, Lucinda brings up suddenly, her mask slipping. This must be spoken about right now. Lucinda, no, I say smoothly, trying to stop her from stepping into her own grave. Christian has been kind enough to give us this night. Do not push it. Christian smiles at me. Thank you, sister. Lucinda, seeming to realize her outburst was going to get her nowhere, closes her mouth. The scent of roasted lamb and vegetables fills the room suddenly as dinner is brought in by the servants. Alston and Lucinda's eyes glaze at the smell of food they have been deprived of since their imprisonment, following every move the staff makes. Diane is one of them. She approaches from behind Christian and sets the plate of food down. Lucinda is far too enraptured by the food to notice the staff she hired is standing in this room, but I notice Onyxus's gaze pause on Diane. Thankfully, he keeps his mouth shut. Diane glances at me, giving a single, subtle nod that would be missed by anyone else in the room. The plan has commenced. She leans over Christian's shoulder to speak in his ear. Sir, there's an issue with the dessert. He waves her off. Then resolve it. You might want to come look. The issue should compromise this entire affair, she says quietly. Inwardly smile, knowing we rehearsed this last night. Christian sighs, rubbing his brow. He's not going to let this night be spoiled because of something as irksome as dessert. He won't pass up the opportunity to rectify the issue. Fine. Quickly. He stands, pointing at the guards. Keep an eye on them. None of them moves. We all silently watch as Christian stalks from the room behind Diane. What is going on? Alston asks me, his voice low. You all need to keep your heads. Don't push Christian tonight, I warn them, glancing at the guards. One appears bored and disinterested, while another watches on with sharp eyes. He's one we have successfully recruited to help us if needed. As long as the plan goes well, we won't need it. You have a plan, don't you, daughter? Zion questions, quirking a dark brow. Don't speak to her, Onyxus growls from beside me. The night's affairs may have distracted him, but I've noticed the frequent glares he shoots in Zion's direction now and again. Onyxus, it's okay, I assure him softly. I have a plan for future matters. Do not concern yourselves with it, all right? Onyxus doesn't appear convinced. Unfortunately, I can't risk telling him yet. I want to reach out to touch him, but I'm afraid that if I do, I'll fall apart. If something is going on, I want to know, he murmurs. Alston nods. Me too. So do I, Lucian adds. Just leave it. Nothing is happening, I say sharply, cutting off their inquiry. This is a night for celebration. Christian is being a gracious host, and we all need to be appreciative of that fact. Alston rolls his eyes. This is ridiculous. I pause, taking a long drink from my wine. Everyone watches me, afraid that they are putting their lives in my hands. We must make sure that when the time is right, we act appropriately. All right? I state, giving them each a look in turn. Alston grumbles something I miss under my breath while Lucinda says nothing, resigned to her fate. Of course, Sierra. We trust you, Onyxus breathes, giving me a look that fills me with the strength I need to get this done. Moments later, Christian stalks back into the room, his face flushed with anger. I apologize for that. He slides back into his seat. Someone tried to incorporate cherries into the dessert when they knew I can't stand the taste. I'm sure they won't make that mistake again, I muse. No, I can't imagine they will. He picks up his cutlery before noticing everyone's watchful eyes. Why has no one begun eating? The servants immediately reach for forks, spearing vegetables and succulent slices of meat. Alston and Lucinda gratefully take the offering of food. Sorry, we're all just so overwhelmed and happy to be near each other again, Onyxus tells him. Don't get used to it. I can't be sure of when this will happen again. My brother looks at me before he starts eating. I watch, my lower lip between my teeth. My attention shifts as servants begin calling the guard, who doesn't know about our plan, from the room, right on time. At least the food tastes good, Christian says, biting into a carrot. It's wonderful. I smile. Tonight is going to go very well. Chapter 94. Sierra. We all eat silently, the sound of cutlery clattering on plates being the only sound in the room. The servants feed everyone who isn't bound. I wish I knew why Christian didn't bind me like he does to Zion. I assume it's because he isn't threatened by me. I watch every bite that Christian shovels into his mouth. Anytime now, his complexion will shift, and so will his demeanor. He's already pulling at the collar of his shirt, his cheeks beginning to redden. This meal reminds me of my mother's cooking, I muse, pulling all eyes back to me. I cut a chunk of roasted potato in half, spearing it with my fork. When I hold it up, I can see the butter glisten under the light. Your mother never cooked, Zion states through a mouthful of food. She did, actually. When we moved in with Lucinda and Onyxus, my mother would cook for a time. I sigh softly at the memory. She did it just for me, to comfort me. At first, she wasn't very good, but with Diane's guidance, she was able to craft homely, satisfying meals, the taste of which would stick with me till now. How quaint. Christian doesn't look up, although I notice his attempt to clear his throat. And now she's gone, and all I have left are memories, I remark coldly. This food tastes bitter now, even though it was similar to her cooking. Christian's knuckles pale as his grip tightens on his fork. I'm not afraid of pushing him anymore. There is much that can be said now that will change the outcome of this night, not after all the careful planning. I did what I had to do for our family. I've been planning this for years, Christian states. You should be grateful. I scowl. I am hardly grateful. He picks up a napkin from the table, dabbing his forehead. A sweat has gathered above his brow, and a redness now crawls up his throat. He looks to the servant feeding Lucinda. Go get me more water, he demands harshly. She rushes from the room, although I don't suspect she will be back. Watching a man die isn't something many people want to do. Is something wrong, brother? I ask airily, placing my fork down. I can't stomach any more food knowing what's coming. I'm feeling hot, that's all. He pushes his plate away. Perhaps it's your obvious scrutiny. I glance over at Onyxus, who is staring right back at me. He looks concerned, his dark brows pressed together as he tries to read my expression. He knows something is going on, but he's smartly keeping to himself about it. Is it not deserved? I question, focusing on my ailing brother. I ensured this night was possible for you, Sierra. It may be the last time you see these three people, so instead of berating me, you should focus on them. He coughs into his fist, the sound ragged and unhealthy. Yes, I suppose it was your decision to make this night happen. How fortuitous. I lean back in my chair, garnering a sick sense of satisfaction from Christian's reaction. He pauses. What are you talking about? You've helped me cause your own death, is all. I shrug. We watch each other for a moment, realization slowly dawning on him. He knows it's too late, that I've poisoned him, and now he's going to die. He turns. Guards. Before he can finish the sentence, the guard we talked into compliance turns to the other. He draws his sword, and in an instant, it's embedded in the other guard's stomach. He grunts, toppling over onto the floor. I school my expression, trying not to flinch at the sudden brutality. Unfortunately, this is part of the plan. Christian whirls back around his seat. What is going on? I smile. What do you think? You've poisoned me, you bitch. He claws at his throat, which I imagine is beginning to swell and cut off his breathing. The crime is fitting, considering you poisoned my mother, I growl, watching the way his eyes bulge and his limbs tremble. I've spared you the harrowing torment you inflicted on her that lasted months. You'll die in less than a minute now. Without me, you have nothing. No family, no. Onyxus is my husband, and he is my mate. I have him, I have Lucinda, Diane and Alex, I say steadily. I never needed you. Blood needs blood, fuck. He coughs, blood spluttering from his mouth and down his chin. The sight would disturb me if I weren't already so numb and so ready for his life to end. Goodbye, Christian. You'll rot in the pits of the earth soon enough. My words are as cold as my tone. His eyes roll back, and he slumps off the chair. His body makes a heavy sound as it hits the ground, signaling that his life has left him before he made it to the floor. Everyone falls silent, and when I risk a look, everyone is looking at me. Sierra, Onyxus whispers. The servants scatter away, filing through the door. I release a long breath, feeling a heavy burden lift slowly off my shoulders. "It had to be done," I exclaimed simply. "I'm sorry I could not tell you all, but I couldn't risk anyone overhearing." "Well done." I'm impressed. Alston is grinning, blue eyes bright. Once his short laugh falls flat, everyone turns to look at Zion at the head of the table. The blood has drained from his face as he looks around at all of us. I know in this moment, he has never felt more vulnerable. "Let me free, daughter. Without Christian's influence, my army is mine once again." He yanks on his binds, but they are secured tightly. "You wouldn't want me turning my army against yours, would you, Onyxus?" I figured that would be the first thing he stated once he realized Christian was dead. Diane knew it too, which is why we took it into account. "Christian's influence over your army has been lifted, actually," I state, drumming my fingers against the table. "By Alpha Marin. I contacted her a few days ago, and she has been working on it ever since. You won't find any control over your forces any longer." It was a gamble to contact her. I figured she could come to Zion's rescue, but she was shockingly receptive to coming to our aid. "I'm assuming it's because of everything that went down with Alston." Zion's eyes flash. "I don't believe your lies." He may not claim to, but I can see he's feeling doubtful. "It is not difficult when you fail to pay wages and overwork young men," I drone on. "Your pack was always going to collapse in on itself." He begins yanking desperately on the binds, looking around for help. Unfortunately for him, the guard is no longer under his control and is staring at him with his bloodied sword in his hands. "Let me out of these binds," he snaps. Onyxus rises from his seat, like death incarnate. "Gladly." His servant has uncut him with the carving knife before handing it to him. The blade glints in the light, newly sharpened. Zion immediately freezes, eyes widening. He sits here now, completely at Onyxus' mercy, and he knows it. He knows that Onyxus has waited for this moment since his father died, and there is no escape for him now. Onyxus rounds the table, coming to stand behind Zion's chair. The man winces, holding his breath in anticipation of the knife being stabbed into the side of his neck. Instead, Onyxus cuts his binds as Zion requested. The rope tumbles away, and Zion jumps from his seat, putting a few steps of space between himself and the knife-wielding Alpha. "I suppose it's about that time," Onyxus mutters, inspecting the blade in his hand. "I must thank my beautiful mate for crafting this night to go as it has." He looks at me, his eyes warm. There's a question in his gaze, a desire for an unleashing that he won't allow without my permission. I nod subtly. Nothing can continue with Zion still breathing. This can be spoken about democratically, Onyxus. There is no need for violence. Zion holds his hands out in front of him, obviously terrified for his life, and yet there is nowhere for him to go now. All he can do is attempt to reason. "Is that the same right you afforded my father before you slaughtered him?" Onyxus asks, his voice lethally quiet. Zion shakes his head desperately. "Your father deserved it. You have no idea what he put me through." "I care not for my father's sins," Onyxus growls, prowling closer. "I care only for avenging him." Zion backs up further, only to trip on his own ankles, sprawling back onto his backside. "Don't do this," he pleads, looking up at a merciless Onyxus. "I'm sure Sierra said something similar to that when you kidnapped her and forced her into marriage with a man she didn't want to be with," he muses, in complete control. "You would do the same if it meant saving your pack." A shadow flutters across Onyxus' face, his calmness shattering. He's done taunting and teasing. Zion's life will end very soon. "You know nothing about me at all," Onyxus says darkly. "I have waited many years to finally kill you, Zion. Many years. I must admit that I'm enjoying your fear immensely." Zion's back is pressed against the walls now, but he makes no effort to stand. He doesn't want to risk getting any closer to my mate. "Spare me, Onyxus. Spare me, and I'll tell you the truth about your father," he insists. "Do it, Onyxus." "Kill him," Lucinda commands bitterly, her eyes a mix of emotion as she glares down at him. She lost her husband to Zion. While she has pleaded with Onyxus not to get his revenge, she knows how weak and vulnerable Zion is. There is no better time than now to strike. Onyxus turns to look back at me, holding the knife out. "Would you like the honor? For your mother?" he asks softly. I shake my head. Seeing him die will satisfy me enough. This act is for Onyxus to complete. No, I tell him. He deserves to die at your hand. Sierra, no, please tell him to spare me. You're my daughter. Zion pleads, his eyes on mine, trying to appeal to my good nature. After everything he has witnessed with Christian, he still believes the thought of family is enough to gain my favor. Unfortunately for him, I've found family elsewhere, and I won't let anyone compromise it. You'll find no mercy from me, I exclaim coldly. Or me. Onyxus reacts so quickly and with brutal efficiency that I almost miss him slicing the knife across Zion's throat. Instinctually, my eyes squeeze shut, not wanting to witness the murder. However, I force myself to open them, wanting to see the life draining from the eyes of the man who abused my mother for most of her life. His hands are around his neck, blood spilling through his fingers. It's a gruesome sight, so I focus on his eyes, watching the fear morph into resignation as death claims him. He slumps against the wall, his head lolling down as blood stains his clothing. Onyxus is breathing heavily as he looks back at me, grim satisfaction in his eyes. It's done. Epilogue. 2 months later. Sierra. I close my eyes, feeling the balmy breeze brush over my face. I haven't felt this content in a while. I know there is a lot still sitting upon my shoulders, but right now, it's in the distance, entirely out of my mind. Onyxus comes to stand behind me, kissing the side of my neck. I shiver at the sensation, my skin warming as he wraps his arms around me. We look out from the balcony of our beach home, watching the sun pave a golden path along the smooth surface of the ocean. It feels so good to get away, I murmur, breathing in deeply. Since Zion has been killed, we haven't had much time to ourselves. Being that I'm the only rightful heir to reign over his pack, the position has fallen to me. Onyxus and I have had to spend a great deal of time combing through Zion's business, deciphering the mess he left us with. In just 2 months, we've opened and closed some trade routes. We've established treaties and renegotiated agreements with various packs. Most importantly, we've been trying to secure the land and protect our borders against any overzealous enemies. This has been a fragile time politically and has needed careful maneuvering. I'm happy to be anywhere with you, Onyxus says softly, kissing below my ear. I hate how busy we've been. I turn to face him, bracing my back against the balcony. Much to my enjoyment, Onyxus is shirtless. The sun warms his skin, making him utterly irresistible. The problem is, since arriving this morning, he's already had me 2 times, and at this point, I need a break. I agree. He smooths the hair back from my face. You've done so well, you know. You've been very fair about this entire process, even though it's stressful and complicated. If it weren't for your mother, I would be screwed, I admit. Lucinda is currently stationed in Zion's old pack, keeping things in order. She seems to enjoy having control over something again. She wasn't ready to hand her power over to Onyxus since his father died, and she's clearly well suited for the role. This will work, okay? I promise you that. Onyxus pulls me into his arms. They settle around me, heavy and comforting. Thank you for your help with everything. I don't tell you enough, I murmur into my chest. While I learned a lot from growing up around Onyxus, I wouldn't have been able to balance the political and business aspects of running a pack without him. It's been difficult enough making public appearances, trying to assure people my lineage is true and strong to appease Zion's people. Appealing to Onyxus' people has been even more difficult, but since they learned that Onyxus killed their greatest enemy, they've settled. At least now, there shouldn't be any more attempts against my life, I hope. You don't need to thank me. We're in this together. He cradles my face in his hands, his eyes tracking my expression. Let's go down to the ocean. I want to see the sunset. I take his hand, pulling him along with me. He smiles. Of course. We hurry downstairs, then out to the dunes. The sounds of the sea welcome us, the sand warm beneath our feet as we step down to the beach. I don't think I'll ever tire of the view of the sea. The brilliant blue water shimmers under the sunlight, gently pulling up the sand, deepening the shade from golden to a dark hue. The water reaches our ankles, startlingly cool against my skin. I lace my fingers between Onyxus', breathing in the scent of salt and sand. When I glance up at Onyxus, I see him gazing down at me. "You're the best thing that ever happened to me," he breathes. My heart swells. I feel the same. Knowing that any obstacle between Onyxus and me is not gone is such a relief. We can finally concentrate on building a life together that we have always wanted. I waited so long to have you, and now that I finally do, I can't quite believe it. Even now, he admits, his voice tight, like it's constrained by emotion. He has no idea how much I can relate to that feeling. I never would have expected this life with him. I used to spend nights staring up at the ceiling, wondering what it would feel like to have his hands upon me. Now, I don't need to wonder. You need to get used to it. We're married now, and we're mates, I remind him with a grin. My wedding ring is securely back on my finger. It feels right there, and if I had my way, it would never move again. It's almost too good to be true. He squeezes my hand. I agree. I turn to him. That's what makes me excited for our future together. "I'm going to make sure you have everything you could ever need, okay?" he assures me, as if it even needs to be said. Onyxus has already given me more than I could ever want. I knew I would never overcome my love for him, even if he never wanted me back. Knowing that I have him is enough to make my head spin. "I love you, Onyxus," I whisper, the words almost getting lost amidst the sound of the waves lapping at our feet. "I love you too. More than anything." For a moment, we stare at each other, the world dissolving around us. My need for him is overwhelming, but I suppress it. I'll jump his bones later. Eventually, we turn back to the sea, and I let my shoulders relax. "Do you finally feel free now that Zion is gone?" I thought I would feel empty, not having a revenge plot to focus on, but I'm not, he admits, his expression impassive, and he looks toward the horizon. That's good. When he looks at me, there's a vulnerability in his eyes that makes my heart skip. "You're enough for me. You've always been enough for me, and if getting revenge came between you and me, I wouldn't have done it." I nod. I believe him. I know that. It's why I orchestrated it the way I did. I needed to keep us safe. I didn't go into that night with the express intention of allowing Zion to enact his revenge. However, I knew that there would be no other time to get that close to Zion without his entire pack turning against us. "And you did, because you're incredible." He smiles. "I wish I could have done more to help. It doesn't matter now, because it's done, and we're free." I spread my arms wide, as if to encompass the entire world that suddenly feels as though it is at our fingertips. "I like that," free Onyxus breathes. I push the strap of my dress down, and then the other. Onyxus watches me with a dark gaze as I slip it down my breasts and lower, until it's entirely off and being thrown back onto the beach. "Want to go for a swim?" I ask, biting down on my lower lip. I love his expression when he watches me, like he wants to devour me. "I would love that," he says roughly, reaching for the band of his shorts. Once we're both naked, he grabs my hand, tugging me along with him into the waves. And not once do I look back.